tight, can you see it? Streaming the truth live from where they decree it. Sylvia speaks, no filter, no buffer. Courtroom drama couldn't get any tougher.
When the gavel's first bang, to the witness stands tears. Sylvia's lens captures all your hopes and fears. Uploading justice one trial at a time. Tune in every moment, edges sublime.
Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Faces tell stories, the courtroom can't hide. Sylvia's insights cut through the divide. From jury talks to the lawyer's secret. In Sylvia's world, you know you'll need it. Behind the scenes where whispers are loud, her lens reveals the truth in the crowd. Courtroom secrets laid bare to see. Stay curious with Sylvia Spree. Every objection, every sharp retort, Sylvia's there to give you the report. Exclusive footage no one else can snag. From catchy headlines straight to the tag. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show.
Faces tell.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the infamous Sylvia's channel. And this portion of the channel is where we explore through America's court system. Well, today we're traveling over to Michigan, and we're going to review an appeals court process. Now, and what is an appeals court? Appeal court is when someone has received a judgment or a conviction by a lower court and they do not agree with the decision of the lower court. So what they do, they go to a higher court to get that particular decision overturned, whether it's a civil case or a criminal case. They have attorneys that goes before a higher court to argue their position, and they're going to have a certain amount of time to do their argument, and then I'll talk about all the process. We're late for this one here. We got to get started. So as a disclaimer, as Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made use for fair use for the purpose of criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Right now, we're teaching about the justice system. We're learning about the process of what goes on in this justice system. So sit back, relax, we're late, and we're going to hear the argument from this particular attorney regarding his case.
Lack a failure to uphold the basic standard of due care. Second, it's subject to a separate lawsuit by the Attorney General Dana Nessel, which will be argued less than 2 weeks today, seeking to shut the pipeline down, segment to be replaced, on public trust and MIPA grounds. And that case is already seen an order from the court shutting the pipeline down before. It could happen again in mere months.
Yeah, this is.
And finally, even setting aside those state actions dealing with the segment to be replaced, it's not reasonable to conclude that Enbridge will be able or permitted to operate this segment to be replaced, which has grave safety concerns and has been the subject of state actions indefinitely. In light of these critical facts, it becomes apparent that the project would, at minimum, extend the operation of a pipeline that would otherwise cease to operate and extend the operation of Line 5 in Michigan. As a result, the environmental impairments on Michigan resources due to likely oil spills that flow from extending Line 5's operation must be considered here. And these are likely impairments of this project. Line 5 has spilled 1.1 million gallons since it was constructed, and it's likely it will continue to spill into the future. Likely pollution from oil spills is an effect of the conduct at issue in this licensing proceeding, and a consideration of this type of causation effects is aligned with MIPA case law. In West Michigan Environmental Action Council versus the Natural Resource Commission, the Supreme Court considered the impact of road construction on the wildlife population in the Pigeon River State Forest, even though the action properly before the circuit court was a permit for exploratory wells.
Let me explain something.
Because without the permit for those wells, those roads would likely not be built. And here too.
Okay, let me explain something. You will only see cases that the person that is going to appeal court has lost something and they are fighting to give their point so they can have that decision overturned. Okay. In a criminal case, a prosecution cannot come and appeal the decision of the court. Only the person that's being affected is the one that usually do the appeal. The person who's been convicted of a crime, and they can do an appeal. But if a person has won a non-guilty verdict, the prosecution side cannot come and say, oh, we disagree with the decision of the juror or from the decision of the judge. So anytime you see an appeals court, is always someone who has been affected by that particular decision is appealing, meaning a person. Prosecution does not get affected by a not guilty verdict, okay? Because there's not anything that they're losing other than they just lost a case. But the person that's being affected is who has the ability to appeal a decision, okay? So anytime, even if a civil case, a person that has lost or have to pay out the money, they will go before the court and appeal that decision, okay, or disagree with what the outcome of that case was, okay? Just want to give you guys that little pointer.
It's incongruent and arbitrary under MIPA. For those reasons, Your Honor, the tribal interveners respectfully request that this court overturn the decision of the Public Service Commission and remand it with instructions to allow intervening parties to submit evidence about the public need for the products shipped through the replacement segment and evidence on the likely pollution from oil spills in Michigan that flows from this project's approval and will perpetuate the operation of Line 5 in Michigan. Thank you.
Any questions? No. Okay, thank you very much. Next is Mr. Gonzalo.
Both sides gets to have an argument, side that won and a side that lost, side that lost and side that won. And these are higher judges that's making these decisions.
Good morning. I'm Mark Gonzago on behalf of the two of the interveners in this case, Environmental Law and Policy Center and the Michigan Climate Action Network. I must tell you at the beginning, I am still recovering from surgery, which has in fact affected my speech. If there's anything I say during the course of my limited remarks, I'm assigned 8 minutes here, so it's not very long.
Only assigned 8 minutes.
Anything you don't understand, I won't be offended if you ask me to repeat.
So far, so good. I'm glad to hear you're recovering.
Thank you. Thank you. My two clients' major interest and expertise is in the area of climate change. And therefore, their interest in this case came down to greenhouse gases. And that's where I'm going to confine my remarks here to the time I have here. As you just heard, there was a motion in limine that Enbridge filed, and that motion in limine did in fact seek to exclude from any of the contested case proceeding evidence with respect to climate change and greenhouse gases.
Since this one is kind of boring, anybody's interested in listening to this case, we can go move over to where CMT is. Hold on.
Is the April 21,
we can move over to CMT's case. Do you guys want to hear this climate change argument here? Do you want to go where CMT is? She's watching something. She says something is wild over there.
To my clients. The first one, was whether they could look at the purpose and the products flowing
EMTs
through
all
the
over the
pipeline.
place.
And whether they had the authority to do so. They found that under
CMT,
Act
send me the link.
16, the statute that provides the commission with its power over pipelines, they did in fact have that. And the commission further concluded that they had the authority and the obligation under NEPA to also examine those the products.
Oh, I
And
don't
the
want to,
quote
no, this is
that's,
court. I don't want to see politics.
important for
Sorry.
me to stress
Okay, we
in
don't
that
want to see the
respect can be
politics.
found
We're
on
in
page
court today.
64 of the court's
Wow.
opinion, of the commission's opinion. It defies both well-accepted
McBurney is,
principles of
okay, we're going to do
statutory
McBurney. Let's go
interpretation,
to
as
McBurney.
well as common
McBurney,
sense,
because we're
to
traveling
apply
around
NEPA
court.
to a pipeline, but not to the products being transported through it.
Anybody have any questions about the appeals process? We can find another case that's a little bit more interesting, you know, with appeals. This one here, it is interesting, but let's go watch a trial. Or do you not want to watch a trial? Like I said, McBurney, then you didn't give me McBurney, you gave me McAfee. Okay, right now McAfee is playing a call. Okay, hold on a second. Let me end this. Y'all want to move on? I need to know the group's consensus. Do you guys want to move on from this, or do you want to stay here? I need the group's consensus. Do you guys want to move on from this case, from this, or you want to move on? Yes, what? Yes, move on. Yes, you want to stay here. Which one? Move. Okay, let's fly away. Okay, all right. Y'all with the yes. I don't know what the yes mean. Move. Okay. All right, we're going to move. We're going to the next. This is McAfee. This is State of Georgia versus Lamonte D. Lewis. I'm sorry. It's State of Georgia versus Lamonte D. Lewis.
Yes.
Directing your attention to April 19th of 2019. Did you look at any additional call-outs in application?
I would need to see the CAD report, so.
It was in White States Exhibit 11.
Sorry.
I'm not going to refresh any recollection on what you read.
Yes,
Excuse me.
Can you tell
Sorry.
the juror the date of that incident?
September 21st, 2018.
Is that CAD, was it consistent with how you describe CADs involvement with kept and generated in the previous incident?
Yes.
And does it appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No.
And what is the address associated with that CAD report?
1475 Sand Bay Drive, Southwest.
Publishing estates. Your Honor, at this point, still move into evidence states at 11.
Objection.
Amended.
Thank you. All right, this case, it's a
I apologize, Your Honor. that
M
should be
case, a
states
murder case.
17, not states 11.
All right, so there is no states 11, and now it's going to be state 17. Is there any, and that's the same exhibit that is admitted without objection.
So.
Okay, this
The
is
address on
McAfee.
state 17
He is the one that
4660 Diane Drive,
and the date on that CAD report.
April 19th, 2019.
And to clarify, that CAD report was ordinarily kept in the course of business and has not been altered or changed in any way?
That's correct.
Understand, we're moving to evidence state
All right, I'm
17.
gonna let you guys take a
I
look.
think he's
and
already
we'll
said
discuss it
no
in a few
objection to
minutes,
that, so
okay?
that is admitted already.
Publishing now, state 17.
A CAD report is a report of what the police department use.
Just briefly, can you read into the record the time that this call was made on April 19, 2019?
14:35:03, which is 2:35 p.m.
And what is the nature of that call?
It's a signal 29, which is a fight or domestic dispute.
And what is the phone number associated with that call?
843-246-9431.
What information was gathered from the caller in the notes section there?
So the female caller gave an address and then hung up. They didn't answer on call back, and they stated to have PD check the resident.
What was the name of the female who made that call?
So for the first one, doesn't list it. It shows a second call from a Gabriel Gore.
Thank you. I am now handing you States Exhibits 11, 15, and 13 for your review. Each other three, would you recognize those?
Their CAT reports,
What address is associated with those CAD reports?
1475 Sand Bay Drive, and then one list apartment, 5008.
And those CAD reports, again, made in the same way consistent with what you described earlier?
Yes.
Did they appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No.
And at this time, state will move into the record. States 11, 13, and 15.
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay. The location that you just described, is that location here in Fulton County?
Yes.
Now, once officers dispatched to a scene, what does it mean to clear a call?
So the unit leaves the location.
And what happens before a call is cleared?
Can you clarify what you mean?
What kind of events happen from the time of call, officers dispatch on the scene? Is there anything that happens in between that?
So the responding unit will, give information to the dispatcher, and we'll notate that in the text of the calls.
And once the call is cleared, would that conclude your role in the investigation of incidents and cases such as this?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further from the state.
Any cross?
No cross.
This one is to be excused, Ms. Charles.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
For the jury, generally by show of hands in between witnesses, if anyone needs a break, let me know. Otherwise, state may call its next witness.
No. Your Honor, state will call. Letitia, Your Honor, I know briefly approach on the next witness. Transport. And she could.
Okay, so now what they're doing right now, they're having a bench conference, and during bench conference, the system they mute it because they don't want you to hear what they're talking about at the bench conference, y'all. Now this bench conference is off.
Your Honor, the state will call Cassandra Gates.
It is the prosecution who is bringing on the case, so it's them that goes first, and they have the burden to prove their case. So they are the one who's bringing witnesses, where the defense don't have to bring a witness, if you guys already know. Get out of there, boy. You're just being bad. You look funny being a little rat.
You swear upon the testimony.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My name is Cassandra Gates, Cassandra, Gates, Gates. Good morning, ma'am.
Ms. Gates, tell the jury how you're related to the parties in this case.
I am the mother of the defendant, Lamonte Deshaun Lewis.
And do you know the victim in this case, Gabrielle Gore?
I do know Gabrielle.
How do you know Gabrielle Gore?
She's the mother of my first grandchild,
What's the name of that grandchild?
Lamont Giovanni Lewis.
And did it come during the course of the relationship that you had time to spend with Gabrielle Gore and the defendant, your son?
Yes,
Directing your attention to April 19, 2019. Were you present during an incident related to the defendant and Ms. Gore?
yes, ma'am.
And prior to you testifying today, did you have an opportunity to review a video that captured that interaction?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And when you reviewed the video, did it appear to be changed or altered in any way?
Not to my recollection. No, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as states 22.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that to be?
I recognize this to be the video that I saw and I initialed.
Your Honor, at this point, state will tender into the record, states as a complaint.
Pursuant to our previous objection.
All right, it is admitted.
Ms. Gates, thinking back to that date, April 2019, what do you recall from the events of that?
The events of that day, from my recollection, I think we had taken Gabrielle and maybe one or two of the children somewhere. At that time, she did not have a car. So a lot of times she relied on us to, help her, and especially him, because he could, financially, what I mean. So that day, an argument started with him and Gabrielle in the car on the way to Gabrielle's house. And the argument started because there was my grandbaby Lamont had a tablet and he had messed up the charger and he couldn't get it. You know how the kids like to play with their tablets. And so Gabrielle gave Lamont her tablet. And when he clicked on, you know how they kids just click on things to play, a video came up. And on that video showed a gentleman in Gabrielle's bed ejaculating. So that started an argument with them. And I was driving, I believe. And so when we got to Gabrielle's house, they got out of the car without me and they continued to argue. And it just got too much. So I interjected and I probably called her some names and maybe him too, to be honest. Because the children were there and I was upset that they were arguing in front of the children.
Argument escalate to anything more?
I don't recall. I just remember us going into I'm trying to force her to get in the house. And I just know he was more angry than she was. And it just got to be too much, because she was antagonizing him and like provoking him to anger. So I don't recall if anything else happened. I believe he did have a weapon.
Ooh, child.
Call the weapon?
No, ma'am.
Publishing now states 22.
Oh, we're gonna watch the video.
You hard-headed, girl. You learn shut your move your baby is right here. You don't care about this. Your baby is right here. You don't care? Your folks don't, you're not going to be able to see him. No, we're not going to see him, period. That's fine. You should have stayed in the house. You should go in the house. Everything is going to you see my in the house, girl. You talk too fucking much. He's snapping, bitch. Go in the house with his stupid shit.
You know what?
Why did you tell
Go
Gabby?
on, auntie, mama, whoever.
Because I've never seen him act like that. And that was just the word that had came. I've never seen him act like that. Ever. I've never even heard of him acting like that. And I've known him his whole life.
When he came up to the doorway holding the firearm, what did you do?
I just remember what y'all saw me. I chose not to look at it. I just was trying to diffuse it. And I know there was some profanity from me.
Do you recall what you said to her?
I don't remember what they were saying. I don't. I'm just being honest.
What location is that in?
This location is at Gabrielle's mom's house where she was residing at that time, I believe.
I think that's his auntie.
Beyond this incident, did you ever observe any other altercations personally?
Yes.
And in those observations, they happen at your house or somewhere else?
One at my house on Mother's Day. And so I put her out and she was banned from my house because I didn't like the behavior. I didn't like the words. And so when she came to see him and drop the baby off, she would have to park. I didn't even want her in my driveway. So that was an incident that occurred at my house. And then another incident occurred at his house while I was there. And they were arguing and she told him she was gonna.
Now tell me what she said.
Yeah.
What you observed.
They were just arguing.
Although you were here testifying from, at the state subpoena, you still care for your son.
Absolutely. And Gabrielle as well.
Well, that's his mom. That's his mom. You're right. Okay. You sure that's his mom? I don't know. I've lost. Hey, Miss Betty.
Morning, Ms. Gates.
Good morning, ma'am.
Gates, do you recall about when Gabby came into your life and when she came into your son's life?
I met Gabrielle probably about 2015. And do you want me to? Okay. How I met Gabrielle, she was, her and my niece were friends and her little sister and my niece's little sister were like best friends. So that's how I met her.
And do you know when or approximately when your son and they started dating?
I remember the exact date.
Tell me about it.
It was not the date, but the month. It was one of my niece, like my grandniece or great niece or whatever you call them. It was her daughter's second birthday. Her first birthday was actually held at that home, Gabrielle's home. But the second birthday was held at my niece's apartment. And Lamonte Deshaun Lewis, that defended my son, he had just come back home from a contract that he had throughout the southeastern United States, installing carpet and things like that. And he and Gabby just kind of gravitated toward one another. And I didn't, because she had a baby that was 3 months old at the time, Haven. But that's when they started, dating. And it was in June or July of 2016.
How would you, and have you, so since 2016 through 2020, had you had occasion to be around them throughout their relationship?
All the time.
Would you describe their relationship?
They seem to be fine for a good while. I know they lived together for some years. He got, he was a truck driver, so he makes really good money. So he had purchased, he wound up building a home for them. They only lived there about 5 months before the incident. But prior to that, he had got a 1-bedroom. And then she told him that her mom was putting her out. So he went to the leasing office and they gave him, he traded that into a 3-bedroom. And so her and him and her first son and my grandson, they all lived together as a family. He would take them on vacations. He took them on trips. He took the boys to the beach, zoo, just whatever. It was a really good life, like the American dream type life, because he can afford that. So everything seemed fine to me. Every now and again, all couples have disputes, so that
You have to wait,
was
Jay.
going on. But when they had
I want to
disputes,
talk while now.
it was
Give her
always
lunch, we'll
about
explain it to you.
some type of infidelity on her end. And just like the incident with the video that he and I and my grandbaby wind up seeing, you know, that it would just be little things like that he felt that she was doing things that a mother shouldn't do in front of the kids.
So now you've described some of the good moments, the vacation and those
Mhm.
things,
And
but-
vacations and holidays.
Right,
Yes.
but tell the jury about, some of the other things and I don't want you to get into specifics, but sort of, how would you characterize the other side of their relationship? Is it fair to say it was rocky?
Yes, that's a good word,
Up
Rocky.
and down?
Mm-hmm.
One day they're together, one day they're not together.
It may not be one day, like they may be together for months and nothing, and then here's something, then they back together, and
And
so
that happened for a period of time, right? It wasn't just one day.
no.
Now, in the video that we saw two children there. Who are the two children we saw?
The children are Haven, which is her first son, and the one that was holding the sippy cup is my grandbaby, Lamont,
And that's Lamont,
Monte's son.
his biological son.
Yes.
Haven is. his
A
son.
previous relationship she was in.
And we saw, and then we saw Gabby at the door, right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And what would you all call her? Gabby or?
We do call her Gabby.
We saw your son with gun, right? In that video?
I didn't look at it, but
You were there. Did he have a gun?
I believe so.
Okay. Did your son carry guns before?
Uh,
Have you?
this was April of 2019, right? Yeah, yes. He's a licensed carrier. He is.
So it wasn't just unique on one day that he gets out of the car with a gun.
No.
He would carry a gun.
Yeah,
Was
that's
allowed to
correct.
Do that.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you described an incident that was at your house on Mother's Day.
Yes.
Would you walk us through, you've told us about different locations that they've lived in. Would you walk us through, from what you observed, where were they living at different times? So were they
Okay.
ever both living at your house?
No.
Okay.
But they did reside at her mom's house.
And is that the Diane Drive address?
That's correct.
Okay. And for a time, your son was living there?
Living there.
Okay. And then there was a one-bedroom apartment that you said he had at one point. Was she living there with him at
Yeah.
one point?
Yes, she was.
With Haven?
Yes, and Lamont.
And then at some point, they got a 3-bedroom apartment.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
The two of them with the 2 children are living there.
Yes, ma'am.
And then after the 3-bedroom apartment, he then gets the house.
He came back to my house and she went back to her mom's.
Okay.
And a few months later, he went in, had the house built.
And at that point, or at some point thereafter, did she live there? Or stay
Yes,
there?
yes, she did.
This is the defense speaking. This
Yes,
is not
ma'am.
prosecutor's defense. Prosecution was first.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you redirect on those new subjects?
Ms. Gates, how?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did she live at the apartment with him? The house that was built?
The home that was built, they both were there about 5 months. I think she maybe left a week or two before this incident.
If we're sharing again States Exhibit 22 at the 15-second approximately mark, can you look behind you and describe what it is that your son is holding in his hand?
I do see
A
a
gun.
weapon in his, that's his left hand.
And what
Mhm.
type of weapon is he holding?
I don't know, ma'am. It looks like a handgun to me.
Thank you, nothing further.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, can this witness be excused? Ms. Charles?
Okay.
Your Honor, the cell will call. Yes,
You can be excused. You can sit down, ma'am. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Do you have another witness ready? All right, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, cell will call Lorante Lewis.
Durante Lewis. That's another family member.
Judge, is it possible for a quick?
Absolutely. All right, let's take 5. Y'all know how to hit the light when you all are ready to go.
All right, here.
Okay, they're taking a 5-minute break from the jury.
And to the juror, just raise his hand. Can you remind us your number?
38.
Juror 38. All right, Ms. Charles, if you'd rather do your Zoom witness now, and you want to call that instead, now that you've got some time to set up the Zoom, feel free. And just for the purposes of the record, as I understand it, and I've been informed, the state is planning to call Letitia George at some point today, and that direct and cross-examination is going to be conducted over Zoom. And so, Mr. Gardner, you have no objections under Uniform Rule 9.1 and 9.2? All right, understood.
May we go through?
Absolutely. We're in recess for 5 minutes. And Ms. Charles, just let us know when you've got your witness in the waiting room so we can let her in.
All right, we do not know the facts of this case, guys. Those are coming in. We just started watching this case. So we're a little bit more knowledgeable because we saw the first part, right? But as far as what the case is about, we don't know what he's being charged with.
She says there's no time for that. But do you have an extra jump drive? Not with
Yeah,
you.
everything they're saying.
So you're gonna have to call Levante later. Is that okay? Because the CD is not working. Can I see the CD? None of these. No, this fucking we can fix it later. This
Hold on, I'm gonna go on.
Okay.
I'm going to Odyssey to see what he's being charged with.
So sorry, that's not good spot.
I'm gonna put the headphone on.
No,
Like,
I'm sure you put it out of the business record.
Oh.
I could have said this. I already sent it. Oh, my bad. I was good. Okay, I got it.
You didn't do well.
There's no 12. Letitia George. Whoa, gotta get on this.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's for authentication. Okay.
Can you see it? Will come to order.
Okay.
What's up?
You did that?
Oh, does that interfere with it?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Do you think you're switching the order around, Miss Charles, or
Oh,
what?
she's in the waiting room.
She's in the waiting room. All right, and the name?
Letitia George,
Miss George,
and that's L. George.
L. George. And if we go ahead and admit her, and I guess we're going to pull her up on the screen here. L. George. All right. And we'll go ahead and pull her up on the screen and do a little sound check before we bring back the jury. And before we go back on the record.
Hello.
Miss George.
Hi there.
All right. If you could just hang tight, and I think we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
so we'll be with you shortly, okay?
Thank you.
Are there any exhibits that we're going to have to be
Um,
going back and forth with her on?
no, we're just playing what's already been tendered.
Okay.
There's one demonstrative that they would ask her to use. Bring across.
How's she going to be able to see it? You're just going to share your screen?
Okay, let's see.
Have we tested that? And here's
Miss
the,
Judge, good morning.
this is the other issue. If you're having her authenticate it by screen sharing, the jury's going to see it before it's properly admitted, right? So is there something that we can just agree is authenticated?
This is a demonstrative of a map. We're not turning it into evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay.
Any objections to, okay.
No objection.
I think demonstratives are still supposed to be authenticated before we show them to a jury. They're not admitted as evidence. They're admitted as a demonstrative, just the song and dance. But there's no objection, so we can just do it that way. I don't think you need to worry about authentication if there's no objection from the witnesses. All right. So anything else you need to test out with her?
She said she could hear clearly. That's correct.
Okay. And can she see the screen? Miss George, are you still with us? You can go off mute. Stay
Yes,
off mute.
I am.
Okay.
Did you see the exhibit or the map that they showed you for a moment?
Yes, I saw a map briefly. I don't
Okay.
see it now, but I did.
And we approach the floor. You got it.
Okay, it's back up.
Fulton County 911.
Hey Stephanie, I'm sorry, I was busy trying to get this headphone together. We're watching a case with Mr. Lewis, state of Georgia versus Mr. Lewis, Lamonte de Lewis. What he's being charged for it, I'm trying to get the information now. We came in the middle of the of a testimony. We don't know, but we saw some altercation, conversation with him and his girlfriend, baby mama, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know.
Okay, so that's still an issue. But in terms of concealing at the scene, I wonder if that's still something the parties can actually.
They're on a 5-minute break. The jury just stepped out. They're trying to get their communication, technology together so they can have the jury to see the witness. The witness is on Zoom.
That's not on it.
Okay.
Correct. That's why you're gonna know.
Yes.
No.
They still don't have it together, y'all. They got it muted right now. Guys, I wanted us to take a trip to a parole hearing, but you guys are stuck here. We're gonna travel around the world.
Let's go back on the.
Well, we're back.
Back on the record, and we had the waiver of 9.2, I think, already. So I think we're ready for the jury now. So we can bring in the jury.
Did I start over? No, I did not start over.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Members of the jury, as I think was explained to you in opening, there's a lot of logistical things that go into a trial. And while you were gone, as I understand it, the state intends to call a different witness than the one they originally announced. And so, state, if you could re-announce your next witness.
And the state will call Letitia George, and she'll be joining us via Zoom.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give to court is the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name.
Letitia George.
Good morning, Ms. George.
Hi, good morning.
Tell the jury currently where you live, what city?
Pine Mountain.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Pine Mountain?
Almost a year next month.
And where did you live previous to that location?
In the city of Atlanta. And then prior to that in College Park, tied to this case.
Okay. And what was the address that you lived back in 2020 that's tied to this case?
5090s. I'm sorry, I've got to give you an old address. 4597 Creekside Cove, Atlanta, Georgia, 30349.
And relative to the incident location, where was your house?
So I lived in the Creekside Cove subdivision, which is adjacent to the street of the incident.
Okay. And what's the next where you to the incident, to your house?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Where it's Creekside Drive near Pullen Road?
Yes, you can access the subdivision from Pullen.
Okay. I'm showing you what has been agreed upon as an aerial map of the location.
Okay, I'm able to see.
Okay. How many doors down would you estimate that you lived at the time to the Diane Drive location?
Apologize. So the way the house is positioned, the back of our house is parallel to the backyard of a house that sits across the street from the house where the incident was. So essentially, I would say about 300 yards or so, give or take.
Okay. And how did you become involved with this incident?
I came involved primarily through me calling 911 from me hearing the gunshots and reporting what I saw and heard.
How did you come to hear the gunshots?
Watching TV, and my window was open in my bedroom, which faces the house where the incident occurred. And while watching TV, heard the gunshots and the car screeching off. And from there, called 911 and additionally drove over to the scene just to further advise the officers of what I saw and heard.
At home?
Yes, I was at home, but
And
I did drive. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, were you alone at home that night?
No,
Were
I
you
was
by
not
yourself?
at home. I was not alone. My family was there, my husband and 2 daughters.
Okay. And once you called 911, what did you do next?
After calling 911, then I got dressed, got in my vehicle and drove out of the subdivision to the street into the house where I heard and saw a vehicle speed off from. And that's where I saw a gentleman laying in a driveway in a pool of blood, and 2 women who came out to assist.
Okay. Published in Now states Exhibit 8, which is previously tendered into evidence. This exhibit is 1 minute and 30 seconds approximately in length. This table playing the first 47 seconds only.
Fulton County 911, what is the address of the emergency?
I'm not sure of the address. There's 3 across from us, but we hear multiple gunshots.
Oh, okay. What's the closest cross street or closest?
So what street is Poland Lane, Scarborough Road area. We live in the Creekside Cove neighborhood, but we can see the house from our master bedroom. And there's 2 cars out there. Another car just sped off. Someone's out there screaming, and it was several gunshots.
Did you see what the car looked like by chance?
I have to ask my husband. He just went downstairs. He's the one who looked out the window before me. He just went downstairs.
Ms. George, could you put a number on the multiple shots that you heard?
Yes, I would say more than 4 to 5, but I would say less than 10.
Okay. And once you arrived in the driveway, you said the 2 females in the driveway. What happened next?
I
It's
rolled
a
my window
murder
down
case,
because they
y'all. It's
were
a murder case.
screaming, obviously hysterical at what happened and transpired. And so I rolled my window down to inform them that I already contacted the police.
Okay. Did you observe anything else while on scene?
I left after that and went back home, but I was called back to the scene.
Okay. And who called you back to the scene?
An officer. I do not recall the name.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
Okay, I'm going to tell y'all the charges that he has.
No question for you, Your Honor.
All right, can Miss George be excused? Ms. Charles?
Yes, Your Honor.
He
All
has,
right, thank you, Miss George. You can log off now. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
he has a murder, a criminal attempt.
State may call its next witness.
Murder, felony murder.
Call Lorante Lewis.
Hold on. Felony murder. He has aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. He has criminal damage to property, possession of a firearm, a knife.
Someone calling for him?
Aggravated assault. He has
Okay.
8 charges, y'all. 8 charges. Well, they dismissed 1. He has 7.
State and spell it. Lorante Lewis, Lauruntae, Lewis, Lewis.
Mr. Lewis, good morning.
Good morning.
Tell the jurors how you related to the parties in this case.
Lamonte is my brother.
And prior to the incident that brings us here today, did you live with Lamonte Lewis?
Off and on.
And what addresses did you stay with him?
3955 Jeffrey Drive and 3526 Ebb Circle.
And how long were you at the Ebb Circle location?
I was over there pretty much all of November and December of 2019. Some of January 2020. And some of March 2020.
And while you lived there, who else lived there with you?
My brother, the kids, and Gabrielle Gore.
How long did Gabrielle Gore stay at that location?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure to be exact how long she stayed there.
Would you say she stayed there consistently, or she spent nights, multiple nights in a row?
More consistent than not.
Were you aware that at the Ebb Circle location, your brother was equipped with video cameras inside of his home and outside?
Yes.
I am showing you states 52, 52A, and 52B, which are pursuant to this certification from the Vivid provider for the security system. Prior to testifying, did you have an opportunity to look at some videos that were captured at the Ebb Circle location?
Yes.
When you looked at those videos, did they fairly and accurately depict the incidents captured on that video on the night of March 28th of 2020?
Yes.
Did the videos appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No.
You know, this I'm still moving to the record, states 52, 52A, and 52B.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Playing first 52. First 52A. Mr. Lewis, tell me what you recognize the scene that's depicted on the screen behind you. Where was that?
That's the address that we were just talking about.
Okay, and what is in the driveway of that address?
A car.
A car.
And whose car is that?
I believe that's my brother's car.
Playing now 52A? Yes. Playing the first 7 seconds of 52A? Can we stop right here for a minute? Mr. Lewis, stopping at minutes at the 6-second mark first. Who is that in the video?
That would be my brother,
And what is your brother's name?
Lamonte.
Thank you. And going on to 7 seconds. Mr. Lewis, what is it that your brother is holding in his hands as he walks into the house?
Could you rewind it?
He had guns. He had guns.
What is
Oh, you
that?
waiting on me?
Yes, sir.
Can you clear it up?
You get to the 7-second mark?
Guns. Got 2 guns.
Appears to be a cell phone and 2 firearms.
Playing now states 52B.
I was saying, I saw 2 guns. He ain't playing. He got 2 guns, y'all. Not one, but two.
What do you recognize states 50?
This will be inside of the house.
And who do you recognize inside of that video?
He a big
Right now, I can see me and my brother.
And where are you positioned in relation to your brother?
I'm across next to the stove wearing a blue shirt.
His brother's big, isn't he, y'all? That dude big.
What is your brother wearing?
A white t-shirt and some shorts.
And what does he have in his hand?
Phone. A phone.
Either a cell phone or a tablet.
Okay. And playing states 52B in its entirety?
How much people in that house, isn't it? He got cameras everywhere, don't he? The whole house is being monitored.
During the course of this video, what does your brother appear to be doing?
Objection, speculation.
Ms. Charles?
What is your brother doing?
I think the objection still stands. I was wondering if you wanted to respond to that objection.
I'll just rephrase.
Okay, we'll try that.
What do you observe your brother doing?
Looking at a phone.
Looking at something.
Okay. As it relates to this incident, when for the first time did you learn about this incident? Directing your attention to March 28th of 2020? When for the first time did you learn about the incident?
Sometime after. I don't remember the exact time, but it was later that night.
Okay, yeah.
And once you learned about the incident, what did you do next?
But those just coming in.
I went to his home.
Okay. And is that the home on F Circle?
Yes.
And once you arrived at the home, what did you observe?
When I got there, his front door was wide open.
Is that usual or unusual?
Unusual.
What did you do next?
Went inside the home.
Who did you find inside?
No one.
When for the first time did you discuss this case with law enforcement?
I don't remember.
When you encountered law enforcement, do you remember what happened when you encountered law enforcement?
Somewhat, yes.
What happened? Can you describe that for the jurors?
It may have been, I don't remember the exact, but it was after the incident. I went over to his home to retrieve some of my clothing and some of my items that I had at his home while I was staying there. Coming out of the home, I was about to drive off, and the investigators pulled me over and took me out of the car.
What did they do next?
They took some of my weapons that I had on me at the time. They went through my bags and found my clothes. And they took me to the station and they just held me.
Can you describe the handguns that you had on you at the time? The make and models?
Yes. At the time, I had a 9mm Jimenez and a MPA 57 DMG.
They had a lot of guns, didn't they?
Once that interaction with law enforcement concluded, did you have any further interaction with law enforcement?
No, they gave me one of my weapons back and I was able to leave.
Because, you know,
Thank you.
they saw the gun.
Good morning, Mr. Lewis. How are you?
Well, Mr.
Good morning.
Gardner!
Good yourself?
That's
Fine,
Gardner,
well, thank
y'all!
you. So you stated on direct that at some point, maybe in November, December 2019,
sometime in January and March of 2020, you lived at the 3926 Ebb Drive address, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, at least from November and
That's Mr.
December,
Gardner.
Gabby and the
He was
kids
Nichols'
resided with
attorney
Mr.
too.
Lewis and yourself at the Ebb address, correct?
With Harvey.
Correct.
Okay, and during that time that y'all lived together, did you ever have a
There you
chance
go.
to witness their relationship between Mr. Lewis and Gabby?
Just everyday interaction.
What would be your opinion about their relationship?
Objection call for speculation.
I think he's established that he's witnessed it and he can opine. Overruled.
You can answer.
Seemed like a pretty normal relationship.
This is great. We get to see Gardner.
Did you ever witness any
I'm gonna
arguing
text
or
him and tell
fighting?
him, excellent job, y'all,
No.
when he finishes. Lativia, thank you. 11:11. Make y'all wish.
And at the time, were either one of you, were you working? Were you employed at the time?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, your brother employed at the time?
Yes.
And was Gabby employed at the time?
No.
I don't believe so.
That's why
I think she was in
messing-
school or something.
That's why she was messing with that man. He had his ding ding out masturbating. Oh Lord.
Have the court's indulgence. So let me ask you this, going back to their relationship status, as you observed when you all resided in the Ebb address in November, December 2019. You said their relationship was normal. By normal, let me ask you a better question. Was there up and downs in the relationship?
Not any that I could see.
Do you know if they were on and off again? You know, if the dynamic of the relationship, they together, then break up, get back together, break up?
Looked like they were together to me.
Why is that to you? Why did it look like they were still together?
She stayed there while she was in, he was working. She was in school. He took care of everything. He took care of the kids, his and hers. By that, I mean the child they have together and the child she had before.
Okay. That's Haven, the child that she had before she met Mr. Lewis, correct?
Yes.
And that's Lamont, the son that they have together, correct?
Yes.
So he had a jealousy rage and killed a man.
You
Allegedly.
stated that Mr.
Allegedly.
Lewis, he handled everything, he paid the bills, took care of the kids.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
None, Your Honor, thank
Can
you.
this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can sit down, sir. Thank you. State may call its next witness.
And still we'll call Jasmine Gore.
Jasmine Gore.
You swear affirm that the testimony should give the court.
My name is Winifred Gore, Winiford Gore.
Miss Winnie, do you have another name?
Winnie?
What's your first name?
Yeah.
What's your middle name?
Jasmine.
Thank you. What's your preferred name? What are you
Winnie.
called? Okay. Ms. Gore, how are you related to the parties in this case?
Gabby is my sister,
And is Gabby your older sister or younger sister?
my older sister.
How many sisters do you have?
2.
Directing your attention to March 28th of 2020, where did you live at the time? What's the address?
4660 Diane Drive, Atlanta, Georgia 30349.
And who did you live with at that location?
My mom and my sister and my nephews.
How did you come to learn about Lamonte Lewis?
That was my friend's cousin that used to live with us.
Did you know of Jamari Davenport?
Yes,
How did you know him?
through my sister.
How was Lamonte and Gabby related?
You said how are they related? That was her baby father.
On the night of March 20th of 2020, where were you?
In my room at home,
What were you doing?
just on my phone.
And while you were on the phone, what happened next?
I just was laying down and I heard gunshots outside. And then my sister came to the door screaming
How did you know there were gunshots?
because I could hear them.
And before your sister came to the door screaming, did you do anything before that?
I went to my mom's room because it was close to my window, so I wanted to get out my room.
And once you got out your room, what did you and your mom do next?
She ran to the door because my sister was banging on the door for us to open it.
And while she was banging on the door, what did you observe?
She was just screaming.
And did you observe anything happening in your driveway?
Yes.
What did you observe in the driveway?
Heard, and then I seen Jamari's Bobo's body.
Okay. Is Bobo a nickname for Jamar?
Yes.
Do you know Mr. Lamonte Lewis by a nickname?
Woody.
Okay. Woody? When you looked out the window, did you see the defendant in the driveway?
Yes.
What was he doing?
Well, I seen him when I was opening the door for my sister.
And when you opened the door for your sister, what did you observe?
Him running towards her with a gun.
And how was he holding the gun as you ran towards her?
He was holding it towards her like up.
Can you demonstrate for the juries what you saw?
He was just holding it that way. Running.
Could you put a little higher? Okay.
Pointed at her.
And
from behind.
Okay. So was her back facing him or was it facing you?
It was behind. I mean, she was facing the door, so he was behind her. Her back was towards him.
And what was your sister doing at the time?
She was trying to get in the door.
Okay. And who opened the door for her?
Me.
And what happened next?
She was just crying, and my mom called 911.
And after your mom called 911, did anything else happen?
They told us to go.
Pause for narrative.
Overruled. You can re-ask the question.
What happened next?
We went outside. They told us to do CPR, and I went out there with her.
Winnie, looking around the courtroom today, do you see the person that you described as Woody in the driveway?
I can't see.
You can stand up if you need a proper look.
Oh, yeah, right there.
Could you point to where he's sitting or standing and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's right there with a purple button-up shirt and a tie.
Is he to the left or the right?
He's to my left.
Okay, thank you. The record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case, Lamonte Lewis.
The record will so reflect.
Gabby, once you got out of the house and got to the driveway, what happened next?
We were just trying to do CPR. Okay. And he was screaming. Everybody was screaming.
And did that conclude your role in in this case?
Yes, I went in the house with my sister to comfort her.
Okay. All right. Nothing further from the state.
Hello, is it Winnie?
Yes.
Hey, Winnie, my name's Lamar Gardner and I represent Mr. Lewis. How are you?
Good.
So I just want to follow up on a few things. One thing that you stated on direct is that at the time of the killing, you were at home.
Yes.
In your room.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, your sister was banging on the door screaming.
Yes.
And you opened the door, correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you, did you open it quickly?
Yes.
And your sister rushed in?
Yes.
And so during that time, a short period of time, very quickly, you were able to see Mr. Lewis run towards your sister pointing a gun?
Yes.
About how long would you say it took you to open the door and close it?
Pretty quickly.
And it was dark outside that night,
Yes.
correct? Was there a lot of lighting?
Just the door. I mean the porch light.
And even though it was dark, and you opened the door and shut it quickly, you still saw
Yes.
Taylor.
That's an answer.
Overruled.
Overruled.
Do you remember, did you speak with a detective or investigator Moss about this incident back in 2020?
I'm not sure what the name was, but yes.
You stated on direct that, I'm sorry, you didn't state on direct. At what point during that night did you see Mr. Lewis? Or prior to the shooting?
He came to get my nephews.
About what time did he come?
I want to say about 4 or 5.
What did he drop? Were you there when he dropped them off? What time did he drop them off?
He came back around like an hour. So probably 6, 7.
And did you see Mr. Lewis when he,
Yes, he brought them in the house.
did y'all have an exchange? Did y'all speak?
Mm-mm.
Did Mr. Lewis appear angry?
Yes.
At any point you talked to anyone, detective, officer, regarding this incident, did you let them know when he came and dropped the kids off he was angry?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
You said you were familiar. Say you were familiar with Mr. Davenport?
I just met him twice.
Met him twice?
Yeah.
And you met him through
Through
your
my sister, yes.
And so at the time you met Mr. Davenport, what did you believe the relationship between him and your sister was?
They were just cool.
Cool. Just cool. Do you know how long they've known each other?
No.
Have you ever hung out with them together?
We just went to get food. That was about it.
So you said they were just friends. That means they were not boyfriend and girlfriend.
No, they weren't in a relationship.
They were not in a relationship?
Mm-mm.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
This witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Gore, you can step down. Thank you.
Okay.
State is ready. I'm going to call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Lawanda Gore.
Yeah.
My name is LaWanda Gore. My first name is Lewanda. Last name Gore, Gore.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Explain for the jurors how you're connected to this case.
I'm the mother of the young lady.
And what is her name?
That was Gabrielle Gore. That was a witness to the incident.
And are you currently employed?
I am not.
Where were you employed previously?
In that Department of Veteran Affairs, and I was in the military.
And in 2020, March of 2020, where were you working?
Department of Veteran Affairs in Tucker, Georgia, Henderson Mill.
And what was the typical hours?
8 to 4:30, but because of the traffic and where I lived, I always had to leave at least an hour and a half in the morning, and I had to account for that time in the afternoon. Sometimes an hour to 2 hours to get home.
And do you know the defendant in this case?
Yes.
How do you know the defendant in this case?
I first met his cousins and his auntie, because his cousin had lived with us, and that's how I think him and my daughter met.
Was there a time that the defendant lived with you at the Diane Drive location?
It wasn't a permanent fixture. It was around the time when my daughter, they got pregnant, and I wasn't there. So she needed somebody to take her back and forth because she was considered high risk. So every now and then he would stay to take her to her doctor's appointments and stuff like that. But other than that, it wasn't a full-time thing.
Okay. And what were your observations about their relationship?
Stressful.
What did you observe that you would consider to be stressful?
I guess the dynamics, because I could see that he was jealous, and then my daughter would be aggravated a lot about things he would say or something he would do.
And did you ever intervene in any of those tensions between them?
One of the incidents, I was at work, and he had visited the home, and they had apparently gotten an argument, and he wouldn't leave the house, so they called me at work. So while I was at work, I called 911, and when the officers came, my daughter, the phone, and they said, "What do you want us to do?" I said, "Can you just escort him out my house and he can't come back?" And that's what they did, because if not, they was going to lock him up.
Did he ever come back?
Eventually, later on, but it took a while before I allowed him back in my home, because that was a threat to my family and my household. Because we didn't have a male living with us. We were a house full of females.
And at the time at your location, did you have security cameras mounted on your house?
Yes, I had ADT, I had a Ring doorbell, and I had I want to say the fender cameras that was around the house, but those cameras didn't work. I don't know if a squirrel had chewed through the wires. Those cameras didn't work, so those weren't working. The Ring doorbell worked, and the ADT camera worked.
And were the people who live in the house aware that the videos worked or didn't work?
No, they just thought all the cameras was messed up. But they didn't pay attention to that. I paid attention to stuff like that.
And did there come a time when your daughter and the defendant stopped being in an active relationship?
Yes.
And when did that happen?
It happened a couple of times. It was off and on, but because of the child, it was off and on. And then she got to the point where a couple of incidents happened, and she said she was done with him, and she couldn't do it anymore. And I could tell that she was done, and she tried to stop talking to him.
And you say she tried, but what happened?
He came up with an agreement, which is understandable because they had a child, to co-parent. But I think in a way he used it to engage her, so he would always plan something for the child and for them to co-parent to go together. So he was always planning stuff so they could go somewhere together. But she would always take somebody with her, like one of the teenagers that was in the house would go with them. And one particular time, she went. I think they probably got in an argument. She didn't want to go any places anymore, so she started kind of backing off of them. They were still co-parenting, but not seeing each other as much.
Okay. I'm directing your attention to March 28th of 2020. Were you home that day?
Yes.
And where was Gabrielle throughout the course of that day?
She went with CJ. They were going to pick up a vehicle. So she went to drive one of them back. And I keep calling them Bobo, but Jamari went with them. So they rode together. And during the course of the day, Gabby would text me or let me know that he was trying to bother her. And so she just wanted me to be aware. And that was basically it. And she said that something wasn't right because she had blocked him. She had blocked him from her phone. And I think he was emailing her through her tablet. And so that's basically what happened that day.
Sure. During the course of that day, did you ever see the defendant come to your house?
Yes, he came to pick up my grandsons, one of them, which was his son.
Around what time was that?
I don't recall the time, but it was during the daytime because it was daylight towards the afternoon time.
And how long did he keep the son that he picked up?
Maybe 2 or 3 hours.
When he brought them back, was it still daylight or was it night?
It was night. It was in the afternoon. It was dark when he brought them back.
When he came to pick them up, did you have any interactions with him?
He was trying to find out where my daughter was.
What did you tell him?
That she just wasn't home. And that was it. And he was a little agitated because he didn't know where she was at.
And was that usual for you during your course of your observations?
Yes, but he wanted to keep track of her, basically. That's all it was. Keep track of her so he would know her whereabouts. I thought it was a control thing.
And when was the next time, after he dropped the children off that evening, when was the next time you saw him?
We were in the house, me, my daughter, and one of her friends was in the house, and we heard something that sounded like shots or fireworks, and we couldn't make it out, but it was real close. And we didn't think nothing of it. And we kept hearing it, and we got up and went to the living room, the front of the house. And by the time we got to the front of the house, it had stopped. But we saw my oldest daughter, Gabrielle, running towards the house. So we had to hurry up and let her in. If we open this, I have a big window there, so you can open the blind and see right there at the front of the house. And she was running to the door and frantic. So we opened her and let her in, and she just broke down crying and started saying that the incident happened.
Okay.
And she fell on the floor crying.
And when you looked at as Gabby's coming in quickly, what did you observe behind Gabby, if anything?
She basically let us know that he was coming back for her. So we hurried up and got her in the house. And when we got her in the house, we kind of got away from the door, but we still could see the door. And my door has like an oval glass pane where you can actually see a silhouette or a person standing outside the door with the wood going around it. So she said he was coming back for her. And when we looked at the door, he was standing at the door.
How long did he remain standing at the door?
It seemed like a long time, but it could have been 10 to 15 seconds. He didn't stay there that long, but it seemed like a long time to us. But we didn't know what he was going to do. But we tried to stay clear of the door in case he did anything when we found out it was a gun involved.
At what point did you go outside?
After a little while after he pulled off, because we had called 911 and they asked us to go out to check on the gentleman that was outside.
And did you go outside?
We went outside and we looked around the area because it was dark on the highway or the road in front of our house. And we went over to the side. Gabby me and my youngest daughter. My youngest daughter was on the phone and she kept walking up. She kept pacing back and forth. And I went to assess the situation of Jamari.
Your Honor, this time still will publish what's been previously tendered into evidence as State's Exhibit 7.
Fulton County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
We need a police officer at 4660 Diane Drive. There's been a shooting.
Okay, repeat the
There's
address.
been a murder out here, and I got it on my camera.
Repeat the address, please.
4660 Diane Drive.
Okay, what's the phone number you're calling from?
4660 Diane Drive, Atlanta, Georgia 30349.
Okay, what's your phone number? What's your phone number, ma'am?
It's 843-246-5981.
What's your name? Ma'am, what's your name?
Say that again.
What's your name?
LaWanda Gore.
Okay, Ms. Gore, is anybody hit?
He just shot him.
Okay, somebody shot?
Huh?
Somebody's been shot?
I can't hear you.
You said somebody has been shot, ma'am?
Somebody has been shot.
Okay, I'm starting the paramedics out there. I'll ask you a few questions first, all right?
And we know who did it.
He already knew who did it.
Huh?
Who's been shot?
What's Bobo's name? What's Bobo's name? What?
Ma'am, I need you to tell me who's been shot.
Say that again.
I need you to tell me who's been shot. We're starting the police and paramedics out there. I need more information.
It's just 5. I heard 5 shots.
Okay, did you see a person get shot?
Get back in the room.
Miss LaWanda, listen, talk to me. Did you see a person get shot?
Oh my God, lady, talk to the 911.
Miss Gore, I need you to talk to me.
Don't go out that door.
Miss Gore.
He's trying to get the information.
Okay, LaWanda, can you hear me?
Don't go out the door.
Oh my
I'm going to
lady, talk to 911.
Okay, LaWanda, listen, I need you to talk to me, okay? Can you tell me?
Oh my God.
I'm going. I can't tell the cops if you up here. I'm right there.
Talk to 911, lady.
Somebody get on her.
Okay, LaWanda.
No, he's doing his job, Angel. 911 is doing his job. That's what you're supposed to do. Get all the information out for them.
No.
I never worked for 911. My girlfriend worked for 911. They have to do that kind of stuff.
My daughter go out the store.
Okay, Miss LaWanda, listen, I don't want your daughter to go outside. I don't want anyone to go outside, but I need you to tell me who has been shot, where's the patient, and where's the person that shot them?
They should let somebody else get on the phone. They need to get information.
Yeah, he shot us in my driveway on the ground.
Okay, what kind of vehicle was Lamonte in? Okay, listen, LaWanda, listen, you got to give me this information. The officers are coming.
They have to clarify the information.
LaWanda, can you hear me?
I never worked for 911.
Okay, what kind
You
of
got to
vehicle was Lamonte
understand.
in?
You have to clarify
What
information.
was Lamont driving? What was he driving? Get Mark and take me. What was driving?
That's why they get somebody who's
Okay, LaWanda,
real
listen,
calm
take a
and
step back
give
from her. Take a step
information.
back from her and answer my questions if you can, okay?
My daughter is trying to go outside.
Okay, you said his name was Lamonte Lewis. Do you know what he looks like? LaWanda, listen. I understand you're trying to keep your daughter from going to the door, but I need you to tell me what Lamonte was in case he's in the area.
They should have got somebody that would be able to give the 911 person the answers.
The cop needs to know. Who? Lamont Lewis. What's his name?
Okay, what kind of car was he in?
Jamar Davenport. What else you need to know?
Okay, what kind of car was he in and what direction did he go in?
He left the driveway, went to the right, but I don't know what kind of car. I got to look at my ringer. in my camera.
Okay, but you have it on camera?
I don't want my daughter outside because she might come back.
Tell your daughter not to go outside. Tell her to stay where she is. We have help on the way. Now, you said the person shot is in the driveway. Can you tell me where he's been shot?
Okay. Okay. Dang. Come on, come on.
Okay, listen, Lawanda, listen. Can you tell me how many people have been shot?
Huh?
How many people have been shot?
Just one person.
Okay, one person. Okay, is he in a vehicle or is he on the ground?
Exactly, Angel. Now you get what I'm talking about.
Okay, listen, help is on the way. Is there anyone near him who can confirm if he's breathing?
My daughter is down there with him now. He won't move.
Okay, can your daughter tell me if he's awake and breathing?
Is he breathing, Gabby? Is he breathing?
Gabby sounds like she's
He's
screaming.
not breathing.
Okay, he's not breathing. Can you tell me where he's been shot?
He got shot in the front side because the blood is coming down from the front of his body.
Okay, what part of his
on
body was shot?
It had to be the upper part because he's bleeding for the upper part.
Okay, is it his chest, his head, what part of his body?
It's the upper part as far as I can see. The blood is coming from the top part of his body.
See, the mom is calming down now, so she's good. She's doing good now.
Mom, go back in the house. Go back in the house. Gabby, the police is on his way. No, ma'am.
Okay, listen, Lawanda. I'm sending the parents to help you now. I want you to stay in line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next, all right? Now,
okay.
Before I give you the instructions, I just want to confirm. Lamonte, the man who shot him, is no longer there, correct?
No, he left. It's on our camera. He said he's not breathing. Is he in the ambulance? Well, I know you already.
Yes, ma'am. The ambulance is already on the way.
He had to shoot through the window because he's still.
CMT, you acting up too. Come on now.
And I think he was trying to get my daughter too.
You have to have a question, Jay. You have to have questions because the question helps during cases.
Okay, he said he's the child father.
Oh my God, man is not there. He has to ask questions.
Okay, are you right by him now?
Go in the house. Yes, go in the house.
I know it seems stupid.
Okay, listen carefully. I want you to lay him flat on his back.
I know it seems stupid, y'all, but this is what they have to do.
Okay, Lawanda, listen. I understand we have help on the way, but since he's not breathing, we're going to go ahead and start CPR on him if we can. So I want you to go ahead and lay him flat on his back.
He's on the way. He's trying to help him.
Okay, man. Can your daughter hear me?
He shot him in the chest. He shot in the upper left chest.
Okay, upper left chest.
Upper left chest.
Is he breathing?
He shot on the upper left chest.
Okay, is he breathing?
No, he's not breathing.
He's not breathing?
I don't see his chest rising.
Oh, they already, JT, they already have the ambulance on the way. He said they was on the way already.
Say that again?
Are you able to get him?
Y'all already know, Fulton County. I'm gonna tell y'all.
His back is on the ground. He's turning his head down.
I want you to remove.
His whole mouth is blooded.
Okay, I want you to remove anything under his head.
There's nothing up under his head. Go back in the house. Go back in the house and take my in the house. Yeah. Move over. Move over. You don't have to leave him. Turn the tap off. They just got back to the house.
Okay, listen carefully. I'm going to tell you how to use chest compressions. Make sure he's flat on his back on the ground.
His back is on the ground. He's turned down.
Okay, now I want
the left side of his chest.
Okay, I want you to place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of his chest, right between his nipples.
Move! I need to get to him.
Okay, tell your daughter that we're trying to help him. Okay.
I need to get to him, Debbie.
Fulton County, something happened. People gonna really die already with them because they take forever to come.
And put your other hand on top of that hand.
We were talking about it the other day, CMT.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and start chest compressions. I want you to
Fulton County sucks. Don't live in Fulton County if you want to live.
Now I want you to let the chest come all the way up between pumps, and we're gonna do this 600 times or until help can take over. I want you to count out loud so I can count with you. Okay.
Can you say that? I can't hear. I can't hear.
Okay, listen, I want you to count out loud, and I'm going to count with you. I need you to do compressions at the rate I'm counting, okay?
Okay.
All right, you ready?
1,
2, 3, 4.
I can't hear.
1, 2, three.
Now she can't
four.
hear because the other
One,
people screaming in the
three,
background.
four. Okay, Lawanda, listen.
How
You
many
gotta do-
pumps you want me to give? I was in the military.
Okay, we're gonna do
Well,
600.
she was in the
and we're gonna
military.
do
Why
next
you
to
don't
three.
know
I'm gonna count
CPR
for a
yet,
second.
lady?
Count with me out loud if you can. So 1,
I can't
two,
hear the man
three,
on the phone.
4. 1,
She said she
two,
was in the military.
three,
They teach
four.
them
1,
CPR.
2, 3,
Two,
4.
three, four.
1,
1,
2, 3,
3,
4.
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2,
And
3,
ambulance still
4.
not there.
1,
Lord have
2,
mercy.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you're doing good. Just keep it that rate.
4. Huh?
Just keep it the rate you're going. Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2,
1,
3,
2, 3, 4. 1, 2,
1,
3,
2,
4.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's all right. You're doing great. You got to keep the pumps up. 1,
Exactly. The paramedics and police still not there, y'all. Still not there.
4.
3,
1,
4.
2,
1,
3,
2,
4.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2,
1,
3,
2,
4.
3, 4. 1,
3,
2.
4. 1, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Oh, I've
One,
definitely
two,
I've been
three,
trained with
four.
CPR for
One,
many
two,
years because I was a
three,
foster parent,
One,
and also
two,
I was a
three,
provider.
1, 2,
So that's why I'm a little bit different
two,
from you guys. I understand
one,
everything
two,
this
three,
EMS guy is
One,
talking
1,
about.
2,
3,
3,
4.
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2,
Yeah, and that's
3,
crazy.
4.
The
1,
ambulance
2,
is still not there.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
That's the
4.
key. Because remember,
1,
it's
2,
Sunday. They
3,
say he was
4.
shot in the heart, so they're
2,
trying to get the
3,
heart to
4.
still pump.
1, 2, 3.
That's what they're doing a
1,
compression
2,
for.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3,
Man, the ambulance
4.
still not there.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
Oh my God!
1,
Look how long they've been doing this.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
She's getting tired, y'all.
1, 2, 3.
No ambulance yet. Almost 12, 13 minutes.
3,
No ambulance.
2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Almost 13 minutes, y'all.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1. You said he
Still
was shot
no
in the face.
ambulance, y'all.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
4. 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I know you're tired, but you're doing a great job right now. We're doing as much as we can to help him until the paramedics get there, okay? 1, 2, 3. Lawanda, are you still there? Okay, it's all right. Lawanda, is the officer there with you?
Yeah, he's here now.
Okay, go ahead and talk to the officer.
Yeah,
We got help coming
almost
right behind them.
14 minutes.
All right, you did a great job.
He's trying to shoot my daughter.
Is she talking to the
He's
officer
trying to
now?
kill both of them. He's trying to kill both of them. He's trying to kill both of them. Go.
They're talking to her right now. That was it, y'all.
Ms. Go, do you need a minute?
She's crying. Look at her, y'all.
Do you need a minute?
Let's take I think at this point, members of the jury, we're reached
Lunchtime.
a point to break for lunch.
Lunchtime.
So let's reconvene at 1 o'clock. We've made a lot of progress. While you're gone, again, feel free to leave the building, but please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else or do any research about this case. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
All right.
Hey, Love T. Good morning. What day of this trial? This is day one. This is day one of this trial. We got it from the beginning. The only thing we missed was the opening argument, in which we're going to go back and try to listen to the opening argument while they're on lunch.
All right, and you can step down, and if we can see you back here at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock is when they come back from lunch. And we're going to go back to the beginning and watch.
All right, counsel, anything we need to take up before recessing for lunch from the state?
Never mistake, Your Honor.
All right, and from the defense?
No, Judge.
Okay, let's come back together and maybe discuss it around 12:50-ish the afternoon. All right, we'll be in recess until 12:50.
Okay, y'all. What we're going to do, we're going to go to the beginning. Let me go to the beginning so we can get a chance to see what happened in the beginning of the case. Hold on a second. All right, so we're going to go to the beginning. All right, this is day one, and they get ready to do the beginning. All right, here we go. Guys, you can hold your questions, and we're going to go to the beginning. We just started watching this along with you guys. This is a case of the state of Georgia versus Lamonte D. Lewis. Lewis. And this is a murder case, and we're going to go ahead and hear the opening argument from both sides, okay? This happened back in March 28th, 2020. All right.
You're next. Just how this defendant shot and killed Jamari Davenport in front of him. Jamari Davenport was a friend of Gabrielle Gore. This defendant and Gabrielle Gore share a child in common. And for a couple of years, there was a relationship. It began well, as most relationships do, but over the course of time, tension began to arise. There were multiple instances where they would break up and they would try to make it work. Break up, try to make it work. But by the end of 2019, December into early January, they were already off. Gabrielle had communicated clearly she was done. She was going to get off the roller coaster and she was going to move on. And so they reached sort of an impasse. They would co-parent because, again, they have a child in common.
Oh, so she was seeing both guys at the same time. Is that what she was doing? Okay, sorry.
And the evidence will show Gabrielle thought co-parenting at a minimum would work. And all the things that happened between them in the past would stay in the past. But that wasn't to be. Because although Gabrielle was done, he wasn't done. And so what transpired on the evening, approximately 9:34 p.m. at 4660 Diane Drive, Atlanta, Georgia, here in Fulton County, this defendant shows up to her location. But how did he get there? Well, the evidence will show earlier that day, he's texting and communicating with Gabrielle Gore. He wants to know, where are you? Drop me your location. Who are you with? Why aren't you answering your phone? Well, the evidence will show that Gabrielle Gore, her friend, CJ as she calls him, formal name is Kaylin Askew, and the deceased, Jamari Davenport, had gone up to Thompson, Georgia that day. They left about 1 p.m. because CJ was going to get a car. CJ didn't have a car of his own, and he was going to get one from family members up in Thompson, Georgia. And so they got a rental, this truck. And they rented it from Enterprise. And they went to Thompson, Georgia as a threesome. While in Thompson, Georgia, Gabby's phone is going off. Repeatedly. At one point, Gabby puts her phone on do not disturb. She may be interacting with friends. However, on the way back down, he's still, where are you? And so Gabby says, we're on the way back. And Gabby is dropped off in this driveway at 4660 Diane Drive. Jamari Davenport is in the driver's seat. Gabby's in the passenger seat. And CJ is in the Pontiac behind the Chevy because they're dropping Gabby off. The evidence will show that CJ and Jamari lived together. And so they were going to make their way home. And we believe the evidence will show that not even 5 minutes after the twosome, the two vehicles pulled up into that driveway, this defendant pulls up right behind them and blocks in the car, the burgundy Pontiac. And then he walks. Gets out of his car, hands in his pocket, and he walks. The evidence will show, as I mentioned earlier, the cell phone records. Gabrielle's cell phone will show that about 4:52 p.m. UTC time, and we'll explain the difference between UTC and EST and how that converts. He's texting her. Your sister and mama said they don't know where you're at.
Uh-oh.
From 4:52 p.m. UTC -4 to approximately 9:22 p.m. UTC -4, he is asking for the location.
No, the one she's living with, the one that's on trial is the one that was looking for her. The baby daddy's in the car with her. The first child's father is in the car. That's the ex she's with. The current one is the one looking for her, the one she lives with. Remember the one that was in the house and he's looking at the phone? Well, the little boy was looking at the video. The mom let the little boy use her tablet, and then the tablet was some guy masturbating, and that set him off. Okay, so he doesn't trust her anymore. Okay, the one he's with. Okay, so the baby father killed the other. No, she got two baby daddies. All right, so the guy. Okay, let me go back. Sorry.
At 9:22, he says, I've been calling you, bro.
She did not move on,
Follows
JT.
up.
JT.
Shit, not even
JT got it mixed up. The one, you said she moved on. No. The one that was killed with her is the old baby daddy. That's the one she no longer with, but she was with him to get a car for the other person, CJ. You get it? The one that did the shooting, the murder, is the one she's with right now. That's the one, the big guy. They bought a house together and all that. Blah 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 blah. That's the one with the baby. Okay. She was still with the other one, even though they're supposed to be co-parents, and she was still doing things with it. I don't know if that's the one that they showed the ding ding, the masturbation guy. I don't know if that was him. Okay. She's still hanging with both guys. That's all I'm gonna say. She's still hanging with both guys. It's not funny, but I'm just saying I'm trying to get JT on the board.
At 5:52 p.m. UTC, Gabrielle did text back. And here's what she says. You question me like we still date. You try to control my life and situations like we still date. And he responds about a minute later. And you're right, bro. We're not together anymore.
Oh, she wasn't together with him either.
Oh,
she wasn't with neither one of them.
We're not together anymore. So Gabrielle didn't need to tell him where she was. She
You're right.
needs to account for her whereabouts. They're not together anymore, by his own admission.
She's not together with neither one of them. Sorry, my bad.
And
I thought she was still with that one. They say they were living together.
Gabrielle comes home. Less than 5 minutes later, Jamari Davenport is dead in her driveway. And after, he put 16 entry wounds into the body.
16. Dang.
16. points the gun to Gabby and says, "You're next." And while he's doing that, not only he says you're next, he runs to his car, opens the door, and retrieves a second handgun.
Whoa, another gun?
And then chases her to the door of 4660 Diane Drive.
Dang.
And how do we know the defendant was lying in?
Oh, she moved out 2 weeks before the shooting?
Gabby's
Okay.
home. We believe the evidence will show the cell phone records. Cell phone records converted to UTC shows right around 9/11, multiple consecutive calls back to back to back. Remember I said Gabby's phones on Do Not Disturb. She doesn't want to talk to him, but he's insistent. He's not going to let this go. And the cell phone records places him about 2 miles from Gabby's house at 5165 Welcome Park Road here in Atlanta, Georgia, 349. 2 miles down the road. He's still calling. And then, after the incident, his cell phone pings on the cell phone towers again. This time, it's pinging at the tower closest to his house.
I hope he's not saying he's not guilty, y'all.
526 F Circle, here in Fulton County, Georgia, 303. And depending on which road you take, depending on which route you travel, that's about 18 minutes of Gabrielle Gore's book home. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that night when Jamari Davenport lay cold and bleeding in that driveway, there was only one aggressor. The evidence will show there was only one gun that was discharged. The evidence will show there was only one shooter. This defendant, there was only one person who said, "You're next." There was only one person who walked down to his car to retrieve a second firearm. There was only one person who walked up casually to the Chevy where the windows were rolled up. And as Gabby exits quickly, he raises his handgun 9mm and shoots twice, bang, bang, breaking the glass.
Ooh.
He reaches in and he empties the clip.
Mm.
What he didn't know, however, is that Gabrielle's mother had a camera in the driveway.
Mm.
He didn't know that. Because you see, back in the early stages of their relationship, he lived with them at that house. And the evidence will show that everyone thought the cameras were no longer functioning. The evidence will show, however, that he was that.
I don't think he cared about the camera.
And the moment of Jamarian's untimely death was captured on video. And you see the defendant standing to the right. Jamarian is in the driver's seat.
I
Defendant is standing
agree.
right here.
Crime of passion,
Gabby
right
has
there.
exited. CJ, their friend, and his roommate is in the Pontiac just before. And that white car blocking them all in. And he unleashes Jamari. Didn't see it coming. Couldn't do anything to stop it. It happened so quickly. Barely had time to react before he was dead. And for what? As the evidence comes out, we ask you to carefully consider the charges that the state has presented. We summarized the charges yesterday, and I would like just to remind you, you'd be asked to consider 8 counts in this case.
Told you I
First
had
count
8
will be
count.
for murder. Malice murder. And malice is not something that is ill will or hatred. When we will, as the trial unfolds, we'll explain a little bit more what malice is. It is that abandoned and malignant heart. And with that malice aforethought, he caused the death of Jamari Davenport by shooting him with a handgun. And then the state also charged him with criminal attempted commitment because when you look at all of the steps he took that night, you look at his intentions before, during, and after, we believe the evidence will show that Gabby was absolutely next.
But you know what it is too, y'all? Let me tell you. She was probably telling him that she was no longer with that guy, because when he saw that video, remember when the little child had the video and they had the argument? The little boy was looking at the video of the man masturbating. Y'all, I don't know, some of y'all missed that part. Where the man was masturbating on the video, the little boy was looking at it, and they saw it, the mama saw it and everything. That's when the rage started. That's when the rage started. You have that on your tablet? You let your child look at the tablet and you got some guy masturbating on a tablet? Lord have mercy. That man saw red. That man saw red with That man saw red.
Banging on the front door and being let in very quickly by his sister and mother who were inside of him. And count 3 felony murder, that by committing the crime of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which is having the handgun on or within arm's reach of himself, the defendant, he caused the death of another, therefore, there is felony murder count. The difference between the two is one count.
That was the other guy's child.
One crime is not. And the state's position is that the defendant did all of this. Right? All of his actions that
Yes, one child with her, and then the other guy has a child with her.
Counts for felony murder, breaking the glass of the truck deliberately to cause the death of Jamari Davenport. And then we talked about aggravated assault, which is the predicate act for the felony counts in counts 3, damaging the vehicle in the first degree, criminal damage in the first degree. And then he did all of this while in possession of a firearm. The evidence will show that he was in possession of 2 firearms. And so we come to the point where you're going to hear testimony. You're going to hear testimony from a variety of witnesses. There will be the lay witness testimony who are going to come and tell you what they saw, what they heard, what they observed.
Thank you,
And we'll
Angel.
start with the mother of Mr. Davenport. And she will tell you a little bit about her son, a little bit about who he was in life. And then as far as the lay witnesses go, you will hear from the people who were in the residence.
Yeah, he took care of both kids. He bought her a house and everything.
I'm sorry, Gabrielle's mother, Miss Gore.
Well, my thing was
as Gabrielle.
I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I don't know.
He will tell you how the day unfolded and what he observed as he was parked in his car behind the truck.
I don't know.
You will hear from the neighbor. The neighbor in the adjacent subdivision. Who called 911, who heard the shots because her window was open. It was so loud, she could hear from the adjacent apartment. And also hear the neighbor directly across the street also called 911, as well as the homeowner, Miss Gore. There were multiple 911 calls that night because everybody heard the commotion that was going on in the driveway. And you'll hear from law enforcement. We'll hear from the first responding officer, Avery Bragg. Avery Bragg will tell you that he was about 4 minutes away on another call. And so he got to the scene pretty quickly. The evidence will show that Mr. Bragg was equipped with his body on camera. When he got on scene, he captures the scene as it was in the aftermath of this. And you will see a portion of the camera. You will hear from the detectives. There were some assistant detectives in this case, and there's a lead detective in this case. And the lead detective did a number of investigative tasks, including obtaining video. Video, not just from Diane Drive, but video from F Circle. And in those videos, what you see is this defendant entering his home holding 2 handguns. You will hear from some professional witnesses in this case.
Judge, cover your mouth.
We want to educate you a little bit about domestic violence and what that looks like for intimate partner relationships, because I believe the evidence will show domestic violence is not a spectator sport. And so you'll hear from our experts who explain what that typical cycle looks like. And you will hear from the medical examiner, Dr. Henniger. Dr. Henniger will explain the trajectory, the cause, and manner. And we'll also present an analysis of the cell phones, an analysis of Gabrielle's cell phone, and you'll hear from Samantha Gash, who did a forensic report. And we'll present some of those text messages to you so you can see, word for word, in their own words, what was going on in the lead up to this tragic death. And as you consider all of the testimony of the witnesses, we want you to bear in mind some key principles involved. I will tell you a little bit more about what those principles are, but just in brief, you will be asked to consider circumstantial versus direct evidence. And direct evidence is all the things that are tangible, what you can see, hear, touch, feel. And circumstantial evidence are what we can infer based on the totality of the circumstances. An easy way I like to explain it is you're at home and you're hearing a thundering on your roof, you step outside and it's wet. Could somebody have come up to your roof, beaten a drum, taken a hose, and sprayed your front yard? Maybe. Plausible? Maybe. But is it reasonable? I submit to you that it's not. The more reasonable conclusion is that there was a thunderstorm and it rained. And that is a circumstantial evidence. You didn't see it happen, but based on your common sense and reason, you come to a conclusion that speaks the truth to the circumstances. And you will hear from additional professional witnesses, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, analysts who did particularly the DNA testing and the ballistics. DNA, Ms. Hines and Ms. Bagwell will present to you, and they're both named Emily, by the way, it's interesting, that when officers went and executed a search warrant at this defendant's home, they found that white Kia inside of the garage. And not only was it damaged and showed evidence of being impacted by that burgundy Pontiac, when they walked around on the door handle was smears. And when they tested those smears, it came back to be blood. And when they compared the blood to known samples in this case, the blood matched Jamaria. When the ballistics report came back, when officers and the crime scene technicians come on scene and they collect the physical evidence, they do their scans, they do a 3D rendering of the scene. When the medical examiner does his autopsy, finds projectiles inside of the body of Mr. Davenport, all of that is compared to a handgun. But how did he get the handgun? The evidence will show that this defendant contacted an attorney. And with the, accompanied by the attorney, he turned himself in to the law officer. Turned the two guns. Those two guns were compared to the bullets in the projectiles recovered. The evidence showed there was a match. Now, the defense will address you next, and they'll present to you a theory of their case. I expect that their theory will be different to the state's theory of the case, and that's why we're opposite sides of the V. But I ask you to listen, to take a look, and to use common sense and reason. Because when you do so, the state is confident that you will come to a verdict that speaks the truth to this situation. And I also say this disclaimer, as the state is putting up its case in chief, we have the burden. Sometimes we may go out of order with the witnesses. We like to go linear from top to bottom, but based on scheduling and other concerns, we may have to call a witness, one witness before the other. So I ask you to be patient. Wait till the end. It will all come together. And the evidence will show that this defendant is guilty of murder, guilty criminal attempt to commit murder, guilty of felony murder, guilty of second count of felony murder, guilty of aggravated assault to commit aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, criminal damage in the first degree, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, that's count 7, and count 8, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. The evidence will show he is guilty on all counts. Thank you.
Wait a minute. You said, I stepped away for a second. You said that his fingerprints was on the defendant's car, the guy that died? How did his fingerprint get on the guy's car?
Member of the jury. You are about to participate in one of the most fundamental, if not the most fundamental, tradition in our country. See, when our founding fathers created and drafted our Constitution, you are what they are. A jury of our fears. You are the one who determines justice, not the prosecutor, not me or Mr. Gardner, the lawyer, not the judge. You. And that's why we selected all yesterday. I know some of you are excited to serve, some of you less thrilled to serve. We thank you. This is a very, very, very important case. Now let's get into it. You just heard the state's opening, and you're hearing mine. And the judge will instruct you at the end of this, that what we say to you is not evidence. So I generally don't take very long in my openings because I want to get to the evidence and let you decide. This is sort of a summary of what I think the evidence is show. The state just read to you their 8-count indictment, and that is what Mr. Lewis is charged with. That is a charging document. That's why we're here. What's very unique about this case, that this is not a whodunit. We are not going to get up and cross-examine witnesses or present a theory to you that somebody else did it. That's not why we're here. Mr. Lamonte Lewis, something awful. You're going to hear about it. You hear all about it. But what we're asking you is to look at the evidence. What we're asking you is to look at not just one piece of very graphic and disturbing evidence. Let me tell you, you're going to see a lot of video. There is probably the most video I've ever seen in a case. You're going to see a lot of it. You're going to see what happened to Mr. Davenport on video.
Why is she talking while they
and Mr. Lewis will talk to you about what happened in that
He
moment.
says she's being rude talking.
But it's important that you not see one moment in time and that you understand the entire picture here. And that's what this trial, through the course of this trial, that's what you're going to see. You're going to see and learn that Mr. Lewis and Gavin had been in a relationship for years. And you're going to see that that relationship was very, very heated. Okay? It was fiery, it was on, it was off. You'll hear that both of them at some point have gotten charged and arrested for hurting each other, being verbally abusive, behavior that's not acceptable. And you're going to hear about it. And that may not be the norm for you or me, or some of us, but in their relationship, it was normal, and that was what they were doing. Good or bad. And you're going to hear about it. And you're going to hear how on both sides, this wasn't black and white, and many of you know, life is not black and white. It happens in the gray area. And they were on one day and off one day and going to therapy one day together. They had children together. You're going to learn that shortly after they started dating, Mr. Lewis was working a really wonderful job, was providing for her son. Miss Gabby had a son, and he stepped in very quickly to be a father figure to her son. And she then became pregnant. He continued to provide for them as a family, and that was something they all wanted to do. He purchased a home for them. You'll hear about decorating the home together, and then you'll hear the same token that they're getting into it. Police are being called. It was one of those relationship. And that just is what it is. And you'll hear about that. And you'll learn that in the days before March 28th of 2020, we can all remember March of 2020, how we were that month. I mean, it was crazy, right? COVID had just started, the world was shutting down, tensions were high, not only in our world, but in their world. And you'll hear that they were texting dozens and dozens and dozens of messages a day about getting a house in the country, going back to therapy together, to work on their relationship, being intimate with each other, co-parenting their children together. All of that was happening in the days leading up and the day that this happened. And you'll see messages, you'll see a bunch of messages that day. And you'll learn that Gabby was less than honest about what was going on with Jamari.
Uh-oh.
And you'll learn that Mr. Lewis didn't like it and that he felt like something was up. That this person that she was referring to as her god brother or whoever wasn't really a god brother.
God brother.
And you'll learn that he's asking her where she's at. But what the state didn't tell you, but what you'll see in the evidence, and we'll be sure to point out to you, is that day, he wasn't just calling her, where are you, out of the blue. He was calling her and trying to figure out where she was because they had plans for him to get kids and he was trying to pick up the kids. So he's reaching mom, he's trying to figure out when he can get them, when to drop them off. Because again, the relationship was bumpy up and down, and Gabby's living at home with her mom. And so, he can't just drive over there and get the kids without Gabby saying, it's okay, come over, my mom's home, pick up the children. And so there's life that's happening. And there's situations that are happening. And so he's reaching out, trying to figure out where she is. She's not answering the phone. Then she does answer the phone. Then she says, you can come at this time, don't come at this time. And so it's chaotic. It was chaos. And that was their relationship. Good, bad, or otherwise, that's the reality and that's the truth. You're going to be charged and you're going to learn about something called voluntary manslaughter. Our argument to you with this indictment is overcharged. He's charged with a bunch of murder, felony murder. Let me be clear, there's one person here who's passed away, who was killed. So it's just all state charging one theory, but there is one person here who was killed.
Overcharged. I agree with her.
But
Overcharged.
what you're gonna learn at the end of the day, this is not a murder. Homicide, and you'll learn from the medical examiner that is death at the hands of another. Somebody else causes someone else's death, that's homicide. Murder is one way to get there. Voluntary manslaughter is another one. In sudden heat of passion. And that is what happened in this case.
It was a heated passion.
Tensions have been high.
Yep.
He's trying to figure out what's going on. He's trying to figure out, and he ends up dropping the children off, by the way, which is why he was in the neighborhood. He's not just lying.
Yes, EJ was the god brother. No.
Drops the children off. And then shortly thereafter sees them pull up and sees that she's in the car with this man. He loses it. He gets out of the car and he does the unthinkable. He lost it. He lost it. Is that a crime?
Yeah.
Called voluntary manslaughter. And that's what happened. And he's going to tell you that. So this is unique because this isn't a case where we're saying not guilty. This is a case where we're asking you to find him guilty of voluntary manslaughter. And the state has to disprove that to you. The state of Georgia has to disprove that to you. We have no burden. And we can sit here and play chess at the table all day. We're not going to do that. But we could be sitting here. We don't have to prove anything to you because our founding fathers have said so. The state of Georgia has the burden to prove every single count in that indictment beyond.
See, they're not saying he didn't do it. They're saying that the theory that the state is saying is not what supposedly happened. You know what, y'all? This here is wild. Wild.
And we don't believe they can do it. And there's a charge here called attempted murder. And the state's theory, what I expect the evidence will show, and what the state just told you, is that they believe that after Mr. Davenport was shot in the driveway, that Mr. Lewis then goes to his car, retrieves a gun, and tries to then kill and shoot Gabby. I urge you, when that evidence comes out, to be reasonable. We don't ask you to leave all your life experiences at the door. We encourage that. Does that make sense? The evidence just won't show. Because the reality is, when Mr. Lewis is walking out of his car up that driveway, Gabby's already out of the car. He and her are square on. If he wanted to shoot and kill her, that was the moment he would have done it.
Yeah, he would have killed
She
her.
runs into the house. He is lasered in on that guy. Good, bad, or otherwise. Again, it is a crime called voluntary manslaughter. He does not shoot Gabby. He does not try to shoot Gabby. So the count of attempted murder, I believe the state's gonna be able to prove it. So again, when you hear some evidence, you're gonna hear a bunch of witness testimony. The judge is then going to instruct you on the law, and this is a case in particular that we want you to pay very close attention to those jury instructions. And I'll tell you, it's the most boring part of the trial, because you're going to sit here when all the evidence is closed, and after we sit down from our closing arguments, and the judge is going to read you just a bunch of law, and you're going to have to take notes and listen to it. Boring, but it's the most important part, especially in this case, because the law in this case is critical. They have charged him with murder. And there's no evidence. So pay attention to the voluntary manslaughter charge. Pay attention to the charge you're going to get. There is a charge that's on adultery.
The child was not out there at the time. The children was inside the house.
Suddenly provoked. You're in a relationship with somebody. You don't have to be married. Infidelity, and you catch that person in the moment, or learn about that information very recently, close in time. That can be a scenario that would then fall under voluntary manslaughter. So pay attention to those charges. At the end of the day, we're going to ask you to find him not guilty of murder, of felony murder.
Oh,
Lesser included
you don't
charge.
know if it would do it in front of the child. Sunday, what are you talking about?
Thank you so much. That's all I have.
That was a quick introduction, y'all. Okay, so now
All
we
right,
know
stalemate calls. Next, first witness.
And the state calls Janetta Davenport.
this is where we came in at. No, we came in the second witness. Okay, everybody got a little bit of glimpse of what this case is about. It's not about whether or not he's the person that did it. They already admitted that he is the one that did it. Now the reason or the type of charges, that's what they're basically talking about. What type of charge and stuff like that. So she's talking about the exposure of this stuff. Okay. Oh, Sunday. I'm sorry. You're talking about when the boy was looking at the video on the mother's iPad. Why did she give the child the iPad if she knows she had that kind of stuff on it? Yes, the same judge. Yes, Love T. Why did she give the child the iPad? Show this man ding ding. The guy masturbating on the video. The child had that. Ugh. So that's why they broke up, because she was still having a relationship with both of them at the same time. Oh, there is a parole hearing that I see here. I have one. Hold on, y'all. Do we have time to see this parole hearing? Hold on. There's a parole hearing.
And wrapped herself in supportive environments. I think the church, these other programs that she's involved in, the one mentoring, we all know that when you mentor, you also get back from doing that. So I do think that her life is very different now than it was between 2004 and 2017. And she's made that new life possible by her own initiatives. So I would be in favor of granting her request for a pardon today.
Thank you.
And I will not be supporting the application for a pardon. While I can appreciate all that Miss Gray has done and continues to do, I just think that given the time
It's always hard
period in
on the
which her
people.
criminal conviction span, I need to see more. Like, I need to see more time moving forward. I mean, it was over 15 years that she was doing all of this, and she's just been out of trouble for less than half of that. So I appreciate all that she's doing, and I hope that she continues to do it, because we really do need those mentors and those kind of people who have that learned experience to give back to those in the community. Again, that's great work that she's doing, but for me, the length of time that all this stuff occurred is concerning. So I move that Melanie Gray be granted a full and absolute pardon.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Miss Palmieri?
Aye.
My vote is nay. The pardon is granted by majority decision. Congratulations, Miss Gray.
Yay! Thank you. Thank you. Even though she said
Thank you.
no.
Next, we have Jenny Hicks. If you can please unmute.
Hello?
Yes,
Hi.
good afternoon.
Hi,
Can you
sorry.
please, hi, can you please state your name for the record?
Jenny C. Riley. It used to be Jenny C. Hicks when I did the application. I got legally divorced since.
Okay, thank you. At this time, you may explain to the board why you believe you're suitable for an absolute pardon.
Well, for the past 15 years, I have been living with the consequences of my actions every day for the terrible mistakes I have constructed in my life. I know there's no going back and changing things that I have done, but I'm asking for a second chance to regain control over my life for not just myself, but for my family. With this pardon, it will help me with better employment opportunities and change my life for me to have a better future. I want to become a patient care tech and work with veterans. They gave their freedom and lives for us. So many family, and I can live out ours so I could be grateful and be able to give back to them. I've gone to school to try to become a PCT. Right now I got my certificate for CNA, phlebotomy, and I'm trying to go to school for EKG so that I could become a PCT. I just want to give back more than I took.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hicks, for that opening statement. I can absolutely see that it was a difficult time in your life. Did substances play a role in your criminal behaviors?
I'm sorry, what?
Did substances play a role in your criminal behaviors?
Not really. I blamed it on drinking. In all honesty, way back when I was 18 and I got in trouble for this, or 20 when I got in trouble for this, in all honesty, I used alcohol and drugs to try to get out of trouble.
Okay.
So I said, yes, I had a problem. But when it happened, I wasn't drinking because I had my son. But alcohol, yes, played a role in that whole scenario.
Right. It looks as if your last conviction was in 2009, and you've appeared to refrain from any additional convictions since then. And your son, who consumed the alcoholic beverages when he was younger, how was
Ooh.
that relationship?
Oh.
I was able to speak with him about 4 years ago over Facebook. We had like a slight relationship. He's of course affected by the consumption of the alcohol that I accidentally gave him when he was a baby. So he has mental problems. He was afraid I was going to take him from his adopted mother. And I had to try to explain to him, no, I want a relationship with you. I loved you. It was not done on purpose. He doesn't speak to me now because of one of my daughters was defending me against him. She was saying how good of a mother I was, and he was bad mouthing. So now he doesn't talk to me.
So it sounds like that relationship is a little tumultuous, to say the least.
I still talk to his adopted mother. She'll give me pictures of my grandchild.
Okay. All right. Ms. Palmieri, do you have any other questions?
I have no other
Honest,
questions.
y'all.
Thank you.
Honest.
Mr. Rodriguez?
No, Madam Chair, I have no questions.
Thank you. This was two incidences, it looks like. And I would support an absolute pardon in this case. Are there any objections?
No objection.
I move that is it Jenny?
Jenny
Christine Hicks be granted a full and absolute
I
pardon.
think she's a Riley now, I think, Madam Chair.
Yeah, on my ID it says Riley, R-E-I-L-L-Y.
Right, but that's the name on the application, so that's
Yeah.
that we're pardoning. So, Jenny Christine Hicks. I'll add Riley. Sorry, I don't know.
Okay, because I did have to send in my divorce papers to Officer Furtado.
Can you hold on a second? I'm just not sure how we're supposed to
Yeah.
handle, because her application here
It's
is
Hicks.
under Hicks.
Yeah.
Parole Supervisor Brooks.
I am on it. Give me 1 second.
Thank you.
She should have left her name until she got her parole. Let me stop.
We do have the paperwork showing that it is Riley, given that the docket and the minutes.
Yeah, I actually have the divorce papers because it wasn't too
hold
long
on.
ago.
Miss
Hold on,
Riley,
hold on.
just give us a minute, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Given the docket, board members, is in Hicks, we would make the motion under Hicks, and we will make the note on the actual certificate itself.
Okay.
To include both names, but given the dockets and the minutes will remain as it is, with Hicks, but again, we'll update the certificate to reflect what her license and the decree both state now.
Thank you very much, Parole
Thank
Supervisor
you.
Brooks. I move that again, Jenny Christine Hicks be granted a full and absolute pardon. Mr. Rodriguez,
Aye.
Ms. Palmieri.
Aye.
My vote is aye. The pardon is granted. Congratulations, Ms. Hicks.
Congratulations.
Thank you. God
I
bless you all.
apologize. Likewise.
Okay, next on the docket, we have Margaret A. Little. Can you please state your name for the record?
You like her glasses. I like those glasses, y'all.
Margaret
Ann Little.
At this time, you may explain to the board why you believe you are suitable for an absolute pardon.
Miss Little.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I just wanted to interject before your application really does speak for itself, Miss Little. You have a sales and a threatening second, which is why you're here today. These both occurred 25 years ago. I really don't see a reason why your pardon wouldn't be granted. I definitely don't have any questions. So, colleagues, any questions, any objections?
No questions and no objections.
That was
Thank
a
you.
quick one.
No question, no objection.
I move that Margaret A. Little be granted a full and absolute pardon. Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Ms. Palmieri?
Aye.
And my vote is aye. Your pardon is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Awesome. Good job.
Bye-bye.
Okay, next on the docket, we have Michael Lurie Jr. Can you please state your name for the record?
Michael Lurie Jr.
At this time, you may explain to the board why you believe you are suitable for an absolute pardon.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Michael Lurie Jr. I'm here today to ask for your forgiveness and understanding as I work to leave my past behind and continue building a better future for my family and myself. I made terrible choices over 16 years ago that I am not proud of, but those choices don't define the man I am today. I'm a father of 6, and my kids are a reason for everything I do. I work hard to show them what it means to change your life. In 2012, I earned my GED, and in 2020, earned my CDL. Since then, I built my own trucking company.
Okay.
I'm proud of how far I've come, but I know I can do even more with the opportunities a partner would give me, like getting hazmat endorsements and growing my business. I'm not here.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not here to make any excuses for my past. I take full responsibility for my actions and the impact they had. But I've proven through years of hard work and dedication that I'm different man now. I hope you see that I've turned my life around and give me this chance to move forward without the weight of my past holding me back. Thank you for your time and for considering my request.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lurie. Your application really does speak for itself, sir. Your last conviction was in 2009. You've been working and doing well in the community. I really don't see any reason why we wouldn't support your absolute pardon. Are there any objections or any questions?
No objections.
I move that Michael Lurie Jr. be granted a full and absolute pardon. Ms. Palmieri?
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
My vote is aye. Your pardon is granted. Congratulations, sir. Good luck.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Snowby McDaniel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your name for the record?
Nobia McDaniel.
Thank you. At this time, you may explain to the board why you believe you're suitable for an absolute pardon.
Ms. McDaniel, can I interject again? I apologize.
It's fine.
It's just that these applications, I mean, your crimes happened years ago. The reason why you're here is for the violation of protective order, which happened in 99, and then assault third in 98. You've remained out of trouble for
years.
over 16 years. I really don't see any reason why your request for a pardon should not be granted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, colleagues?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
No questions. She's going to be doing well.
Yeah, I move that Sanabia McDaniel be granted a full and absolute pardon. Mr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
So much. Thank
Palmieri?
you. Thank you.
My vote is aye. Your pardon is granted. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you so
you.
much. You all have a wonderful day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next we have Emilio Mercado. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Emilio Mercado.
Thank you, sir. At this time, you may explain to the board why you believe you're suitable for an absolute pardon.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I want to thank Parole Officer Adam Sprague, who interviewed me, and Probation Officer Dawood Davis, who continues to stay in contact with me throughout the years. I want to start by taking full responsibility for my past mistakes. I deeply regret the impact my actions had on my children, who were just 6'5" and 6 months old when I left them. My family and the victims that I've hurt and along with their families, and as well as the community, since I had a huge impact in them as well. Those choices created pain and hardship for the people I love most, and that regret is still something I carry with me every day. During my incarceration, I made a commitment to change and to turn my life around. I remember it as if it was today when I spoke to my mom after 4 years of incarceration. She said, "Mijo, son, I sent you a few dollars. It's the best I could do. Please make the best of it." I used that money to buy 2 books, Rich Dad Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki, and Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, which I still have them with me. Those books gave me a new perspective on life, showing me what was possible if I focus on growth, responsibility, and opportunity. From that moment forward, I immersed myself in personal development. For the next 6 years, I read every single day. I completed mandated programs. I volunteered for many other programs available to me and committed to becoming a better version of myself. To be honest, jail changed my life. The commitment changed everything for me. Today, I'm blessed with a stable career in real estate that allows me to support my family and help others achieve their dreams. One of the greatest accomplishments is providing a home for my 78-year-old dad who currently lives with me, a dream that I'm blessed to have accomplished. I also am incredibly proud by that my stepdaughter and her wife recently got married and
Her wife
changed their last name to Mercado, a reflection of the love and respect we share as a family. And perhaps most significantly, my journey of growth allowed me to meet an incredible woman who's next to me right now, my fiance, who has brought even more love and purpose into my life.
Man, he
A pardon would remove the remaining barriers that hold me back from fulfilling my full potential. It would allow me to pursue a general contractor's license to build new homes. And spoke to one of my lenders last year who offered me an opportunity to work as a loan officer, and I had to decline it because of my felonies. Opportunities that have held back from because of my record. While I'm thankful every day for my real estate license and the doors it has opened, I know I can do so much more for my family and my community if I'm granted this second chance. I want to thank you all for your time and consideration. I hope my words today and the actions I've taken over the years show that I'm ready to move forward and make the most of this opportunity. Thank you.
There's going to be
Thank you, Mr. Mercado, for that opening statement. You know, there was obviously something going on in your life that prompted all of this criminal activity. I'm glad to see that you recognize that substances played a tremendous role in some of your decision making. And it's apparent, honestly, that you really have taken the time to work on yourself and turn your life around. You've refrained from being in any kind of trouble for a number of years. Your most serious conviction occurred over 20 years ago. So I just want to know if you've ever seen this victim in passing, or if you have any idea how he is doing.
Well, when I was incarcerated, I think a year or two after, he passed away by a gunshot wound from someone else. So yeah, but friends and family members around him, I've spoken to them. I'm constantly on social media, like motivating people. That's what I focus. That's what helps me. That's what helps me heal and stay, at peace with myself. So, yeah, I passed away. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. I mean, I'm happy to hear that you're giving back. It's so important that people share their lived experiences in hopes that they will deter another person from following down their, following in their footsteps. How much time did you spend incarcerated? I saw for the assault one, you were there for 5 years. It was a 5-year sentence.
Oh, ma'am, I was sentenced to 12 years and was released in 10 years for good behavior.
So that was the 12 years though was for the unlawful restraint and the sale.
Yeah, unlawful restraint, the sale, assault one, the violation of probation.
Okay, so they were all combined together. Okay. Okay. All right. Ms. Palmer, do you have questions?
I don't have questions. I do want to make a comment. In reviewing Mr. Mercado's file, I think it's important, to know in his journey of rehabilitation and, to better himself. He's had a lot of obstacles and he has not resorted to that old lifestyle.
Right.
He seems to have done what was necessary, whether it was driving for Uber or going back to school to not allow himself to fall back into old habits that maybe are easy. And feel more comfortable. So I do think that he is a good candidate for a parole for pardon today.
Different hat today, different hat. Thank you.
Yeah.
Your thoughts, Mr. Rodriguez?
I just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Mercado's excellent personal narrative that he wrote. I mean, I think he covered a lot of different areas, and then it really, for me, showed the depth of his insight into what was going on with him. And he's done the work separate from the narrative. He's done the work to kind of be able to pull his life together. I will also be supporting his pardon today. Even though I would say that the offense he committed 20 years ago was very serious. He was just lucky he didn't kill someone. at that
Mhm.
particular point. But yeah, I will be supporting his pardon today, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So Mr. Mercado, congratulations on the new addition to your family and for them taking on your name. Hopefully it will be
Yeah.
carried on for years to come. Speaks to your character. I move that Emilio Mercado be granted a full and absolute pardon. Mr. Rodriguez,
Aye.
Ms. Palmieri.
Aye.
My vote is aye. Your pardon's granted, sir. Good luck.
Okay, I wanted to end his, but and you know me, y'all. I am such a little nosy person. I went and found his website. Hold on, let me show you his website, y'all. And he's been doing this. This is his website.
Today we're going to talk about 5 things first-time home buyers don't know. We're going to touch a little bit of some of the things that, you know, first-time homeowners don't know as to regards to, you know, some of the costs associated with, you know, the process of purchasing a home, whether that being, you know, prior to purchasing a home and right after purchasing a home. We'll touch on, you know, a couple of things here, home inspection, some of the hidden costs that are associated. My name is Emilio Mercado from eXp Realty, from the New England area, the New England zone to the Sunshine State. I'm your first choice for real estate, baby. If you like some of the content that I have going on here, please like and subscribe so you can get more content on a weekly basis because I'm constantly posting.
Okay, that is his website, y'all. You know me. I have to be the one to be extra. All right, I think we got 9 more minutes. You want to see anybody else before we go? Because I don't want us to get caught up into someone and then we end up having to leave because I want to come back to our child. Anybody have any questions? Anybody have any questions? Do you guys like what we're doing, going around the world with different trials and stuff like that? Do you guys like this? If you do, please subscribe, share to the others. Oh, you know what? Let's do our birthday celebration, folks. Let's do birthday shout outs to the January babies. And if your name is not on here, I'm still shouting a happy birthday to you too, okay? Happy birthday, January babies.
Infa family January birthday celebrations. Celebrate January birthday fun with my Infa family. Join the celebration as we ring in the new year with a January birthday bash like no other. Get ready for a fun-filled day with my Infa family, filled with laughter, love, and unforgettable moments. From birthday cake to presents, we're sharing it all with you. So sit back, relax, and get ready to feel the joy and excitement of this special day. Happy birthday to our January babies. Ash, January 3rd, Robert Kelly, January 8th, Miss Fat, January 11th, Tracy, January 15th, Angel, January 19th, Stein, January 21st. Happy birthday to you. Ash, January 3rd, Robert Kelly, January 8th, Miss Fat, January 11th, Tracy, January 15th, Angel, January 19th, Stein, January 21st. Happy birthday to you. Ash, January 3rd, Robert Kelly, January 8th, Miss Fat, January 11th, Tracy, January 15th, Angel, January 19th, Stein, January 21st. Happy birthday to you.
Tomorrow we will be in Louisiana for the parole board in Louisiana. That is tomorrow. But today we will be going back to Connecticut after the trial. We will be going back to Connecticut, but the trial is going to be until about 5 o'clock. So I don't know if we're going to get a chance to go to Connecticut yet. So prayerfully, this trial, I don't think it's going to take too long because he is admitting guilt. It's just the form of guilt. It's not going to be a long, drawn-out trial like YSL. I guarantee you that. Mostly it's going to be what? 1 day trial or it might be 2 days the most, because he's not saying he didn't do it. He's saying the charges will weigh off. It should have manslaughter instead of murder. Okay, that's what it's all about right now. So before anybody have any questions, so remember, tomorrow we will be in Louisiana. Tomorrow we will be in Louisiana. And don't forget to support us when we go do our affirmation and prayer in the morning. There's a big change in this channel, the infamous channel. Big change. We don't do drama. We don't do craziness, right? We're doing the positivity. We're doing learning. We're learning about a lot of things, the justice system everywhere. So now we can educate ourselves when we find family members that are affected by charges and things like that. One, I do want to give you guys, some people was talking about, why is it Mr. Steele is representing that attorney? That attorney is terrible, and why would he do that? I'm not support Mr. Steele because I'm for Arbery. I'm not for that other stuff. But let me tell you, I got a little commercial of an attorney telling you why she do what she do. And let's go ahead on and Terry. She talks about how everybody deserves the best criminal defense.
Tell you how many times people say to me, how could you defend that person? They say, how could you be a defense attorney who is defending people accused of these types of crimes? Well, let me tell you something. You hate me until you need me. And trust me, it's when you least expect it that something like this comes about and you find yourself in a very, very awful position of being accused of a crime like this. You're not going to hate me anymore. You're going to need me because your life will be on the line.
You hear that, y'all? You hear that? So Mr. Steele is basically a defense attorney. And that individual need him because her life depends on it. And that's what defense attorneys do. Try to save the life of every individual fairly, and then making sure that every individual gets a fair trial. Every individual. Okay? And if you are in a situation, no matter how bad other things about you, you want to be fairly represented. And that's what he does. All right? So, and you know me, I'm here to educate, to help you guys understand. Because we all try to be one-sided. We gotta be fair, y'all. We gotta be fair. I know it's hard because everybody goes from their personal experience on certain things, but you gotta have an open mind. It's not only one way, y'all. But cases that are hard, I try not to look at. That's why I said I'm not doing that other case with the baby one. You know, everybody wants me to cover the young lady with that guy. I don't even want to mention his name. Is that case going to be streamed? JT, I believe they are streaming it in that area. You know, speaking of that area, let me call this lady because they have not sent me my Rule 22. She said they were going to send it to me, and she has not. And it's coming up real soon. She has not returned my call. If not, I'm going to be right here in here, and we're just going to travel online and do it because I'm not going to drive all the way 4 hours and not have a Rule 22. I'm not doing that, y'all. Not going to do it. I'm going to sit right here, sit my butt right here and do it from here. Right, y'all? I am not traveling all 4 hours just to be, not doing it. Maybe I'll go ahead at the end and go there and see Mr. Steele and Mr. Adam just to do the closing remarks. But you know that, Love T, for real. If I don't get a Rule 22, and you know, it might be a sign that God wants me to just do it from here, like I'm doing the rest, like all these other people. But I'm a little bit different. I like to be in the end. I like to be in the building. I like to feel. I like to see the energy in the room. I like to, you know, see what the camera's not showing. But if it's not going to happen, y'all, I'm gonna sit my butt right here, and I'm gonna bring you guys the information. Okay? I code that one day down there because I'm not gonna spend time, gas, energy, a hotel room for no Rule 22. Not doing it. All right. Are we back? I think court is back. Hold on a second. They're not back. We're not back yet. We're not back. But let's go ahead on. Let me just have it showing. So when they come back, we'll be ready. Oh.
Could I put it on your desktop? This is your desktop. Let me just check it.
Those two ladies love running their mouth when somebody's up there. They should mute.
I know you use this at volume. There's no volume. It's just
They're supposed to be muting their thing, but they're not
on
even muting.
on the regular play. Okay, I don't have BLC. So are you on the Zoom?
They're supposed to be muting. They're not even muting.
9. Are you on?
Yep, Miss Betty, I will. I will save a lot of money and time. But I'm just a different type of person. I like to be.
Right.
Up on your base.
We got Mr. Gardner, y'all.
Yeah.
You see his family on the left side behind him, and then her family is on the right.
There we go.
Judge is back. Judge McAfee is back. Her mom is going back on the stand. Her mom's
Ready?
on the stand.
We got everybody? Do we need a cigar? He stepped down.
Yeah. Come on right back.
Is it okay?
Went to grab some. Bring him in. This is my one.
Well, I think it might have still been the state's direct. I don't know if they passed the witness.
No, he's finished.
Miss Fortis. Yeah.
Look at him turning the camera over. Okay, there we go. There we go, Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner is not the lead attorney. It's the lady is the lead attorney.
Yeah, let me get you a box. What's off the record? Mr. Derberry, can you bring us back 1 or 2 extra tissue boxes? I don't know if I think we got them in the closet.
Hey, Diamond David.
Yes, I will.
Dave, how you doing? I'm good. Welcome. We're just going around the world, Miss Dave, Diamond. We're going around the world, but right now we're going on a case with in Fulton County. We're back in Fulton County, y'all. We're back in Fulton County. We can't even leave Fulton County too long.
of here.
Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Ms. Gore, I'll remind you that you're under oath. State may resume its direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gore, when we left off, we had just listened to your 911 call. After the 911 call was placed, you went outside, is that correct?
Yes.
What did you observe when you went outside?
The door was open to the truck, and the young man was on the ground.
Can you describe his position on the ground?
Like he had fell out the truck.
Was he on his back or on his stomach?
On his stomach.
And you were instructed by the 911 dispatchers. Did you turn him over after you received the instruction?
Push him over.
Okay. And who else was out there with you?
My daughter, Gabrielle.
Earlier, you testified that your house, where you had 2 sets of video cameras, is that correct?
Yes.
Were the videos that were captured by your security system, were they motion activated or did they record continuously?
It was motion activated. The ADT was motion, both of them were motion activated.
And how did you get to the video so quickly?
When the police officers got there, they came in and asked me, did I have any videos, any cameras? Because they saw the cameras. And so I pulled up the ADT footage and they watched that and saw that footage. And then we went to the ring footage. When we got to the ring footage, you could see where it was recording and then it blacked out. You see the blacked out, deleted, and then it picked back up like nothing happened.
Deleted.
So that's what happened with the ring footage. So we they saw that and I didn't know what had happened with that.
And typically, how do you store your videos from your ADT system?
They whenever it's motion activated, it'll send me an alert and let me know something happened at a certain time. And according, if it's dark outside, I'll go check it and look at the alert.
And how long do you keep the footage that you secure or capture by your video?
I think it's I think ADT keeps it. And certain footage that I do get, I'll take it and save it. If I need to look back at it or something, like some cars parked outside my house, like suspicious stuff that I think is suspicious, and I'll save the video in case it comes back up.
And you turned over a series of videos to law enforcement that night?
Yes.
And the videos that you turned over, were they altered or changed in any way?
No, they weren't.
I am handing you what's been marked as states 20, 21, 23, 24, and 25. Please take a look at them and tell me what you recognize them to be.
Number 1, Exhibit 20, the shooting video. That camera was pointed directly at the driveway.
How do you recognize that to be the video that you reviewed prior to trial?
I was able to view it and I initialed it.
And then did you initial every other videos that you reviewed prior to?
Yes.
Testifying today?
Yes.
All the videos that you reviewed were consistent with the video that you turned over to law enforcement on the night of March 28th.
Yes.
And not ultimately change in any way.
No.
And at this time, it's still move into evidence. States 20, 21, 23, 24, 25. No objection.
Admitted.
Your Honor, publishing first states 20. Your Honor, if I may, it seems the screen sharing was disabled.
You're still on the Zoom call?
Yes, I have.
And your account name? All right, we can have A. Charles re-added as a host.
They should be up to now.
Thank you. Ms. Gore, before we hit the play on the video, if you just look behind you, can you describe generally what we're looking at?
This is my driveway. And the truck was parked in the driveway. And the car behind it, when they pulled up with the car they went to go get, and then they were blocked in.
Thank you. State will now play States 20 in its entirety. And was that the only video of the actual shooting that you captured on your ADT system?
Yes.
Now playing States 21. Ms. Gore, looking behind you, in front of you in that monitor, what is happening in this scene?
We waited until we thought it was safe. And based on a 911 call, he said to make sure it was safe before we went outside to check on the young man. And my daughter got out there first, Gabrielle.
Who, if anyone, do you recognize in that video?
My daughter, Gabrielle.
Playing States 21 is in entirety.
So who is doing the yelling? Oh, it must be that little girl right there that was doing the yelling right there. That was who was yelling. Remember she was doing all the yelling?
Ms. Gore, when Gabrielle first goes outside and you follow her, who else joins you?
My youngest daughter, Winifred.
Okay.
Thank you, Dave.
And now we're moving to States 23. Before we play the video, can you describe the scene that we're looking at now?
This is my driveway again, and that's Lamonte Lewis's car.
Which one of the cars belongs to Lamonte Lewis?
On the right side. Well, yeah, right side.
And what time, do you recall what time of day that was? Okay.
Late afternoon.
Play now, States 23. Let's go, what day was this?
28th of March.
What year?
2020.
Okay. And what did we observe in that video?
He was picking the boys up.
Okay. Moving up to stage 24. And can you describe what we just observed in stage 24?
Lamonte was bringing the boys back.
How long would you say, how much time had gone by from the time he picked them up to the time he brought them back?
Maybe 3 to 4 hours.
And finally, stage 25. Amika, based on the video that we observed, when the defendant enters his vehicle, does he immediately back away?
No.
And once you turned the videos over to law enforcement, what was your additional involvement in the investigation of this case?
They asked, they started asking for any more footage if I had any. And I had to write a testimony.
And you gave a written statement to
A
law
written
enforcement?
statement, yes.
And was there anything else that you remember that you did or participated in?
As far as the case?
Yes, as far as investigation of the case.
I had to, after everything happened, I had to move my daughter away for safety purposes, and we didn't come back to our house, so I had to go get her and bring her to the police department so she can finish giving them the information they was asking from her. We did do that.
In the aftermath of this incident, were you ever contacted by the defendant?
No, not afterwards.
Do you recall receiving a telephone call from an unknown number?
He called when we were at the police department, and I wasn't aware of the number, and I showed it to my daughter, and she said that was his second phone.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
Any cross-examination?
Afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon.
That's a big guy, y'all.
Before the break, you and before we watched your 911 call or listened to your 911 call, you were asked some questions just about your daughter and Mr. Lewis's relationship. Do you remember that line of questioning?
About how they met?
Right.
Yes.
Yep. And I believe you said they met. What year was it that they started dating?
I'm not sure. I know his cousins, one of his cousins had lived with us, and then we ended up with the other cousin. I'm not sure what year it is. The only way I find out is go back and look at my phone, and I know the exact year.
Your grandson Lamont was born in end of 2017, right? December 2017. So it was somewhere before then, right?
Yes.
About maybe a year, give or take, before then. Fair
Yes.
enough? to
Yes.
say? And you described their relationship as their relationship was on and off relationship. It was on, it was off. It was on, it was off, right?
Yes.
And at the time, around that time, so early 2017, maybe late 2016, how old was your daughter?
2017.
Yeah, early 2017.
I gotta do math.
Or just give us her birthday, her birthday, and we can try to do it together.
Born in 1996.
1996, so
August.
she was about 19. Would that be fair to say? She would have been turning
2017, we moved in the house.
in 2016. She would have turned 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
21.
And do you recall about how old Mr. Lewis was around then?
They're around the same age because I think their birthday is in the same month.
So they were both fairly young at this time when they
Yes,
started
both of
dating.
them were young.
And then you said at some point, you said, I could tell she was done. I think that was a quote that you said. About when was that in your mind?
There was an incident where they had lived in an apartment, a 3-bedroom apartment, and the police was being called. The police was called, and both of them ended up in jail. And
Right.
she said she was done then because she said he had lied to her to get her locked up. And she said that that was it because they had got into an altercation.
They got into an altercation and both of them had gotten arrested.
Yes.
Right. But you said that after that, you believe she was done with him.
Yes, as far as relationship wise, but they still had a son together.
Right.
You get to pull the microphone up.
You can lean a little closer to the
I can sit a
microphone.
little closer.
As far as the relationship, you thought she was done, but of course they had to co-parent the children.
Yes.
Now I mean, it's fair to say she was young. She was 20, 21. Relationships like these, the on again, off again, it's not uncommon for people to say they're done one day and then the next day they're back together or they're talking, right? That's not uncommon.
No, it's not uncommon.
And that happened for a few years that you were aware of between the two of them.
Yes.
And in 2020, early 2020, before this would have happened, or this happened in March of 2020, they were still seeing each other. They were still talking on the phone. They were still texting.
Yeah.
And they were still intimate.
No, I can't speak on that.
And I guess my point here is that you're a mom, right? And you love your daughter, of course. And daughters don't tell their moms everything. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And she knew, or let me not have you speculate, but did you make it clear how you felt about Mr. Lewis to her at some point?
Yes.
Right. So she may not have told you or shared with you everything about what they had going on. Right.
Well, yeah.
Do you know Cassandra Gates?
Yes.
And that's Mr. Lewis's mom.
Yes.
And you recall at some point in their relationships telling her that you hoped your daughter didn't mess this up or didn't screw this up, their relationship.
No.
You're saying that?
No, I wouldn't have said that because I worried about my daughter's safety. At some point, I was afraid for her because of the incidents that did happen, and I did not know. I don't know how to phrase it. If he would have carried out anything that he may have threatened her with, so I was worried about her safety, and I didn't think he would have ever hurt his son. But I know my other grandson was not his biological son, but he he did some unfavorable stuff, and I didn't like it. But that was when they got in an argument, and then my grandson, that wasn't his child, he didn't care too much for him. It's like he turned it on and off, and I didn't like that. So I would have never said, "Don't mess this up." I kind of wanted her to distance herself from him, but when they had a child together, I knew they would have to communicate because he was in his child's life, or he wanted to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm done.
I'm sorry. Is it your testimony that Mr. Lewis did not treat Haven like a son? That he wasn't there for him?
He was there for Haven, and the way I saw it, he was there for Haven when he knew it would get him brownie points with my daughter to stay on her good side. Whenever they got into an argument, Haven was kind of pushed off to the side. Well, I'm not gonna take care of him because he's not my child anyway. So, and then he'll pick back up when things got good, or he would get upset with her, and he would take everything away that he bought for the child, for any of them. Diapers, wipes, clothes. When they got in an argument, he did stuff like that.
And is that something that you told the detectives in this case who investigated it?
We probably discussed it one time, but that was just a character. That was just something he did.
And did you share that with the prosecutor as well?
No.
Yes.
And so there should be a documentation or something of you sharing that before today.
She didn't do that.
I don't know how I presented it to him, but that's what I was saying, that he would do
Do
stuff
that,
like that.
She didn't do that.
Just let them know what kind of person he was.
Now, he also would do great things for her and the children, right? It wasn't all bad. Can you admit that?
It wasn't all bad. I thought he was a decent gentleman in the beginning, and then I started seeing the patterns with his temper and stuff, and that worried me. But he was trying, but he had a temper, and he had a jealous streak.
Jealous streak?
And
man, wait a minute. Hold up, y'all.
Does your daughter have a temper as well? Do you know?
Hold on. I got to pause.
She has one, but not like that.
I'm
not
going to pause this. Hold on a second. Sorry. Wait a minute. Jealous streak, but the little boy had the guy showing his penis and masturbating. That's a jealous streak? Come on, lady.
Not like the one he has.
And you let her in, and then you describe the door you have. It's a wooden door, but there's a center part that has, is it glass, you said, or something you can see out? Okay. And there are no gunshots or anything in your door or in your house, were there?
No, he didn't shoot then. He just stood there.
Okay. Your door wasn't damaged, the lock, the door handle, none of that.
She ain't saying nothing. Why she not saying
And then you testified that at some point after this, you moved. Was it you or your daughter or both of you moved from the house for a little while just because you were scared for her safety, right?
Yes, we were in different areas.
Okay. And that was related to, there were some threats or something that was happening from, I think, Mr. Davenport's family or whoever.
It was
obviously
threats from both sides, and then he was still what's the word? He was still out there.
And you're aware that Mr. Lewis was arrested for this case at some point, right?
Yes.
One moment, ma'am. You said, Mr. Lewis, he wasn't beating or kicking on the doors, right? Or the windows of your house?
No.
Okay.
He was just standing there.
Standing there. Thank you. That's all I have.
Let me redirect on those points.
You just standing there?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
This witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. State may call its next witness.
State calls Officer Bragg.
Rachel, jealousy streak when you see the man ding dong, ding ding, and a yeah, I'm sorry. Common sense will tell you that that's not cool. That's not cool. Has nothing to do with jealousy. You see a man masturbating on your supposedly significant other's phone. I mean, tablet. That's not cool, y'all. I'm sorry. That's not just a jealous streak. That's a. I'm sorry. Oh, how is that jealousy? Y'all would be okay with somebody, the ex of your significant other showing a thing of them masturbating?
Name's Avery Bragg. It's Alpha Victor Echo Romeo Yankee Bravo Romeo Alpha Golf Golf.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Back in March of 2020, where were you employed?
City of South Fulton Police Department
In what capacity?
as a patrol officer.
Now, what were some of your duties and responsibilities as a patrol officer?
As a patrol officer, is handling 911 calls as they come in and effectively getting a thorough investigation started before we call out supervision and take reports as necessary.
And in March of 2020, were you post-certified?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you complete your mandatory training for that post-certification?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to March 28th of 2020 at approximately 9 p.m. leading up to 10 p.m. Did you have an occasion to respond to 4660 Diane Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And what county is that in?
Fulton County.
What type of location is this?
It is a single family residence.
And why did you respond?
We got a 911 call for a person shot at the location.
So were you one of the initial responding officers?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did there come a point in time when you arrived on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you observe when you arrived on scene?
As I arrived on scene, I parked at the intersection trying to block off the roadway and approached the house from the roadway up to the driveway because the notes of the call log stated that a subject was on the ground by a vehicle. So we approached the vehicle. I came around the back side of the vehicle. I noticed a black male laying on the ground with what appeared to be blood spatter running down the driveway and a female standing next to the truck door, which is over his body. And she said that she had performed CPR. And I could hear overtly screaming of people telling that they were coming back possibly to shoot up the location. So I instructed everybody to go inside. And I radioed in for Fire and Grady to put a rush order on it to come to the scene to render aid as I performed security for the scene.
Now, can you please explain to the jury what it means to perform security for the scene?
For security for the scene in that situation, it's to maintain the integrity of the scene before, so we can get Grady in there to render aid to the subject on the ground or victim, and if transport possible. If not, then we set up a crime scene as necessary.
And did you come to learn the name of the person that was on the ground with blood running from their body?
Yes, ma'am.
What was their name?
Jamari Davenport.
Now, you said you radioed for EMS, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was CID radioed for?
We notified supervision once I had made a call, said the subject was low sig, because I cannot call anything that's not my area of expertise. I notified supervision. Supervision then notified crime scene and CID.
And what is CID for the jury?
Criminal Investigations Division.
And what does the criminal investigations do?
In criminal investigations, they respond to the scene and they're detectives that establish whether evidence is necessary and investigate crimes.
Now, were you wearing body camera on March 28th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you happen to review your body camera in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 27. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 27?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It is the DVD that I was shown on my body camera that I initialed and stated that it was my body camera.
And this is your body camera from the incident on March 28th of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of that body camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Has it been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Now, does that body camera have a watermark on it?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Please explain to the jury what a watermark is.
On a watermark, it is mostly done by Axon or Utility, which are body camera systems that establish a chain of custody of who views it. And depending upon who the subject's email, who had the permission to view it, it'll put that subject's email attached to it and assign it to the chain of custody.
So besides that watermark that's in the middle of the video, is it a fair and accurate depiction of this body camera?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, the state moves State's Exhibit 27 into evidence set.
No objection.
Admitted.
We're going to be playing it from about for the record, 6 minutes and 9-second mark to about 13 minutes. So about 7 minutes total of playing the body camera. So we'll fast forward to about 6 minutes and 9 seconds.
Get up. All right, let's go. Where'd they go? The cul-de-sac? The cul-de-sac? Go inside, go inside. Hey, go inside, go inside.
Come on, Winnie. I was just giving them compressions, but the car came, so I had to leave. Come in the house.
335 the radio. Scene is safe at the moment. Send on fire. Can you put a 73 on it? Not conscious, not alert.
Yeah. Oh, I don't want to see that part. Mm. Yeah, they're not even doing anything. They're not even doing anything. He's just standing there with the light. He's not doing it. Oh, Lord Jesus. Ambulance is still not there, y'all. No ambulance is there. This is crazy. This is crazy. No ambulance is there. Remember, this is already 12.
Hey, tell him what they said.
No ambulance is there yet, y'all. This is crazy. No ambulance is there. He's not even doing
Low stake.
no EMT.
Hey, move my car so the fire can get in.
Look at this. This is crazy.
38. Yes. No, I said low stake. Because I'm not supervisor. I ain't doing that.
Do y'all see any ambulance
Where
coming?
you coming from? What's up, Elena?
Nobody don't care. They don't care. You see, this is ridiculous. Fulton County is not the place to live. Fulton County is not the place to live. Look. Lord Jesus, I don't want to. Yeah, this is too graphic.
Get the police. Thanks.
Start low. Hold on. Start little because that's too graphic.
Yeah, we'll get the bell on here. What's going on?
Hi. Look at them. They're not even doing anything. There's nobody checking the.
Hey, you got monsters on there?
That's ridiculous.
Or kings?
Yeah, I got it.
Who's from there?
Well, Lieutenant Washington was on his way. We did grab the. Yeah. Yeah, move to the head too.
No, they have to check the person
You
first.
said to the head, where?
They have to check the person to make sure that
Where?
is-
How many he had?
One to the head, one to
They have
the arm.
yeah, if
One to the neck.
his life. Well, that's the way they do it
Yeah, go ahead.
in most
I
states.
think so.
Flashlight from that.
No, you did give me. They check to see if the person is alive. They have to check to see if the person
Go
is
ahead.
alive.
It's gonna be a 48 count. I know, we can do for him.
This right here. I've got one in the head, one in the neck. Who's this?
Life.
What's your unit? 8802? 802.
Probation of
I don't know.
life.
I haven't even talked to them yet. They said they were possibly coming back. That's why I was holding y'all off for a little bit longer. He was in the car when he got here? No, he fell off. But he was out of the car when he got right. Yes, he fell out on the ground. And she said she was already getting compressions. I got to get her story from that. So, okay. So probably fell on that. Code 10, you can resume traffic.
All right, I'm not gonna argue with you and you taking me. Y'all know it all. Y'all know. Okay. Yeah.
Ma'am, can you step on back, please? You're gonna have to come to me. Come on back over here on the side. I got the video footage. Of what happened? Yeah. Hold tight on that. We got detectives in route. 335 to 259.
You don't know what they can do. They haven't even checked to see if the person's alive or not. They have to make sure if he's alive or not.
Sorry. She's got, I got time to take, she's got video footage of it. Okay.
Stopping it actually at 11 minutes and 34 seconds. Now, Officer Bragg, when you stated that you have detectives en route, what does that mean?
Detectives were already dispatched because prior to that call, we had another trauma that occurred at Cedar Grove that they were investigating. So if you could have heard on the body camera, the radio, you could hear detectives 59, which are the double digit numbers. They said they were already en route to the location, which means they were dispatched the call.
So besides being the responding officer, securing the scene and radioing for EMS and detectives, did that end your involvement in this case?
It did, to the point of once I set up a perimeter and crime scene tape, I had to hold it for the evidentiary value for the Criminal Investigations Division to come on scene and do their investigation.
Why is it important to hold it for the evidentiary value?
For the evidentiary value, so nobody comes in, taints it, moves stuff, takes anything in or out of it. That's why I was pushing people out as it was saying, like, hey, this was a crime scene, because you want to preserve it as much as possible without having anybody else that was in it.
Did you preserve this crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that end your involvement in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
Hello, Mr. Braggs. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. I wanted to ask you just a couple of questions. So you performed security for the scene on the night of March 28th, 2020, correct?
Yes, sir.
That means that and I'm sorry, and the question you just answered is that you preserved the scene.
Yes, sir.
In doing so, did you collect any shell casings?
No, sir.
No shell casings? I know you, did you make a report in this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall stating that you saw gunshot wounds on a deceased neck and head area?
Yes, sir.
Did you happen to count those wounds?
Did not count those. You heard it on the body cameras. It was stated that the fire and Grady were calling it out. That was what I observed at the time.
No further questions. Thank you.
I have a brief redirect. You were asked on cross-examinations about cell casing. Is it your duty and responsibility to actually collect the cell casings?
No, my duty at that time is to, if I see them, just state that's where I see them, lead them for criminal investigations divisions to do it for.
In the criminal investigations divisions, do they have crime scene technicians that collect shell casings?
Yes.
And you were asked questions on cross-examination about counting the wounds. As responding officer, are you a medical professional?
No, ma'am.
Is that your duty and responsibility to count the wounds on the deceased?
No, ma'am.
And are you aware with criminal investigations that autopsies are performed later?
To the best of my knowledge of what I've been advised, yes.
No further questions.
Any cross on those points? Recross?
Done, Your Honor.
All right. Can this witness be excused? Ms. Besa.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can sit down.
There's this and the lineup.
Unless anyone needs a minute, state can call their next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Kaylin Askew. And Your Honor, ahead of Mr. Askew's testimony, the state would like to move into the record a stipulation by the parties. As which states as follows: both parties stipulated the following facts: that on March 30th, 2020, Detective Joseph King conducted a photographic lineup with Kaylin Askew. Mr. Kaylin Askew positively identified the defendant, Lamonte Lubis, as position 4, which is the person he saw commit the crime on March 28th, 2020 at 4660 Diane Drive, Atlanta, Georgia, 30349. And that'll be State's Exhibit 29A. The affidavit to the photographic lineup, it states 29, and the photographic lineup states Exhibit 30.
And so we're tendering 29 and 30?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And there's no objection to 29 or 30?
Objection.
And the stipulation as recited by the state is accurate and agreed to?
Yeah.
Yes, and signed by all parties.
All right. I'll take that. I might need to mark that stipulation as an exhibit. You got it marked. Okay. 29A is admitted. All right. Swearing the witness, please.
Caitlin Askew.
Good afternoon, Miss Askew.
How you doing?
Hi. Do you go by a nickname?
Yes,
What is your nickname?
CJ.
Miss Askew, how are you related to this case?
How am I related to it?
Yeah, how are you connected to this case?
I was there
When you say you were there, what do you mean?
when the whole situation happened.
Okay.
Of the
Directing your attention to March 28th of 2020, how did you meet up with Jamaria?
at March 20th.
Yes.
That was
The day of the incident.
we met up. Well, we stayed together, so we was already.
What was the plan for that day?
The plan was to go to Thompson, Georgia, to pick up a car that I was purchasing.
And did you have a nickname for Mr. Davenport?
Yes,
What was the nickname?
Bobo.
When you were en route to Thompson, Georgia, who else was it you and Bobo?
We picked up Gabriella.
And what time did you head out to Thompson?
It was early. I want to say between 10 and 2. I want to say 10 or 12. It was early.
And how many hours is it to the location that you went to pick up the car?
2 hours.
And what car did you go to pick up? What was the make and model?
It was a Chevy Silverado.
What was the color?
It was white.
And what was the car that you're going to purchase or pick up in Thompson?
A burgundy Pontiac Grand Prix.
I'm handing you what the marks that say 721. Take a look at that and tell me what you recognize it to be.
This is the vehicle that we were going to go pick up for me to purchase.
And is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of the car that you purchased at the time of the incident that you picked up?
You saying like, does it look the same when I bought it?
Yes.
No, it's more scratches on it.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the way it was photographed by law enforcement?
Is this picture fair? Yes.
Was it changed in any way since it was photographed by law enforcement?
No.
And at this time, still we'll move into evidence, State's Exhibit 21.
No objection. Yeah, 721. All right. Any objection to 721? Just for the record, any objection?
No objection.
All right. It's admitted.
And who were you going to purchase the vehicle from?
My grandmother.
And once you arrived at Thompson, Georgia, how much time did you spend in Thompson before you headed back to Atlanta?
Probably about 5-6 hours. It was a good minute.
On about March 20th of 2020, what was your phone number?
470-443-5694.
Is that the same number you have today?
Yes.
During the course of the day, who were you texting with that day?
That day, like the whole day.
From the time that yourself and Gabrielle and Bobo connected?
I had texted them both. Text them and said, I asked them, was they up?
Okay. And once you picked up the car, did you immediately head back to Georgia after hanging out for a bit?
Headed back to Atlanta? No.
Atlanta.
We stayed up there for a minute.
Was it dark by the time you started coming back to Atlanta?
Yeah, the sun was going down.
How long did it take you to come back down to the city?
2 hours, 2.5 hours.
And what was the plan once you made it into the city?
The plan was to drop Gabrielle off, and then me and Jamara was gonna go out.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Lamonte Lewis?
Do I know him? No.
Have you seen him before?
Once.
And what was the circumstance if you've seen him before?
It was at a gas station.
And can you describe to me that encounter? Who were you with and what happened?
Well, I was in the vehicle, and I was with, it was Jamari, Gabriella, it was a group of us, everybody. We was at a Chevron gas station. They had just left Cascade, and we met them up. We met all of our peers at the Chevron.
And when you said they left Cascade, can you describe the location a little bit more?
Cascade skating ring.
Okay. And once you got to this gas station after the skating rink, what happened as far as an interaction between the parties?
There was no interaction. He came, he was looking around, nobody interacted with him. Nobody knew him except for Gabriella.
What did you observe Gabby do when she saw him?
When she saw him, she was like ducking down, trying not to be seen by him.
And where was she when she ducked down?
She was in Jamar's truck.
Was she in the back seat or the front seat?
I don't remember. I think it was the back. I'm not sure.
And so coming back to the night of the incident, once you got to the location, how much time had gone by before this white car pulled up?
From the incident?
Yes.
It was kind of instant actually. Like when we pulled up, it was like, I want to say between 1 to 5 minutes. It was like instant.
And how did you see the car come up?
When it first pulled up, yes.
Did it come
Like behind, like it came, it pulled, I'm sorry. It pulled in, blocked the driveway somewhat, and that was it.
And once the car pulled in and blocked the driveway, what happened next?
The defendant got out of his vehicle and started walking up the driveway.
What, if anything, did you overhear him say?
I didn't hear much.
What, if anything, did you observe Gabrielle say to him?
Gabrielle was trying to go inside. She wasn't trying to really talk to him.
What, if anything, did you observe Mr. Davenport say to him?
Mr. Davenport didn't say anything to him.
Where was Mr. Davenport at all times once as the defendant is walking up towards the truck?
He was in his truck.
And what happened once he made it up to the truck?
He turned towards the passenger side of the truck without a firearm. And he started firing his firearm into the vehicle.
You did.
Panicked and pulled out of the driveway and drove up the street.
What, if anything, did you hit as you were leaving the driveway?
I hit his vehicle, the defender's vehicle.
And when you pull out the driveway, where did you go?
I just went up towards around like the stop sign.
And then what did you learn next?
That's when I made a phone call to Jamar's brother to let him know what happened during that whole situation. And I came back. Yes, ma'am.
Let me back up a little. Before you got to the driveway, were you aware of any tension or difficulty between the defendant and Gabrielle?
I know he was calling her phone before we came back from Thompson.
Okay.
But that was all. Everybody, it was a regular day. Nobody was upset or anything.
And once you came back, you encountered law enforcement, you did the photographic lineup. Did that complete your part in the investigation of this case?
Yes.
If you don't mind standing, could you look around? Do you see the person in the courtroom today that you identified in the photo lineup while you were with law enforcement?
Yes.
Can you point to where he's seated or standing and identify him by an article of clothing?
Wearing a purple pinkish shirt.
Maybe to the left, all right. You see. Okay. Let the record reflect that the defendant the witness has identified the defendant, Mr. Lavonte Lewis.
The record will so reflect.
Right. Thank you. Nothing further from the
You can have a
stand.
seat, sir. Cross-examination.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Excuse. My name is Lamar Gardner and I represent Mr. Lewis. I just want to ask you some questions. You and Mr. Davenport were cousins, correct?
Yes. We called each other cousins.
Did you met Gabrielle through Mr. Davenport?
Yes.
When you met them, did they present themselves as boyfriend and girlfriend?
What do you mean? They presented themselves as they were talking.
They were talking.
Yeah.
Oh. So let's go to March 22nd, 2020, the date of Chevron. Do you remember talking to a Detective King from the South Fulton Police Department about this case?
You said what year?
2020, the day of the Chevron incident occurred on March 22nd, 2020.
Correct.
Do you remember talking to a Detective King after the March 28th, 2020 incident about this case?
Yes.
So you said at Chevron, it was you, cousin, you, Mr. Davenport, and Gabby, and it was another person. Was it another cousin in the vehicle? Did y'all have another relative in the vehicle?
I don't remember.
Do you remember who all was in the vehicle the day that you arrived at the Chevron gas station?
No. Wait, what do you mean first? I'm sorry.
Who was in the vehicle?
I remember it was me, Jamari. We drove up there. Gabriella just got into the vehicle when we got there.
Do you remember telling Detective King that it was another cousin in the vehicle?
I do remember saying something like that.
And you said that Mr. Lewis appeared at the gas station in a white Chrysler 300.
I don't think it was a right Chrysler.
Was it a white car vehicle?
It was. I remember he pulled up in a vehicle. I can't remember the color.
And so that was your first time that you had ever seen Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Do you remember telling Detective King that when Mr. Lewis exited his car that he spoke to you and Mr. Davenport?
No, I didn't say he spoke to me.
You don't recall telling Detective King that?
I remember telling Mr. King that he went into the gas station and gently spoke to the people that were in the gas station, which was Jamari and a couple other people.
Were you in the gas station?
No, I was in the vehicle.
So how did you hear that he had spoke?
Jamari told me.
Did you know that Mr. Lewis and Gabby were an item?
No.
Did you know that he was a child's father?
Yes. She told me then.
And you said that after he spoke, he asked for his baby mama or ex. Do you recall telling Detective King that after he spoke, he then asked for his baby mama or his ex-girlfriend, Gabby?
That I said that?
Correct.
To the detective?
Correct.
That he was looking for her, yes.
You said that? You recall?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Lewis and Gabby were arguing inside the store?
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't tell Detective King that?
No.
Did you tell him that Mr. Davenport had advised you of what occurred in the gas station?
Yes, I said that.
And you said you wasn't in the gas station, correct?
Correct.
Were you in the Silverado truck? Were y'all in the Silverado truck on the 22nd?
Yes.
So that's the same truck?
No, that was a different vehicle.
Okay. So what vehicle were y'all in on at the Chevron gas station?
It was a blue. I don't think it's called a Silverado. I think it's called an Avalanche.
But it wasn't the same vehicle from the 28th?
No.
So when Mr. Lewis saw you at the gas station, he saw you in an Avalanche and not a Silverado, correct?
I'm not sure.
He saw
He
Mr.
should.
Davenport.
No, he saw him in the gas station.
No, I'm asking the vehicle, when Mr. Lewis arrived at the vehicle that you were traveling in, you and Mr. Davenport, it was an Avalanche vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember telling Detective King that when Mr. Lewis pulled up, that you and Mr. Davenport were still sitting in the vehicle?
Yes, at the time we were still in the vehicle.
So let's move forward to March 28th, the day of the incident. And you said that morning, you, Mr. Davenport, and Gabrielle had driven to Thomaston, Georgia?
Thompson,
Georgia. Is that Washington County?
Wilkes County, Washington, Georgia, yeah.
You went there to pick up purchase a vehicle from your grandmother?
Yes.
You rented a Silverado from Enterprise?
Yes.
You left Atlanta around 1 p.m.?
Yes, around that time.
Drove back to Atlanta around 7 to 7:30 p.m.
It's around sunset.
The plan was to drop Gabby off at home, and you said you and Mr. Davenport were headed out.
Correct.
Do you recall Gabby telling you and Mr. Davenport to just drop her off and leave?
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Were you supposed to drop her? Were y'all supposed to drop her off at her best friend's house?
No, I don't remember that.
Was the plans to come back to the home after you had went to drop the Pontiac off?
We didn't drop the Pontiac off.
Okay. So there was never any plans. Do you recall telling Detective King that the plan was for you to drop the Burgundy Pontiac off because it didn't have insurance?
I remember saying that, yes, but we didn't do that.
Okay. Okay, so let's get back to driving back to Atlanta. So you drove back to Atlanta around 7:30, correct?
Yes.
So we go to Gabby's mom's house. Y'all drop her off, and take that back. Scratch that. So driving back, you were in the Burgundy car following the Silverado, correct?
It was back and forth.
Back and forth. What do you mean back and forth?
Like I was in front at the beginning, and then the Silverado.
Well, let me ask a better question. You were in a different vehicle, separate vehicle from Gabrielle and Mr. Davenport, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know if Lamonte ever Mr. Lewis ever called Gabby on the way back from Thompson, Georgia, correct?
In the vehicle, no. But at the beginning, before we headed back to Atlanta, yes.
You said that at the time that he was calling, she didn't seem to be upset.
No.
Do you remember telling Detective, I'm gonna go back to dropping Gabrielle off. Just want to clear this up. Do you remember telling Detective King that you were supposed to drop Gabby off without pulling in the driveway and leave right after? That Gabby instructed y'all to just drop her off and leave. And do you recall telling Detective King?
No, I remember just dropping her off and leaving.
But you don't remember that being instructed by Gabby?
No, I don't.
So you're parked in the driveway on the right side behind the Silverado truck, correct? Not
Slanted to it.
but to the right of it.
Yes.
And so Mr. Lewis pulls up right after, right?
Yes.
About how long did he pull up? How long was it that he pulled up after you had landed at the Diana Drive address?
About a minute.
And so he gets out the vehicle. Do you remember telling Detective King that he got out the vehicle and he just started running towards Gabby?
It was something of that sort. It was more so just walking towards her, yes. Jogging.
Or running? He was jogging towards her?
It seemed like a jog, yes.
Do you remember telling Detective King that Mr. Lewis kept saying, "Hey," to Gabby, trying to get her attention?
I do remember saying that too.
And you didn't tell him that he said anything more than, "Hey."
I didn't hear anything else.
So you said he gets up, just pulls out a gun and starts shooting.
When he got to the side of the vehicle, yes.
Did you hear him say anything to anybody, to Mr. Davenport, anybody sitting in the truck at that point?
No, he didn't speak to Mr. Davenport.
On that night, let me ask you this. Were you carrying a firearm on that night?
No.
Do you carry a firearm?
As of now?
Firearm? Yeah.
As of now, yeah.
Relevance?
I'm building up. We have, you may?
If you think you're getting to a point, all right, then I'll overrule it with that good faith proffer.
Okay, so at the time shooting occurred, you pulled out the driveway, correct?
Yeah, I backed up.
Stay there the entire time?
What you mean?
Well, I'm sorry, do you remember stating to Detective King that you watched him empty a clip? You watched Mr. Lewis?
I told the detective that.
Okay.
It was something to that effect.
And you stated on direct examination that you pulled out and you went to the stop sign, correct?
Yes,
And then you came back afterwards?
yes.
Do you remember also telling Detective King in a separate interview that you didn't see Mr. Lewis shooting all the rounds?
No, I didn't say that.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
And you never mentioned to Detective King that Mr. Lewis was calling and texting Gabby the entire time or on the way to Thompson, Georgia, correct?
I said that he was calling and texting her while we was down there before we left to go back to Atlanta.
Oh, you told him that?
I told the detective that.
Did Mr. Davenport mention any beef with Mr. Lewis?
No,
Had he ever mentioned Mr. Lewis to you?
no. Except for when we were headed back. But he didn't reference his name. He just said her baby father.
When y'all were headed back from Thompson?
From Thompson to Atlanta, yeah.
Okay. Y'all rode back in two separate vehicles, correct?
Yes, we stopped before we got on the road.
And how, can you tell me about the conversation? How did Mr. Lewis come up?
It was more so that he said her phone had been blowing up, and I guess he saw baby father, whatever what the name was in her phone when he was calling her, but she wasn't picking up.
So Mr. Davenport knew that Mr. Lewis was texting and calling Gabby on the way there?
He didn't know specifically him.
Have the court's indulgence. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. You were asked just now, Ms. Saski, some questions about how you position that and what you actually. Sharing was previously into the six as in 20. And you this pointer. If you look behind you, can you point it to the jury where you are in this interaction? And that you're in that Pontiac?
Yes.
And the record reflect that the witness has identified himself being in the Pontiac car just behind the Chevy truck as the defendant, Lamonte Lewis, is walking up towards the truck. And was there anything that obstructed your vision or your line of sight that night?
When the incident happened, no.
You could clearly see everything in front of you.
Yes.
Right. Playing 6 Exhibit 20. Pausing at the 9-second mark. Where are you now?
Still,
So you're still on.
I'm still, yes.
Where is Mr. Lewis at this point? What is he doing?
He had his firearm out pointed into the vehicle.
Continuing to play 6 Exhibit 20. Pausing at 17 seconds. What is happening now? What are you doing now?
Backing out of the driveway.
Is that when you hit the white car behind you?
Yeah.
Beside of you?
Yes.
And what is the defendant doing at this point?
He's reaching in the vehicle, still firing.
Continuing to play 6 Exhibit 20. At the end of this interaction, at 26 seconds, are you now in still on scene?
No.
But you were able to see before you left that he clearly had discharged his firearm.
Yes.
Thank you. Now he's gonna come stay.
Can you recross on those points?
Can we pull that video back up just the first part of it? I want to ask you a question that was asked on Cross about Mr. Lewis as he exited his car. Now, you just watched the video of him exiting, correct?
Yes.
Did you see him initially?
Yeah.
Mr. Lewis, is he walking or running?
He's walking.
No further questions.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Statement, call the next witness.
They call Stephanie Graham.
My name is Stephanie Graham. That's spelled Stephannie. Last name Graham, Graham.
And where do you currently work?
I am currently freelance in the tech industry.
Back in March of 2020, where did you work?
I worked with the City of South Fulton Police Department.
What unit?
I was in the crime scene unit.
What was your duties and responsibilities?
As a crime scene technician, it's my job to essentially document the scene as it was that day. That can include pictures, 3D renderings, video, all kinds of things.
Now, did you ever respond to the actual incident location on March 28th of 2020?
I did not know.
I want to direct your attention to March 30th of 2020. Did you happen to respond to 4660 Diane Drive?
I did, yes.
And what county is that in?
That's in Fulton County.
Why did you respond to that location?
I was asked to respond by the lead detective, Detective Nikita Moss,
What were you asked to do?
to document a vehicle there.
And did you document that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. I took photographs of all angles and focused in on the front driver panel, which Detective Moss had indicated was important.
I want to hand you State's Exhibit 721 to 733. State's Exhibit 721 is already in evidence. Can you please look at State's Exhibit 721 through 733? Recognize those photos.
Yes, these are the photos that I took that day.
And when you say that day, you mean March 30th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of the photographs that you took?
They are.
And at this time, the state moves to enter State's Exhibit 721 to 733.
No objection.
Committed.
At this time, the state is going to publish a few of them, first starting with 721. Can you please look at 721 and tell the jury what you see?
That's the vehicle that I was asked to document. It's going to be a Burgundy Grand Prix.
Publishing 722.
A different angle of the same vehicle. So I'm going to take photos of all sides.
723. What are we looking at here?
Another angle.
Of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 728.
That's going to be the front driver's side bumper of the vehicle.
On to 729.
I'm focusing in on the white transfer paint on that bumper. That's going to indicate that the vehicle came in contact with something that was white, and that paint was left and transferred onto that burgundy vehicle.
Now, besides photographing this vehicle on March 30th of 2020, did that end your involvement in this?
That did end my involvement.
No further questions for this witness?
Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Statement, call the next witness.
Your Honor, may I briefly approach for the next?
Our members of the jury, we're just going to hold in place for a few moments here while we line up the next witness. So if anyone needs to step out, this is a fine time. We can take a break or we can just stay here. So. And yes, feel free to take a stretch break in place as well. Okay, let's step out. We'll take 5. Step out. We'll just all step out. Yeah. All right. Oh, there we go. Dismiss. And under that, under there. It's clear. We can take a, I mean, they asked to go back, so I think we have some time. I don't know if there's any immediate rush.
Say to get 2 witnesses.
This is Ms. Gore?
That's Ms. Gore.
Okay,
And would have 1 other witness after her for the day.
okay. Well, if it's
Possible.
okay with the parties, maybe I can discuss logistics while she's here, or would you prefer to step out? Okay, all right. Well, just since we have this downtime here for a minute. You know, on the record? Okay. And this, I don't know if we necessarily need to be on the record. I'll double check here. But just talking logistics, I know we have Score for today. I know that is a longer witness, and that may end up taking some time. Just going off the state's list, were you still wanting to call Investigator King, or is that handled now by the stipulation?
That's the stipulation.
Okay. And then we have a Heather Weathers.
That's for the day.
She's still on for today. Okay. And then assuming that we do complete all of these today, what's tomorrow looking like?
There will be GBI, number of analysts, and more law enforcement. Also the medical examiner.
Okay. All right. And, state knows its case and how many exhibits there are. And so does the state believe it's on track to rest tomorrow at some point?
Not sure yet, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll see.
How it goes by midday and then
Mhm. Okay. Anything on the defense side?
Yes.
Talking logistics?
Gonna do, I'm sorry, I missed it. I think, the timing, are we still, I know yesterday we discussed maybe an early let out, are we calling Detective King today? Oh, no, tomorrow.
It looks like she's saying since you stipulated the lineup, they don't plan to call Detective King.
Okay.
So we've got Miss Gore here and Heather Weathers, and that's all they've got on deck for today. And I think if we're able to do that, that probably might actually be right at 5. So I don't think we even have time for more. Just that's my guess. But in terms of timing for tomorrow, are there other logistical issues like what's anyone with a delayed
I wasn't looking for
conflict?
one person, the person with the issue of the pregnancy. She didn't call me back just yet. So can I just get back to the owner?
She's still up in the wind, kind of. Gotcha. All right. You may need to, I don't know, invoke a supervisor or something at this point.
Yes. Say one more time. Yes, sir.
I'm just saying, if you just got a GBI agent who's under subpoena and has stopped returning your calls.
No, Your Honor, not that. It's just whether we do the Zoom or in person. I'll
Oh,
confirm that overnight.
okay, understood. I thought you were saying you hadn't had any
No,
contact with her.
not taking it.
Okay.
Just how she would come into.
All right. Well, anything else you want to flag, logistically speaking? Okay.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry.
There we have it.
My crime scene tech is also testifying in another courtroom, courtroom 7F. And so I don't know if it'll be done today, it'll be tomorrow. So I was going to check on that a little later.
Is this Miss Weathers or is this somebody else?
The Eric Green, he was on for tomorrow.
Okay.
But he's
All right. And I don't know who's in 7F.
Judge Cox.
Cox is in 7F. Okay. And do you know, do they have any idea? I mean, I know y'all figure this out, but is he expected to go in the morning, in the afternoon, where they are in the trial?
Going to go on today, but I don't know if there's a delay or you have to go to Hawaii. It would be done for today.
All right. Well, it sounds like we'd have enough witnesses tomorrow to be flexible and adjust and work them in where we can.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thanks for
Yeah. All right, let's go back on the record. We'll bring back in the jury.
You're putting this from your desktop. No.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Everyone, please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Gabrielle Gore.
Yes, sir.
Would you please state your last name?
My name is Gabrielle Gore. It is spelled Gabrielle. Last name spelled Gore.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gore. Ms. Gore, tell the jury how old are you?
I am 28. I live at 4660 Diane Drive.
Who do you live there with?
My mom.
Anyone else?
My sister.
And how many sisters do you have?
One.
And in the line, are you the oldest or youngest?
The oldest.
Did there come a time that there was someone else who lived at the house with you at the Diane Drive location?
Yes.
And who was that person?
It was multiple people. So we have Arjun that stayed with us, Kanaya has stayed with us, and then we had a whole family, which would be Helena and her kids.
How are you connected to the defendant in this case?
How we're connected? We have a child together.
How long have you known them?
Since 2016.
How did you meet?
We met when his family moved into our house.
How long did it stay at your house?
I would say about 3 or 4 months.
What year was that?
That was 2016.
When he moved into your house, were you in a relationship?
No.
How much longer, sort of, after he moved in, did the relationship begin between the two of you?
I want to say about 2 months after.
Okay. And how soon after you struck up a relationship that became more romantic, did you have a child with him?
That would be, I got pregnant in April of 2017.
And is the child that you have with Mr. Lamonte Lewis the only child that you have
Yes.
with him?
Yes.
And then you have a kid?
No. Not with him, but I do have other children.
How many children do you have?
I have in all 5.
What are their ages? You just
My oldest is 8. Our kid is 7. Then I have a 2-year-old, a 1-year-old, and a 5-week-old.
Can you describe the nature of the relationship with Mr. Lamonte Lewis
You said the nature of our relationship?
at the beginning?
The beginning, we would just see each other from his family moving into the house. And after that, he asked me to go out with him to a restaurant that's in downtown. After that, we started seeing each other more often, and then it became romantic. And then we ended up having a child together. And then after that, going down the line, we eventually moved into a 3-bedroom. Going down the line, we parted ways. Then after that, parted ways, came back, then parted ways again, and then I think that would be the end of it.
Do you recall the address that you moved in the 3-bedroom?
No, I can tell you the name of the apartment was Santa Vista.
And was it just yourself and the children living at that apartment?
Yes.
And how long did you stay at the 3-bedroom apartment?
I want to say for a month.
And what could be the cause of your breakups?
Fights.
When you say fights, what do you mean by that?
Physical fights, as in I was getting beat on, basically.
What is the first instance that you remember that it became physical between yourself?
That would be in February of 2018.
How did that incident transpire?
The incident transpired because he got upset that I didn't answer the phone at 3 in the morning.
Excuse me?
He got upset that I didn't answer the phone at 3 a.m. in the morning.
And once he got upset, how did the fight end?
The police ended up being called.
Who called him?
My mom.
And once the police got on scene, what happened next?
Basically, she told him to remove his stuff from the property, and that would just be the end of it.
And so did that incident occur at the 4660 Diane Drive location?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the time he lived with you?
No.
When is the next incident you remember of a fight between the two of you?
September of 2018.
And can you describe what that incident was about?
He left to go to work. This is currently when we was at Santa Vista staying in a 1-bedroom. He left to go to work, came back, seen me on the phone with my coworker, and got upset because it was a dude.
When he got upset, what would he do?
Put his hands on me.
Did he do anything else?
He choked me to the point where I started grabbing the blinds in that incident, yes.
What else did he do?
Dragged me across the floor.
How is it that you remember the dates so specifically?
Because at one incident, a police officer told me to start
When the
recording
police
stuff.
officer told you, after you met the police officer, what did you begin to do?
Document.
How did you document those instances?
Photos.
Was anybody else present during those incidents?
Our kids.
And what is the next incident of sort of tension between the two of you that you remember?
It was an April incident. I don't know if it was in 2019 or 2018.
And who was present in the April incident?
Our kids, him and his mom.
And how did that incident, how did you come to meet up with his mom that day?
Me and the kids had walked to the park, and I had called his mom to come get us from the park because it started raining. Then I didn't know he was gonna be in the car until she pulled up.
And then how did it come that there's a fight?
That he was just mad about us walking to the park.
You speak up a little bit?
I said he was just mad about us walking to the park.
And was it a verbal or physical fight?
It was verbal.
And during that fight, what happened?
He got mad to the point where his mom was yelling at me, Thompson, he's finna snap, get in the house, get in the house.
Did he approach you?
Yes.
When he approached you, what did he do?
Just yelled, kept calling me a bunch of B words and just yelling.
Did he have anything in his hands?
Yes, it's good.
I'm showing you what is evidence in States Exhibit 2. Play it. Publish it. Publish it. Gabrielle, you look in front of you or the screen behind you. Is that the incident you just described of April 19 of 2019?
Yes.
And can you tell me who you see in the video, who you recognize?
I see myself, my son Haven, our son Lamont, his mom Cassandra Gates, and Lamonte Lewis.
And can you point out where you are in this video?
At the door, trying to open the door with my keys,
And where is Lamonte?
being pushed away by his mom.
Go in the house! Damn it, go in the fucking house! You hard-headed, girl! You hard? And you your baby is right. You don't care about this. Your baby is right here. You don't care? Them folks don't, you're not gonna be able to see him when you get off. No, we're not gonna see him, period. That's fine. You just go in the house. You just go in the house. Everything. Girl, you talk too fucking much. He's not convinced. Go in the house with stupid shit.
After the April 29 incident, did you remain with the defendant?
It was kind of on and off after that.
The person that you identified as Lamont Lewis in the video, if you could stand up and look around, do you see that person in court today?
Yes.
Can you identify him by an article of clothing and point out to where he's seated?
He's sitting over there. Our ticket clothes he has on is a blazer and a purple button down, lavender button down.
Is he to the right or the left of you?
He's to the left.
And when you break up, how is it that you would then reconcile, get back together?
We were reconciled for the kids. Anytime we broke off, we always end up back together doing something for the kids.
Was there a time that you took therapy together?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because after so many periods of the abuse and whatnot, I said something's gotta give. I said, so, and we went to see a therapist. The therapist suggested that he needed to go to sessions himself.
Debbie, do you recall an incident that occurred at the Cascade Skating Rink?
No.
Do you recall an incident at the Chevron gas station?
Yes.
And can you describe who were at the Chevron gas station?
It was me, Kanaya, a couple folks that skate, Jamari and CJ.
Who's Jamari?
He would be known as Bobo.
And how were you connected to Jamari?
We was real good friends.
When did you and Jamari become more than good friends?
I'm gonna say in January of 2020.
How long had you known him in January of 2020, by January of 2020?
Probably about 3 months, 3 to 4 months.
And how did that relationship develop?
It developed because we would have like real, I would say, deep, intimate conversations about life.
And at the time, were you still seeing? Gonna say yes or no?
No.
At the time, were you co-parenting the defendant?
Yes.
Was the defendant and the Jamari, they know each other? Were they friends?
No.
And at the gas station, what happened while you were there between the defendant and Jamari?
The defendant pulled up to the gas station. I hid in the back of the blue Avalanche, which would be Jamari's car. And he went into the gas station. Nothing expired. He went in the gas station looking for me and came out. Went and looked in the Altima that we were driving at the time with Kanaya. Didn't see me and he left.
Why did you hide?
He was looking for me.
Why was he looking for you?
Don't know.
Gabby, when for the first time did a weapon become part of the detention difficulties of the defendant?
The April incident.
And when was the next time that a gun was involved, one way or the other?
I would say about in November of 2019.
What happened in that incident?
The defendant got mad because a random number had called me. He took the random number, put it into my son's iPad and called. It was a dude that answered. We got into a argument and he put the gun to my head.
What was it around that incident?
Our kids. The kids came out the room. He acted like nothing ever happened.
Was his mother ever present for one of those incidents?
No, she's only present for the April incident.
What did you say to him when he pulled the gun out that time?
I told him to just pull it
Why did you tell him to pull it?
because I was tired,
Why were you tired?
because it was a repeating cycle.
When did you move back home to 4660 Diane Drive?
After the January the 3rd incident,
What was that incident about?
we got into a argument because I had called his brother a name while they was on the game, and he didn't like it
Why did you call his brother a name?
because he had put his baby mama and his son out the house.
What, he didn't like the fact, so what did he do?
Started yelling at me and basically beating on me.
Why did you do that?
I just let it happen because I was told the last time if I was to defend myself, I could end up in jail.
Was there a time that you called for help and you were arrested?
That would be the January 3rd incident.
Tell me about that. How did that transpire? But you were also arrested.
It was started off with the whole incident of me calling his brother name. We got into the argument. He beat on me. I called the police probably about 3 or 4 times because nobody was showing up. And by then, a police officer showed up probably about 3 hours later. And he lied and told the police officer I was hitting on him, so that's why he retaliated. And since his shirt was tore, the police officer believed him and we both got arrested.
Did you stay with him after that?
No,
Did you
ma'am.
reconcile after that situation? Was that the last situation for you?
That was the last situation.
And did you make it clear to the defendant that you were done with the relationship at that point?
I didn't make it clear to him till the end of that year.
Did you continue to be intimate with the defendant after that incident?
The January 3rd incident, yes.
When did you stop being intimate with him?
December of 2019.
Is that when did you communicate clearly in December that you were done with the relationship?
It was after I came back from our family South Carolina trip. So after Christmas, I communicated I was done.
How did he take that?
He
Did he
took
respond to
it well with the conditions of counseling.
Did he suggest that you would continue to co-parent?
Yes.
Let's talk about March 28th. How is it that you and CJ and Jamari connected?
The day before, I was talking to CJ about being down about my dad passing away. He was like, "Oh, we could plan something the next day." We was supposed to go bowling, but we ended up going to pick up his car
Where did you go to pick up the car?
in Thompson.
We speaking to the mic, please. Thank you.
In Thompson, Georgia.
And what time did you set out for Thompson?
I would say about 11 or 12. It was in the morning. It was early, late morning.
And how did you drive to Thompson, Georgia?
We drove in the truck, the white Silverado.
Who was driving?
CJ.
And how long did you spend in Thompson before you came back down?
Probably about 2 or 3 hours.
And in that time, what, if any, communication did you have with the defendant?
He was calling my phone, talking about he wanted to take the kids to a birthday party. And I was telling him mom had him. He kept asking me where I was at.
What did you tell him?
I told him I was in Thompson, Georgia.
Who did you tell him you were with?
My brother.
Why did you tell him you were with your brother?
Because I looked to CJ like a brother.
And you didn't make any mention of Jamari?
Mm-mm.
Or any inferences to Jamari?
No.
Why is that?
I didn't feel like it was relevant to him for him to know.
And did he just call you, or did he do something else to try to make contact with you?
He called me, FaceTimed me, messaged me on Instagram. He messaged me from my son's tablet. That's about it.
Did you answer any of those calls?
No.
Did you respond to any of the text messages?
I responded
Why did you respond?
because at that point I was getting annoyed.
And when did you become aware that he had picked up the kids?
Once my sister told me he had picked the kids up.
Did there come a point where you stopped all communications with him, even not?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you stop communicating completely after a while?
Because it was starting to get irritating. He was just literally calling me back to back to back to back.
And how did you stop the communication?
I turned my phone on D&D.
What does D&D mean?
Do not disturb.
And what happens when you put your phone on Do Not Disturb?
Your phone calls go straight to voicemail.
Did there come a time you took your phone off of Do Not Disturb?
I didn't take my phone out to Do Not Disturb until probably like 5 that morning.
So when you came up to your house, it was still on Do Not Disturb?
Yes.
And coming back down, how is it that everyone's driving? Who's in what vehicle? Can you describe that?
Jamari was driving the Silverado. I was in the passenger seat. CJ was in the red Pontiac behind us.
And about what time would you say you arrived at your mom's home?
It's about 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
And as you're pulling into the driveway, what do you observe, if anything?
As we pull in the driveway, I don't see anything. We just pull into the driveway, face forward.
Who goes in first?
Bobo does. Jamari.
And once you arrive, do you immediately exit the vehicle, or do you linger for a little bit more?
We had a conversation.
And how long would you say you sat in the place before?
It was the conversation about 2 or 3 minutes. We was just talking. I was basically saying I was gonna leave my stuff in the car because they was coming back.
And when they were coming back, what were the plans for later that night?
We didn't discuss it.
And what stuff did you leave in the truck?
I left my shoes and my iPad.
And when for the first time you became aware that the defendant was now in your driveway?
When I got out of the car.
When you got out of the car, what did you first observe?
The defendant walking up the driveway.
What did he say to you, if anything?
That I do not recall.
Did you say anything to him?
No.
Did he say anything to CJ?
No.
What's the first thing you observed him do?
Walk up to the car.
I'm showing you what's been previously tendered as State Exhibit 20. Can you look in front of you or behind you and point out where you are in that portion of the video?
Getting out of the car.
Are you getting out on the left side or the right side?
It would be the right side of the vehicle.
Is that the passenger side?
Yes.
I'm playing now State Exhibit 20. At the point where you close the door, what is going on there?
The defendant is walking up the driveway.
Are you having any conversations with him at this point?
No, ma'am.
Is your back to the defendant, or are you facing the defendant?
My back is to the defendant.
At that point, does he say anything to you?
No, ma'am.
Does he call out to you?
I don't remember if he did.
Do you recall what he was wearing?
The white T-shirt.
Play. Exhibit 20. Gabrielle, at this point, where are you on the scene?
I'm in the middle of my pathway
So
of
you-
the walkway.
Okay. And if you had to estimate, how far is it from the walkway to the door of the passenger side?
Probably like a few feet.
And could you still see what was going on? Did
Yes.
What did you see?
The defendant walking up to the car.
Did you see anything in his hand at that point?
His gun.
At that point, did you say anything to him?
No.
Continue the video from 8 seconds. Stopping the video at 11 seconds. Gabby, at this point, where are you on that scene?
On my pathway.
And what did you observe?
The defendant pulling out his gun to shoot.
What did you hear?
The gun shot going off.
How many times do you hear the gun go off?
More than 7.
At that point, continue from 11 seconds, does the defendant say anything to you?
No.
What do you then observe the defendant do?
Shoot into the truck.
Where are you at that point?
Still on the pathway screaming.
At that point, you're screaming. What are you screaming?
Stop.
What, if anything, does he say to you then?
He's still shooting in the car. He doesn't say anything yet.
Continue from 17 seconds. At the 19-second mark, is the defendant still at the passenger side door shooting?
No.
What did you observe him do at that point?
He says, "You're next," and starts walking to his car.
Continuing. At that point, what are you doing?
Scrambling, trying to get my door.
Stopping at 28 seconds. What are you screaming?
Screaming for them to open the door.
And who opens the door?
My sister and Kanaya.
Husband. What is your sister's name?
Jasmine.
Does she have another name?
Winifred.
Did you see the defendant go to the car?
Yes.
Did you see him come back from the car?
At that point, I wasn't trying to look back. I was trying to get into the house.
And who brought you into the house?
My sister Winifred and Kanaya.
Once you got into the house, what happened next?
I start yelling.
Did you observe the defendant standing outside of your front door?
No, I didn't.
Who calls 911?
My mom.
And while your mom is calling 911, what are you doing?
Trying to get back outside.
Why did you want to go back outside?
To check on Jamari.
Did you ultimately go outside?
Yes.
Do you need a minute?
Okay.
When you ultimately went outside, what did you observe?
Jamari laying flat on his face.
Who turned him over?
Me and my mom.
Why?
Because the 911 operator performed CPR.
And you tried to perform CPR?
Yes.
Did it work?
Once I seen the blood come out his mouth, I just started screaming.
While you were on scene, did anyone else come to the scene?
My sister came outside, which would be Winifred. The neighbor was yelling from across the yard, trying to get us to calm down. And then Joe would be Kanaya's friend. He pulled up, and we ran back in the house thinking the defendant had pulled back up to the house.
What color was his car?
It was white.
And once you got back to the house, how long after did the law enforcement show up to the scene?
Probably about 10 minutes later.
One more check. Just so I can clarify, Gabby, do you remember, can you just remember me how many shots you said you heard that night?
More than 7.
Did you ever hear a click?
Yes.
And do you recall talking to law enforcement?
Do I recall talking to law enforcement?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you tell them much the same what you testified to today?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Let me put it from the state.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
We've never met except for, I think, a few minutes ago. And we've never spoken, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I just have a few questions for you on behalf of Mr. Lewis, okay? Now, direct that you and Mr. Lewis met somewhere like 2016-ish, give or take, and you started dating around then.
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, you were about 20, 19 or 20?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and he was about your age or?
He's a year older than
A
me.
year older, okay. So he would have been maybe 20, 21, and you were about 19, 20. And then some point thereafter, you got pregnant, you all had your son, Lamont, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then also you had Haven, right, at that time. And at the time you had Lamont, where were you living?
At my mom's.
Okay. And where was Mr. Lewis living?
He was back and forth between my mom's and his mom's.
Okay. And throughout the pregnancy, he would take you to the doctor's appointments, and sometimes he'd stay at your mom's house for that. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And he also was a sort of a father figure to Haven as well throughout that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he'd provide for you and for Haven, and then for Lamont once Lamont was born.
Yes, ma'am.
And then after Lamont was born, just walk me through you all situation. So once Lamont is born, you're still living at your mom's house? At some
Yes.
point, do you move?
At some point, I end up being at the 1-bedroom with him.
Okay. And then one second. Okay. So you're in the 1-bedroom with him and the boys are with you all?
Yes.
And then at some point, do you move into the 3-bedroom right after that? Is that when you guys move to the 3-bedroom?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And some of the instances you just told us about, were you two, the time we got arrested or the time where you said that he was beating up on you, that was during the time that you're living in the apartment?
Yes.
About how long were you all living together in those 2 apartments?
About 6 or 7 months.
Okay. And throughout this time, and then after the 3-bedroom, he gets a house, right? Or you move back with your mom.
Yes.
He moves with his mom, and then he
Yes.
gets the house.
Yes.
At some point after he gets the house, you stay with him there at the house? No?
I will come over there. I probably stayed at the house probably like 3 times.
Okay. And when I say stay, I mean just like you're spending the night.
Yes.
Okay. But you were, at some point, it's fair to say you guys had a rocky relationship.
Yes.
Very up, very down. Good, very bad.
Yes.
Right? And this is over the course of some years.
Yes.
And in some of those times, things were really good, right? I mean, at some point you guys were talking about getting married and rings, right? I think
Yes.
at some point you got a promise ring, right?
Yes.
And then when you got the house, I know you all were excited about decorating the rooms and you helped with that.
I was decorating my kids' room.
Right, right. And this is sort of in the mix of some of the stuff that you told us about just a few minutes ago, right?
Yes.
You all would communicate throughout this time. This may seem like a dumb question, but I have to ask it via phone, right? You text.
Yes.
Would you all text message? First, let me ask, did you have an iPhone?
Yes.
Did he have an iPhone?
He had 2 phones.
He had 2 phones.
Mhm.
Okay. What phones did you know him to have?
They had the Android and iPhone.
Okay. And when y'all would text, would you text like through the texting or would you use like WhatsApp or Messenger or something
We
else?
only used the WhatsApp when we were in a no contact for our kids.
No
for the whole
contact, but
incident
y'all
that happened
did
on January
WhatsApp.
3rd.
Wow.
Okay. Sorry. And you said you would only use WhatsApp when, what was that?
For the January 3rd incident. After that, we were supposed to have a no contact.
Okay. I got you. Okay. But for the most part though,
It
throughout
was
the
regular
time.
through text.
Okay. And then as we get to January or February, March of 2020, are y'all, when you're texting, because you are still texting during that time, right?
Mhm.
And you're texting through the regular just texting app.
Yes.
Or not an app, but you know what I mean, on your iPhone.
Mhm.
Okay. And as we get into March of 2020, you all are still communicating.
Mhm.
I think at some point in there, you guys were intimate.
No.
No. You all were talking about at one point in mid to late March of 2020 about getting a house in the country one day. No. What about the therapy sessions? When was that? When we all
Basically been in January and February.
of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And then in March of 2020, you were you looking for a car or something in March of 2020?
I had involuntarily gave up my car in January.
You said, what was that?
I involuntarily gave up my car in January.
Okay. There were some messages, significant number of messages between the two of you where you're talking about, you're texting him about a phone and, or not a phone, texting him about a car and different kinds of cars and asking
Because
him.
I was in the process of getting my credits fixed.
Okay. And you were asking him about, like, if this seems like a lot to pay for a certain car, and he would kind of tell you yes or no, right?
Yes.
And that was in March.
Yes.
So she was still talking.
You all were texting, like there were like dozens and dozens of messages throughout that time, right? In March of 2020.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Lewis, I mean, you were with him for some years. You knew his habits more or less. I mean, he was known to have a weapon, right? He had a
Yes.
gun. And we've seen 2 of those instances, but I mean, he had a gun pretty regularly.
Yes.
It's crazy.
I want to back up to April of 2017. This is kind of around the time, I think, when you said you found out you were pregnant with Lamont. There was an incident that happened at a birthday party, right?
Mhm.
At your, was it?
It was Haven's first
Haven's.
birthday party. It would be March of 2017.
March of 20. And something happened, and I don't want to get into too much of the detail, but with Haven's father, and that happened at the birthday party.
Yes.
And Mr. Lewis was there and, you know, saw what was going on, right?
Mhm.
And at some point thereafter, you got a TPO against the father of Haven.
Yes.
And you'd been dealing with some issues with that, Haven's dad stalking, and which is kind of what led to the TPO.
Yes.
Okay.
And this was somewhat early on in your relationship with Mr. Lewis. This stuff is happening kind of continuous
It wouldn't be continuous. It was just 2 incidents.
2 incidents, and that's what led you to get the stalking TPO?
Yes.
This is weird.
Now I want to talk about March 28th, 2020. Mr. Lewis, well, you told us that you went to, was it Thomason, Georgia?
Yes.
With Mr. Davenport and CJ to get this car. And Mr. Lewis wanted to come get the kids from your mom's house to take them to a birthday party.
Yes.
And are you aware that day that Mr. Lewis had sort of a gathering at his home family? And did you know about that?
No.
But nonetheless, he wanted to get the kids and take them to a party.
Yes.
So out to you.
So he knew.
Yes.
And your mom at some point, right? And
Yes.
Sorry.
It's fine.
And your sister?
Yes.
Sisters or sister?
Sister.
Sister. Okay. About where were you, and also wanting to, I guess, coordinate about the kids.
Yes.
At this time and on this day, was Mr. Lewis welcome just to your mom's house? I mean, your mom didn't really care for Mr. Lewis, right? At that time.
She did.
And so it wasn't something where it was a great relationship between him and your mom where he could kind of just show up and walk in and get the kids, right? It was something that needed to be coordinated.
Yes.
And at some point he does go and get the children.
Yes.
Did you actually know that he had picked them up?
My mom and my sister notified me.
Okay.
Well, so she
So he gets the kids, and then at some point he then brings them back to the house.
Yes.
Now, and I don't know if you were asked this on direct. I did have just a little bit of trouble hearing. It's not your contention that he was waiting outside in his car in the driveway or
Speculation?
Why don't we try rephrasing the question focused on what she observed?
do you know whether or not he was waiting outside in the car in your driveway or by your house for you to get home?
No.
Do you know if he was lying in wait for you?
No.
I'm assuming because we can't see the full video, we'll kind of only see that part on the driveway. So the part where you're walking to your front door, I'm assuming are you running to your door at that point when the shots ring out?
I was screaming.
Was
I was standing still screaming.
Okay.
She asked where you run.
And you were screaming as you were making your way to the door, right?
She asked you if you were running or
I was screaming stop. I was standing in one spot.
Oh, you were standing.
Which was where?
In the mid pathway of my drive.
Okay.
So she didn't.
Mid pathway of your driveway.
It's like, if you look at the driveway, it's a pathway that goes to my door.
Right. I know what you're talking. Okay. And does the door open right away? Do they open the door for you right away, or are you having to wait there for some
I was
time?
banging for a minute because everybody was franticing inside the house.
And as that's happening, I mean, you're hearing a bunch of shots, right?
Yes.
And you're panicking, right?
Yes.
Scary. And you're focused on trying to get inside.
Yes.
Okay. And you're focused on trying to get in the door. The door is open, trying to get in, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ultimately get inside. There were no gunshots or anything inside the house, right?
No.
Or at your door?
No.
There was no damage to the door.
No.
So he didn't shoot at the door.
One moment, ma'am. Thank you so much. For you.
Redirect.
Yes, sir. Gabrielle, defense counsel and I asked you first about your prior incidents of conflict between yourself and the defendant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you document those injuries?
Yes.
That's what you need. Yes. These are the ones you're not. Gabby, yeah, I'm approaching you for what's been marked as 631, 38, 43, 46, 48, and 51. Can you take a look at these photos and tell me what you're realizing?
It's the photos of my bruises and scrapes from the September 2018. It's
Photographs?
September 21st of 2018.
And those photos taken by you or someone else?
Me.
And do they fair and accurately depict your injuries that you documented on that date?
Yes.
Did the photos appear to be changed or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
And at this time, state will move into evidence states 31, 33, 38, 43, 46, 48, and 51.
One moment, Judge, just one moment. Absolutely. No objection.
Admitted.
Yeah, no, published it states 31. Gabriel, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in states 31?
It would be the bruisings on the side of my neck.
And specifically, what date was this photo taken?
September the 21st of 2018,
On what day?
a Friday
Or what time?
at 2:55.
Looking at states 33, what are we looking at in that incident?
A scrape on my elbow.
And how did you get that scrape?
When the fight led to outside, and we was outside on the concrete.
What states 38?
That would be the bruising around my neck and the cut from his nail.
When you say his nail, who are you referring to?
The defendant, Lamonte Lewis.
What are we looking at in states 43?
The me crying and the swelling around my neck.
Why did you take that photo specifically?
To show the swelling around my neck.
What are we looking at in states 46?
The scraping on my knee.
And states 48?
The scraping on my ankle.
And finally, states 51?
The bite marks on my tongue from me biting down from being choked.
And at what time did you take that last photo?
At 2:54.
Is that all on the same day?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
Recross on those points.
Ms. Gore, you, at March 28th of 2020, you and Mr. Davenport were talking, you were dating.
We was friends. We wasn't dating.
Outside the scope of the direct.
What?
Ms. Flack, if you can tie it in, or what was asked on
I didn't hear the
cross, or on, excuse me, on the redirect.
I'll withdraw, Judge.
All right, you have any further questions at this time? All right. So at this time, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Flack?
Yes.
All right, you can step down.
Others. Others.
All right, members of the jury, as I understand it, we have one more witness to hear from today. Unless anyone needs a break, state may call their next witness.
And instead, we'll call Heather Weathers to the stand.
Jules, does that make it okay for them to still stay? Nope. Vamoose. See, I'm a different type of person. I'm a different type of person. Man, there's no way I stay around. I mean, I'm different. I'm not one of those that think somebody love me if they beat me. So I'm not one of those. I love you. Then they beating the crap out of you. Jamari and her was just friends. No, they were not. They were in a relationship. They were in a relationship according to her CJ. CJ.
Well, testimony should be in accordance to truth, and that's the truth.
I do.
Victim blaming? Who's blaming the victim? Who blaming the victim? I ain't blaming the
Helen
victim.
Weathers,
Ow.
HELENWEATHERS.
I'm saying I would.
Good afternoon, Ms. Weathers.
Good afternoon.
Please tell the jury how you're currently employed.
I'm currently a lieutenant with the City of South Fulton Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the City of South Fulton?
Since the inception of our police department in March of 2018.
And how long you've been employed in your current role?
I'm currently the CID lieutenant since August of last year. Previous to that, I was a patrol commander, and previous to that, crime scene manager.
I heard
Describe
women
to us what
say,
the
"Oh,
responsibilities of a crime
sometimes
scene
you just got to get a beat
So in the
down."
role of the crime scene manager, I oversaw all of the crime scene forensic investigations for the department for any incident that required the forensic investigations to any case.
And in your role as manager, how would you become assigned to a particular case?
So we would get assigned just depending upon the incident. If a case arose, it depended upon the staff I had available. I'd either assign an available person that wasn't currently working something, or I was also a working manager, so I also would actually go out and assist or work cases as well.
And when you go out and assist in work cases, how do you determine what you do on a specific case?
Really depends on what transpired, what type of investigation we're doing. There's a normal crime scene type protocol of how we document our investigations, documenting anything we go out and do with notes, reports, photography, videography, any of our other available options that we have to us. And it's really incident dependent. We'll do far more thorough things for serious crimes such as homicides, but we also do everything up to which we would call persons crimes, but then we also investigate property crimes. And so the things that we do just depend on based on the type of incident we're investigating.
Directing your attention to the March 28th, 2020 incident, which occurred at 460 Diamond Drive. Do you recall the space?
I do.
How were you assigned to that specific case?
At the time, I was the manager of the unit, but I also assisted in doing a search warrant related to the case.
And what was the search warrant for?
We went to a residence pursuant to the incident. The detectives developed information that led us to another address. And based on that search warrant, we did some more investigative measures that needed to be documented.
And did you find out who that other address belonged to?
I don't recall off the top of my head who it but was pertinent to the case.
And once you arrived at that residence, what did you first do?
Basically, we will do photography documenting the scene or the residence as it is when we arrive.
How do you determine what and where to photograph first?
It's based on the original investigation. So the lead detectives on the case will develop information as it pertains to this case. In this case, they developed information, led us to this house, and additional information that would be relevant to the original crime scene. So items that we focused on were a vehicle, as well as phones and some, based on this crime, you have crimes that will either involve maybe firearms or weapons that are sharp. So based on how the original scene will dictate what type of evidence we're looking for. The original crime scene here involved firearms, so we were looking for ammunition, firearms, firearm parts, things of that nature. So that was pertinent to what we were documenting at this house.
Okay. I'm sure you must be marked as states 5:20. Prior to today, do you have a permission to review the photos that you took related to this search warrant?
Yes.
I went the exhibits. Can you tell the jurors what you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the photographs of the residents pursuant to the search warrant that we took that day.
And did the photos appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No.
Did they fair and accurately depict the house as you photographed it on the day at the 365 X Circle location?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, we'll move into evidence. States 532 to 720.
Can you say that number one more time?
532 to 720.
All right, any objection to these? I'm sorry, take up what?
The 200 photos, can we just take a quick look at them so I can see what they are?
Yeah, you take your time.
I'll do this. This is important.
Yeah, they got all. But it's. Right, but these go back. So make sure we're back. So I need to object to this for my, just for the same reason, for the record. 6. On that one, it's for the same, I just have to make. All of those. All my phones? No. All bathrooms? She just put that on. Okay. Check the phone? Yeah, just what is, just. Sure. Where do you see reading? Here, you look at those and look at these.
Good. Yeah.
So that address. They have to names is gonna be on it. This is the most final subjection.
Quick on this.
Sure.
Judge, can we just quickly approach?
Preserve 634, 635, 636, 37. It's the same objection that we dealt with the phones. They're just the same photos.
Let me get the news. It's 6:33 through what?
634. Well, I guess 633 was 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Oh, 403 objection.
Yes.
And just
The state's response to the same, the reason why we.
the responses are all the same. So it's a minute over objection.
And at this time, still will move into evidence, States Exhibit 532 through 720.
Other than the objections already noted for the record, are there any objections? Any additional objections? All right. So those exhibits are admitted. You may proceed.
And the publishing first, States 532.
So basic protocols, whenever we go to a scene, we will take an overall photograph of what it is we're documenting. This case, it's the residence at 3256. So it's an overall photograph of the house with the mailbox and the numerics for the residence that we were at.
Did you know the driveway?
There is a white minivan in the driveway,
What color is it?
white.
And publishing next, States 535. What are we looking at 535?
So photograph of the mailbox and the mail that was within the mailbox.
Is there a name on the end of the mailbox?
It's Lamonte Lewis,
What is the address of that mail?
3526 Ebb Circle, Fairburn, Georgia, 30213.
Looking next at States 545. Why you take that angle of the minivan?
We do what we call 360 photographs. So we will do overalls around vehicles. Sometimes if we can go around a house or whatnot, it's just really give an overall perspective of the area that we're at.
Did you observe any damage to that white vehicle in the driveway?
To the white minivan, no.
Looking next at State 633. I was, I'm sorry, 593 when we shot, went a little bit out of order. What are we looking at here in States 593?
So as I'm photographing from inside the residence, it's the interior garage from the residence into the garage.
What did you observe in the garage?
There's an additional white sedan vehicle that was parked inside the garage.
Looking next at 594. And why did you take that photo?
It's just an additional picture as we move into the next room, identifying that it's a white Kia sedan, just getting a better vantage point of it from the point of the entry door into the garage.
Do you notice any other vehicles in the garage?
No.
Well, how would you describe sort of the general condition of the garage?
The house looked fairly new, fairly recently moved in. There wasn't a lot of furniture, so there wasn't really much of anything in the garage. Kind of consistent with maybe being a new move-in type residence.
Looking at the State 602. Why did you take a photo from the back of the vehicle?
We take photos from, again, all around the vehicle, but also from the back to identify the tag and identifying marking on the vehicle when that information shows who the vehicle is registered to.
What's the make and model of the vehicle you photographed?
It's a Kia Optima.
Looking next at State 607. What are we looking at in State 607?
It's a photograph of the vehicle from the rear passenger side showing damage on the rear passenger quarter panel and then just an additional angle of the vehicle from inside the garage.
Can I think those things? Is the garage door open or closed?
The garage is closed.
Looking next at State 611. What are we looking at in State 611?
It's an additional photograph of the passenger side of the white Kia Optima with damage to that passenger side.
What is the color of the markings that you know?
There appears to be a red transfer damage onto the white Kia.
Look at next at 633. What are we looking at in 633?
So photograph of one of the bedrooms, and within that bedroom, there were cell phones that were plugged in on the floor of that bedroom.
Look at next at state 708. What are we looking at in state 708?
It's a photograph of a gun box that was located and the associated identifying information of what type of weapon was in that box.
What information based on the box would indicate what type of weapon had been in that box?
We know it's based on the information, it's a 9mm weapon with an associated serial number of TMT 27352 that's listed down in the bottom right corner.
Based on the information on that box, are you able to determine the caliber?
It says 9mm on the label.
Look at next at state 709. What are we looking at here?
It's a photograph of that box open.
What, if anything, do you observe about the box?
It has items that come with the box when a gun is purchased in that type of box. A child safety lock, a magazine, and I believe that's like a magazine load or another piece of plastic that goes with the weapon.
Do you see a weapon in the box?
No.
Looking next at state 710. What are we looking at here?
It's a receipt associated with that box.
And what is the date on that receipt?
3/25 of 2020.
And on the receipt, based on the information, are you able to determine who the receipt may have belonged to?
The name listed on the receipt is Lamonte Deshaun Lewis.
Based on the receipt, are you able to determine what was purchased?
It was a Taurus TH9 weapon with an associated serial number TMT 27352. That includes additional ammunition that was purchased. And it also shows that there was holsters in the gun case and accessory, as well as a leather holster.
Looking next at state 713. Why do you take this photograph off?
It's a photograph with the passenger, or correction, the front driver's door. We do various ranges of photos when we'll do overalls to begin with. And then when we start identifying things that we need to focus on that are maybe more pertinent to our investigation, we will do mid-range photos, and then we'll follow up with close-up photos of what we want to show that's pertinent to the investigation.
Are you looking at state 718? Why do you take this photo?
So that would be the close-up photograph of what that mid-range photo was of the front driver door of the Kia. There was suspected blood evidence on the door handle that was photographed. We photographed with a scale just to give an idea of the size of what that stain was, and that is a close-up of that photo.
Once you photograph the stain on the hand, do you do anything else with it?
Being that it was suspected blood pertinent to the investigation, we were doing a sample of that is collected so that it can be analyzed further at the crime lab.
How do you cut the sample? Medicine.
The sample is collected with a sterile cotton swab. If the sample is not wet, we will use sterile water to moisten the swab. It's then collected. It's then sealed, air dried and sealed, in packaging, and packaged up, secured, transported first to our property and evidence room, where it's then transported to the state crime lab.
I want you to take the photos of the Central location. Did you have any further role in the investigation of this case?
I did not.
Thank you. Never gonna mistake.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon. Detective?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Weathers.
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, you just testified that you basically photographed and did some crime scene collection at the home of what we now know to be Mr. Lewis, right? Lamonte Lewis?
That's correct.
And that was on March 30th of 2020.
If that's what the report says, yes.
Okay. And you're aware, I'm sure from some of your involvement in this case, that the homicide in this case happened March 28th of 2020.
If that was the original date, yes, that's correct.
This is about 2 days later. You go to the house. And are you there alone, or who from South Fulton is with you?
The lead detectives or other detectives that were assisting in the case.
Was Detective Moss with you?
I would have to refer to the supplement report that I did.
That's okay.
It was detailed in that.
Okay. Nonetheless, you get there, and let's start first with the car. The car was located in the garage, right?
Is that a question?
It is.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked on direct, you were asked, and I think you agreed that the garage door was closed.
That's correct.
Okay. Was the garage door functioning? Do you know if it could open as well?
I don't recall.
Is it uncommon for cars to be parked in their garage?
Uncommon?
Is it uncommon?
No.
Okay. And you were able to access the car how did you access the car actually? From the inside of the house?
That's correct.
Okay. And you testified and you showed us photos, or we saw photos of, there was, I think state 718 showed the doorknob of the car, that there appeared to be what was suspected blood evidence there, right?
That's correct.
And there was, do you know what Blue Star is? What's Blue Star?
Blue Star is a type of luminol.
Okay. And what does it do? What does it do?
It's used to detect latent blood.
Okay.
Blood that you can't see with the naked eye. It's not used if you see something that you suspect is blood. There's a couple ways you can collect it and send it to the crime lab, and they'll detect, number one, if the substance you submit is blood first. If something is determined to be blood, then it's sent to additional testing within the crime lab, determine if it's human, animal, and then further on, if it's needs to be determined for DNA.
And oftentimes you all will use Blue Star if you think like a crime scene maybe has been cleaned, and you have a reason to think maybe there was blood evidence there. You'll use that agent, right? And what does it look like?
Blue Star luminesces, creates its own light when it reacts with the proteins in the blood. If there's been cleaned up blood, you can get sometimes some false positives if something's been cleaned with hydrogen peroxide or some other chemicals. But again, it's only used if you don't see anything, or if there is a suspicion that something has been cleaned up. This case, suspected blood was visible.
Right. The suspected blood was very visible, right?
Correct.
It didn't appear to you to have been tried to be cleaned or tampered with, right? You didn't need to use Blue Star. You thought you saw it and you sent it off to be tested, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then same with, there was some damage to the front, or was it the front of the car in the picture? Where did we see damage? Actually, it was to the passenger side, right? Where we saw that burgundy.
The passenger side, that's correct.
And that didn't appear to have been tampered with or tried to be repaired or painted over, right?
No, not in my opinion.
It was visible from your naked eye.
Correct.
And the vehicle was located at Lamonte Lewis's house, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's talk about the state's 708, 709, 710. Those were the photos of the 9mm gun purchase, the box, and the receipt. Those were those photos. Okay, I'm going to ask you about those. Where did you find that in the house?
I believe they were in the kitchen.
Okay. Were they pretty easy to find?
If I recall, The house again appeared to be fairly recently moved in. There wasn't a lot of stuff within the house.
I mean, number one, they were there, right?
That's correct.
On them. And they weren't like, there wasn't a hole cut out in the wall and they were hidden somewhere, right?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. And same with the receipt. The receipt was located in the box, right?
Correct.
And the receipt appeared to be from a purchase at a store in Jonesboro, right?
That's correct.
And it appeared to be, from what your observation was, a lawful purchase of a gun. There was a receipt.
Correct.
And there was also, I think, a leather holster that was purchased as well on that receipt.
Based on the receipt, correct.
Was anyone in the home when you arrived?
I don't recall.
Do you recall how you all got in the house?
No, I don't.
But there was no standoff or
No.
anything
no.
memorable.
No.
Appeared to be a pretty standard search that you would do.
Correct.
All right.
We did quite a few of them.
One moment. That's all. Thank you.
You redirect.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Can this witness be excused? Thank you, ma'am. All right. Does the state have anything else available to present today?
No, Your Honor, no.
All right. So members of the jury, we've covered a lot of ground. Thank you for your patience and attention. And we are well on track and on schedule. So I think we can conclude today. And what I would ask is if you could again be back here at 9 o'clock, ready to go. I know some folks are struggling with traffic again. I'm sure it'll be there waiting for us on Wednesday as well. And as always, I need to advise you, don't do any research about this case. Everything you learn happens in here. And don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves, unless there are any other concerns. Seeing none, we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you so much. Bye. Adjourned. All right, counsel. Just want to check in with you, but also before I forget, flag something that I just remembered. Trying to anticipate things that may come up tomorrow. If we get to the medical examiner tomorrow, I just want to caution the state to be mindful of which photos it's tendering and publishing. It did look like at least one of the jurors is just not very fond of the sight of blood.
Yep.
And
It's the same way I was
you
feeling.
know, in order to reduce the likelihood that becomes an issue, we'll just have to take that as it comes.
Yep.
Well, I don't know if that's, possible in a case that charges murder, but to the extent it is, something to keep in mind. I think that's all I have on my end. Is there anything from the state we can take up or use this time for before we recess for the day? All right, Mr. Gardner, Ms. Flack.
I see the blood.
But how many witnesses are we expecting?
I'll confirm later about you.
Yeah, Judge, I do want to ask, say that we maybe go to around, they stop it around this time tomorrow. If we stop,
It really all depends on the timing. If it's, the only person that it could be would be Mr. Lewis at this point, based on your witness list. And I would expect the state, I haven't heard of any other logistical issues. We're just going to keep going tomorrow until the state rests. And if the state is resting around, anytime past 4, I would say that's more likely we're just going to kick it off for the day. Anytime before then, I don't want to get locked into a time until we see how we've been going, because at the very least we could start with a direct. And I thought, with Miss Gore, that only took about an hour and a half. And so, it seems like Mr. Lewis's testimony may be comparable, And so if we've got an hour, I think we should use it, but we'll see. I understand the concern, but if we've got a witness here ready to go, I would say anything before 4, be prepared to at least get started. Anything else?
Nothing from the defense.
All right, thank you all. We'll be in recess. And again, let's just reconvene a few minutes before 9 o'clock just to see what's come up. All right, take care. Off the record.
All right. Okay. We are gone. Stop with that. Okay. First of all, y'all, let me explain something. Every single one of us see this type of cases totally different. Okay. And I understand those who've been in an abusive relationship are triggered by stuff, just like people that have children crimes. They're different feelings towards certain things, and our conviction is totally different based on our experience. Okay, I just want to make sure everybody knows that. And everyone's welcome to have their opinion, but everybody sees things different. Just want to say that. Okay, everybody sees things different, and that's why I don't like controversial conversation like this, because everybody's triggered totally different. And nobody's wrong of their opinion and how they feel about it. It's just that the triggers are totally different. Totally, totally different. Totally, totally different. And my stance is totally totally. Hold on, let me stop this. Hold on. Seems like I still got him on my background. I'm not muted. They can hear me. Y'all can hear me, right? She said I'm muted. I'm not muted. I think it's something going on with your thing, because I'm not muted. Oh, okay. As I was saying, because I see a lot of people, especially people that have been abused. I see the conversation that they're having, and I see people getting a little irritated by other people by what they're saying, and I know I probably irritated some folks because I've never been in that type of relationship. That's why it's hard for me to understand why people would stay in that type of relationship, because I know me. I'm, like I said, I'm too cray-cray to stay in that kind of look. It's not funny, but it's just me. I'm just that cray-cray. You know what I'm saying? So, and I thank God that I never got into that type of relationship. As soon as I see somebody raising their voice a little bit too high, whatever, I'm like, oh, that's a red flag. I won't be with that person. I will never get into a relationship. I see it ahead of time. You understand what I'm saying? Because I've seen my mom and my father fight, and I said, I will never have any kind of relationship like that. That I would never have, because I didn't like how it felt, seeing that kind of stuff. So that's why I stay away from relationship. Thank God, I have never been hit by no guy. Never, because I don't even play. Don't play hitting, because don't hit me and I won't hit you. We're not playing. We're not joking with the love tapping. We're not doing that. Not me. We're not doing it. We're not. You understand what I'm saying? And then I had a cray-cray mama. When they got into a fight, what she did, she boiled a pot of water and poured it over my dad. And I'm like, I don't want to get in relationships like that, because I'm not doing that. Because they both left each other when they had that one big old fight. I'm not fighting anybody. I am not fighting anybody. I don't fight. So, and I will not. If I see a red flag in a relationship and I see stuff that's not, no. I will leave before bye. I will never, ever. And people's like, so never say never. Certain things you do, because you see it. You're like, it's not for me. I don't like that feeling. So that's why, guys, that's why it's hard for me to comprehend somebody that still stays in a relationship. And the guy talking about, oh, I love you. Oh, and this girl used to fight with her boyfriend all the time. And I'm like, why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep alive? And she would have bruises on herself. She used to come to work having to cover up scars and stuff. And I'm like, why are you in this? She's like, if he you know, sometimes you know if he loves you because he loves me. And I'm like, huh? I'm like, huh? No, that ain't love. Love don't hurt. Nope, not that kind of love. So that's why I mean, I apologize to those that have been in a relationship and that was abusive and they stay because it feel, you know, someone says Stockholm syndrome and all that. And I really, really pray that God give those individuals strength to be able to recognize when it's not good for them. When it's not good for them. You have to love yourself enough to get out of it. You have to love your children enough to not allow them to see that kind of environment. You know, it's not good for the children to see that type of stuff. They grow up thinking it's okay. That's not cool. It's not cool. It's giving children a wrong look of relationship and what the relationship should be like, you know? So, that's why, you know, and I could tell y'all, I'm one of those type, I'm out, trust me, because I'm going to give you an experience. Dallas's dad one time, he got so angry. And not at me. He was just angry at something that happened. And I saw him punch the wall. And when he punched the wall, I looked at Dallas. Dallas was in the little baby seat and she started shaking. And I'm like, oh no, my baby's not going to see that kind of stuff around her. You know, I left him. It had nothing to do with me. It was just that his anger that he got that point when somebody did something, he punched the wall and broke his hand. Then he lied to his family and told his family that he had an accident. No, this dude just punched the wall. And I told his sister, I said, your brother punched the wall. He lied to you guys, telling about he had an accident playing basketball. He told them he was playing basketball. I'm like, no. And then when I saw Dallas shaking like that, oh no, you're not going to scare this child doing erratic, crazy behavior because you get mad at somebody did something and you punch the wall. Oh no, you're not doing that with my child around. So, and that's the way I am. And then when Dallas got into it with her boyfriend, I'm like, wait a minute, girl, you never seen that kind of action over here. So why are you getting a relationship? I'm like, I used to tell her, get out that relationship. I was like, no. And I called the popo. I was like, I ain't playing. I'm going to make sure you live. So that's my story on that. And that's why I mean, I do apologize for those who thinking that I'm insensitive of those who stay in relationship with an abuser. I just not the one that you, not. So I just pray that every individual, whether it's male or female, will get enough strength to get out of it, to get out. You know, and I just pray God help them to get, you know, the help they need. We always think of our children, but some women don't have family to call and may not have a phone to call for help. Somebody help me, because Rachel, I don't want to seem insensitive. I really don't. I really, I promise you, I don't want to seem insensitive. So somebody please, help me to understand the thing where she says some women don't have family and may not have a phone to call for help. So that person live in a place where there's no way of running or getting away. Lewis is testifying. Who's Lewis? He's testifying right now? Is he testifying right now? I thought we finished. It's over with. Bama, what are you talking about? Bama, it's over with. Bama. You said I live in the country. Next neighbor live 2 miles down the road. Oh, they saying his testimony's coming up, but they finished for the day. The judge ended it for the day. They turned it off. They ended it for the day. See, this is the reason why, y'all, I do not want to do that young baby's case, because I'm telling you guys, no, like tomorrow, okay, like that's why I don't want to do that baby's case, because I'm going to act a fool. I'm going to act a fool, and because children to me are non-negotiable. I'm just trust me, y'all. I'm not doing that case. Y'all might get upset. I'm not doing it. I'm not, because I want to stay in my happy, prayerful mindset. I want to be where you guys are not fighting with me about that. And that, okay, and I want to explain something earlier with Rachel and you digging me. Y'all, let me just tell you why I'm pissed off, okay? Because they did not go check to see if the man was alive. They professional. They should. I'm going to tell you I'm pissed. I'm pissed. That's what problem they had. If it was somebody of a different race, they would have went and checked if he's alive. They would have checked the pulse. That's all I'm saying. And it took forever. That kind of stuff pisses me off. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Okay. That's all. I know y'all talking about security. Forget about the security. There was other police cars there. They could have secured the area. He wasn't the only officer there. He's the officer that went to the house. He should have checked on that man to see if he was dead or not. It was you saw all those other police cars that was there. Come on, man. Shoot, Deanna, don't laugh at me. But I'm just telling y'all. That man laying there like some rag, and they didn't care, Shanika. They didn't care for real. They didn't care. And it ain't no freaking obvious. Rachel, don't make me mad with you now. Don't talk about it. No. Check. Anyway, check. Don't treat that black man like a piece of garbage. No, go check to see if he's alive or not. You're trained to do that. You're trained. And then how long they took, they didn't even get there right away. The lady doing all the compression and come on now, y'all. Let me shut up. That's why I thank you, Jesus. I don't live in Fulton County. Just like the other day, how long they took just for us to do a report. 2 hours out there. Man, okay. I don't care if y'all disagree with me. I don't care. The man's not a piece of rag, and he's a human being. They should have checked to see if he was alive first. Lady Leo said, I can hear you. I'm serious, Lady Leo. I mean, come on. For real. Let me. Okay, let's get off that soapbox, because I'm not gonna. I'm not. He was so freaking nonchalant. He didn't even go near the body. Did y'all see the body cam? He didn't even go. Let me. Okay, y'all. I'm moving on. I'm not gonna talk about it no more. I'm gonna move on. Asking her all these questions. You go check the man body out. No, he don't want to touch it. He don't want to come there. Put some freaking gloves on and go check it out. Right, Kobe? Right, Kobe? Yes. Right, Kobe? Right? Looking all cute. Right, Kobe? Yeah. I agree with you, Kobe. I agree with you, Kobe. You know that? Isn't that true? Right, Kobe? Kobe, what do you think about that? Was that man wrong for that? He was wrong, right? He should have put some gloves on and checked to see the pulse of that man. All right, let's see. See, Kobe, agree with me. Kobe agrees. Kobe agrees. Y'all, he agrees. He knows. He knows how I feel about it. Right, Kobe? Kobe understands. Yes. Thank you, Kobe. Kobe understands me. Thank you, Kobe. I understand too, Kobe. They treated him like he was like a piece of, I don't know. Isn't that shameful? Isn't that shameful, Kobe? Yeah, see, he said, 15 people watching and 40 subscribers. What does that mean? Why are you worried about 15 people watching? Why are you worried about what are you worried about, cuckoo? What are you worried about it for? What are you worried about 40 people watching? I mean 15 people watching and 40,000 subscribers. You worry about the wrong thing. They worry about the wrong thing, CMT. Worry about the wrong thing. We're not doing YSL. They wasn't here when the chat had 15,000 watching, 11,000 watching, 8,000 watching at the time. People don't. There's no case going on right now. But they weren't in here when it was booming. When we got all the people coming up in here. When what was that name? The channel hit rock bottom. Oh no, because we changed our process. We believe in trusting God. Obviously, you must not know anything about that, do you? Do you know about God? Do you know about God? Do you know about God? No, this one doesn't know about God. He don't know about God. He doesn't know about God. Go check Candace. Let me bring you up. Since this person got so much to say about what hitting rock bottom. Let me show you what Candace started doing her channel. She's not doing that craziness anymore. She has over 500,000 subscribers. And if I wanted to get numbers, I can go and do the Zaire Harris case and get the numbers like everybody else. But that's not what I want to do. I'm focusing on what God wants me to do. You know? I am not focusing on, I'm not traveling around the road like everybody else. And you must be a great subscriber of this channel because you're in here while we got the low numbers. You're one of the 15. You're one of the 15. You're one of the 15. I have yeah, Cuckoo wants attention. Cuckoo ain't got nothing else to do in their life but come over here, reminding our business. You're one of the 15. Big ups to you too, Cuckoo. You're one of the 15 giving support to this channel. Oh, Lord. Thank you, Kobe. Say, they just want to come up here, harass us. You come in here worried about us. We ain't here mind our business, talking about different relationships. What's up? What's up? What's up, Kobe? What's up? Kobe? What's up? What's up? What? What? Kobe. 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 Yeah, join us for affirmation tomorrow. What, Kobe? Kobe, I'm trying to mind my business. But we have people like Cuckoo coming up in here. No, he doesn't have to go out. He just came from being out earlier, a few minutes ago. Why Cuckoo worry about my channel? Cuckoo, why you worry about my channel? I'm not going to get no hot topic. I'm staying with where the God wants me to do. Okay? I'm staying with people learning. You know what I mean? It bothered you to yeah, she was doing the CPR and she had to do all that. It was crazy. It was crazy. What's up? See, this is the toxic behavior that I was talking about, y'all. The toxic behavior. I don't accept toxic behavior like talk about because they love me. They come in here insulting me, but then they love me. This is the great kind of toxic behavior I'm talking about. This is the kind. I bet you this is a man. That is toxic. That's not the type of relationship you want to have, y'all. Rachel, this is what I'm talking about. Right there. See? See? Toxic. Toxic. Very toxic. Very toxic. They come insult, right? And then they'll go because I love you. Now it's constructive criticism. I love you. Insult you. I love you. See how Kobe feels about it? Kobe said hogwash. Kobe said hogwash. Hogwash. Sir, whoever you are, that's not love language, sir. Steph. Mm. Oh, Sherry, yes. Yes. It must be her husband. It must be her husband. It must be. The milkshake. Mhm. Mhm. Mm. You know what? CMT, you crazy. CMT is crazy. Oh, y'all, we've been on here 6 hours. I'm gonna get off and start a new live. Hold on. Did we they're on the same side. See, we know. You see, Rachel? You see? CMT, you got him. You got him. You knew exactly who it is. You knew exactly who it is. You knew exactly who it is. Yeah, man, I'm having a good time. Hey, Lady Leo, what happened? Wow. Rachel said, we have 19. Watch out. We grew. We grew from 15 to 19. What's up, Kobe? What's wrong? Why you laying there like that? You got tired of me? Kobe said he got tired of me. Uh-oh. There you go, talking again. Tomorrow's the 15th, right? Yep. Kobe said it ain't worth it, Grandma. Yeah, I'm about to get off this live. All right. CMT, you caught him. You got him. CMT, you are on it. You are on it, CMT. You are on it. Mm, mm, mm. Oh, I do have something I want to show you guys. Okay, I'm going to show you something that happened earlier today, right? But this is, and I'm going to show you, I hope I don't take us forever, but I'm going to show you this. This has to do, CMT, you got him. You got him real good. Okay, I'm going to show you what happened today on this. Hold on. Okay. This is going to help you guys to understand. This guy's taking a plea deal, right? But his attorney is requesting that he gets the first offender treated as a first offender, you know. So after he completes his 20 or 25 years jail term, that he'd be able to have his record expunged. Remember we watched that other show with the records being expunged? Well, this is in Fulton County, and this his attorney gave a compelling argument, and I want you guys to see this. This is done in Fulton County, okay? All right, y'all. Yeah, we ain't ignoring Cuckoo. Cuckoo got issues. Cuckoo got a thing on for my milkshake. He got a thing for my milkshake. All right, y'all, we're gonna watch this, okay? He got a thing for my milkshake. All right, y'all ready? This is the guy right here. And y'all gonna see Adams, y'all. Y'all gonna see Adam in a few minutes too. That baby is crying in the backyard. That's the guy's baby, 7 months old. This is with Judge Manning, but Judge Manning is helping out with Judge Shawwal. That's the baby in the background. There it is. No, keep Adam. Yes, he's gonna be in the back. He's gonna sit in the back. He's gonna see him come in, but he's not the attorney for him.
Take care of this. Almost gonna be sending a text message out.
Yeah, man, y'all can hear everything with these cases, boy.
I'm gonna tell you how to do it on your phone. Cause I keep waiting on Wild Boy and she back there talking. We never get started. Go to YouTube.
Y'all hear the baby, right? It's a 7-month-old baby. That's the guy's child. He pleaded guilty, y'all. He's taking a plea deal. They go Adam. They go Adam sitting there. You see Adam at the bottom screen? Adam Abate. He be working his tail off.
She sat on the bench. Hey, baby.
Abate, thank you. Abate.
So I think maybe we'll walk this through.
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay. We'll find out well.
I like the way they have all
Miss
different
Rockwell?
angles. He was on bond. Don't you touch that.
Ready. Oh, Judge, so that you know, on.
We can.
Ms. Sanders, when was that, last Thursday? Yeah, last Thursday. Ms. Jones Connor, Ms. Rockwell, Fennec came in, entered a negotiated plea. The only thing I think that's left to do is to give the facts and any victim impact statements and sentencing.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, by the way, you know more about this case than Judge Schwaller. That on the record, because you did the motion to suppress. Oh, yeah, And you even did the reconsideration. Oh, yeah, on the ruling. There's two things. Such a good one.
Look how much weight Judge Manning has
I'm gonna turn this
lost.
off. Let me turn the podium mic out.
Now she muting it so y'all can't hear what she's saying. She's muting it now, even though we was hearing everything before. We were hearing everything before. I got a baby. They got a baby. He's leaving. They got the 7-month-old. See the baby walking out with the not the baby walking out, but his brother. This happened earlier today. I watched it. This is a plea. He's pleading out, and he's asking for the recommendation of first time offender. And the family does not want him to have a first time offender. They're taking too long. They're taking too long, y'all. Okay, let me see if I can fast forward this a little bit because this is like taking too long on this. Yeah, they're still taking too long.
I know the court's aware that last week.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You want to set it up?
Yeah. What's the case number? I don't even know.
22 SC 185.
Thanks.
AARYN.
Yeah. Judge, are you ready?
I'm ready.
This is just for the record. This is the state of Georgia versus Jerry and Ware, indictment number 22 SC 185329. I know the court's aware that last week Mr. Ware entered a guilty plea in front of Judge Schwall when Miss Kelsey Jones Connor was present. They got to the point of the colloquy where he was advised of his habeas corpus rights. And then at that point, factual basis was going to be done today, Your Honor. So that's where I'll start. So if the state was to proceed to trial, Your Honor, the state would be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that on April 4th of 2022, around 10:25 a.m. at the Columbia Commons apartment, which is 2524 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia, here in Fulton County, the victim, Mr. Sharon, I always mispronounce this, Mr. Sharon Wade, was working. He was worked in the maintenance department at the Columbia Commons apartment complex. He was in the maintenance closet doing his job on August 4th of 2022 that morning. And the defendant, Mr. Jerry and Ware, drove into the Columbia Commons parking lot towards building 3 and began to open fire at several vehicles in the apartment, that one in which he knew or believed to know that Mr. Tehran, Dorch, which is Teyron, and then Dorch is Dorche, was in. As he opened fired, he shot 12 times in the direction of the vehicle that Mr. Dorch was in. He was unsuccessful in the shooting of Mr. Dorch, but what he did do is, as he shot, the maintenance closet was in the direct line of fire. And as he shot the 12 times, he hit Mr. Wade 4 times, one in the front of his face.
Okay, he was shooting at somebody else, and the guy that was the maintenance guy was in the maintenance closet, and he ended up getting shot and killed. So that's what happened, y'all. He shot the maintenance guy trying to get to this other guy, but he was just shooting recklessly. He shot, they said 12 times. Okay.
2 to the left side of his cheek, and then 1 to the back of his head, as is documented in the report, Your Honor. Mr. Wade was fatally injured in that maintenance closet that he was working that mid-morning. And as a result of the shooting, members of the Atlanta Police Department homicide team showed up. Detective Jenkins was assigned as the lead detective. Through his investigation, he received a phone call from Mr. Dorch's mother, who linked him up or indicated that Mr. Dorch could provide some insider information. In speaking with Mr. Dorch, what Detective Jenkins was able to learn was that a friend of his, a female friend, Miss Jakayla, which is Jakayla Flint, who they had gone to the prom together recently and had been friends for several years, was at Mr. Dorch's home a few days earlier, and they engaged in intimate relations, and the defendant was in a relationship with Miss Flint at that time and found out about it. And the way it was, I believe, relayed to him once he found out about it and confronted Miss Flint was that she was sexually assaulted. There was no evidence that there was any sexual assault, but that's how she related to the defendant, who then, in a fit of rage, went to go attempt to find Mr. Dorch, called Mr. Dorch.
Y'all heard that, right? The girlfriend told him that that other guy SA her. So he went to go find the other guy. That's why all the shooting started. He did in a rage. Okay. Now listen. Right.
That morning on August 4th, I think around 28 times. In the investigation, the detective was able to get the defendant's phone records, which placed him at the scene of the incident at the time of the shooting. And in his investigation, he was also able to speak to other witnesses, friends with Miss Flint, who indicated that the defendant had confessed to shooting Mr. Wade that August 4th in the morning, Your Honor. So had the state proceeded to trial, that's what the state would have been able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe that the recommendation, and I'll put it on the record again, that was made to Judge Schwall last week was 15 years to serve on a reduction from murder to voluntary manslaughter under OCGA 16-5-1 for count 1. Count 2 would be no prost. Count 3, aggravated assault, would merge with count 1. Counts 4 and counts 5 are both aggravated assaults. 5 years to serve consecutive to count 1 for the individuals who were also in the car with Mr. Dorch.
Can I ask y'all a question? Why did they overcharge so much with Fulton County? Did y'all hear this? All these counts that they're giving this man? It's an overcharge. It's a whole bunch of charges. And he confessed. He confessed. Lord have mercy. Wow. Okay, hold on.
Concurrent with count 4, and then possession of a firearm and the commission of a felony be 5 years consecutive, but suspended for a global sentence of 20 years to serve, or 25 years with 20 years to serve in custody with 5 years on the back end suspended, Your Honor. There are 2
See, this part I don't understand. The man confessed, right, y'all? He taking a plea deal, but they got all these freaking charges. I guess that explains why the last guy took to trial to lessen the charges. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But this guy, oh my Lord. But they still doing manslaughter with him. So remember the other guy's looking for manslaughter? Because this is manslaughter because he wasn't malice towards the man that got killed. He was trying to get the guy who supposedly raped his girlfriend because she said he raped her. So it's crazy, y'all. It's crazy. But anyway, let's go ahead on and play it. Okay, did I mess it up? Why is it not playing? Did I do something? It's not playing. Hold on, I gotta stop it for a minute. Hold on, y'all. I gotta stop it for a second. Hold on. I messed it up.
Family of Mr.
Okay, here we go. We got it. I got it together now.
Wade, who would like to address the court when your honor deems appropriate.
Let's hear from the family first, Judge.
I gotta go to family, y'all.
We're going to start with Mr. Wade's daughter, Ms. Brianna.
This is Mr. Wade's daughter.
Sit down.
You see Adam? You see Adam, Mr. Adam back there?
Sure. That way
You
she
see
can
Mr.
see
Adam?
right in your house.
You see Mr. Adam? He came in.
Do me a favor, just spell and state your name for the record, okay? We'll just direct all
You
your
see Mr. Adam back
statements to
there,
the
y'all?
court.
Y'all see him?
Okay.
Keith Adam right there,
Hello.
sitting behind
Hello.
the lady.
My name is Brianna Bolden. First name Breanna. Last name Bolden, Bolden. Excuse me. Good morning, Your Honor. I stand here before you 2 years and 5 months later after my father's death for you to consider the life that was stolen from us. My father had a wife and 4 children. My older brother and 2 brothers that are younger than us and me. My older brother has 2 sons who are no longer have summer visits or their grandfather. Our 2 little brothers, Croy and Landon, had their father taken away from them just a few short weeks after their birthday. Now enter kindergarten and middle school with no father to take birthday pictures or walk them to class or teach them how to be stand-up men like he was. Then there's me, who moved to Atlanta from Texas to be closer to my father and my little brothers, and he was taken away from me 6 months later. In the last 2 years, I've gotten engaged and I've had my first child, which will be his 3rd grandson. My fiance couldn't ask for my hand in marriage. My son will grow up without a grandfather. I don't get to be walked down the aisle along with many more core memories my family and my siblings and I won't ever get to have or make due to this senseless act. I stand here before you knowing that I can't have or bring our father back. But for 2 years and 5 months, while he walked free, family, friends, and myself have prayed to just bring my dad at least a little bit of justice so he could rest peacefully. And so we can finally try and start taking the steps to heal from this loss. My family and I thank you for your time spent on this case and thank you for listening. God bless.
Keith left.
And there's one other family member, our close friend, Dr. Peak, Your Honor. If you'll just state and spell your name for the record, okay?
Good morning. My name is Dr. China Peek. China is spelled China, Peek, Peek. I'm a close friend of Sharon's, and I also run the nonprofit organization that he was a member of. He volunteered on countless bases at the foundation. He implemented programs to teach the youth how to speak Spanish. I'm here today just to let you all know it wasn't just another working Black male that was taken. This man's family, friends, neighborhood, associates, near and far depended on him. At his place of employment, they could not communicate with any of the Spanish employees without him because he was fluent in Spanish. His family, both here and out of state, depended on him. He had 4 kids that depended on him. Not only did he take care of his family, but he took care of people in the neighborhood. He volunteered his time, and he never met a stranger. He was a person full of smile, full of joy. And even when we all would think something was wrong or something was bad, he would always tell us it is what it is. In these 2 years and 5 months, while the defendant has been able to be free, live his life, Sharon's family have had nervous breakdowns, have not been able to remove his property from their homes, have had countless hours of therapy, have not been able to throw away something as simple as the last receipt of an item that he purchased for them. We know the sentence won't bring him back, but we are hoping that at some point it can give us some type of peace and some type of closure so that we can move on. We have continued yearly to have a Love Always Day in his honor. Every year, people from near and far come together and release balloons just for the loved ones that they have lost. And this is done on his name. As his daughter said, his kids would never grow up knowing who their father was and who he could be to them. His grandson would never get the opportunity to hold his hand and call him grandpa. And the only thing we're asking is for some type of peace and some type of closure.
He's gonna have 20 years.
It's been a process. And we thank everyone in the court that have had a hand in making sure that his family gets some type of peace. Thank you.
And Judge, there's nothing further from the state. I do understand that defense intends on asking for I guess an additional turn-in date. I thought that was the time from last week to today was for the state would object to that. And we also understand that the defense counsel intends to ask your honor to sentence him as a first offender. And speaking with the family, they just wanted to express to the court they object to him being treated as a first offender, but do understand that it's in the discretion of the court. Nothing further from the state.
Yes, Judge. What is better for your honor, that I sit or that may I sit? Okay. Judge, as you know, this plea was tendered on last week, and it was tendered early. We were called out to trial actually, and
Yeah, I just gotta hear this lady. Just hear what she says.
we tendered our plea early so that the calendar would have been set and the cases behind us. We did that so for convenience sake, Judge. We also wanted to accommodate the court. So we are back here today on the sentencing, and it is a negotiated recommendation, Judge. I would first like to thank the court and thank Judge Schwal for allowing Mr. Ware to be released on bond. He was a straight A college student. He requested a bond. We had a bond hearing. We were reset for further consideration, and the Judge Schwal, granted him a bond on an ankle monitor. and he has been out without a hiccup. There were a couple of instances where the state filed a motion to revoke his bond. And one time, I don't know if there was a formal motion, but we were contacted by the state because there was a hiccup, only insofar as he was living with his godmother and there was a flood in their residence and they had to evacuate the house. The second time that there was any kind of issue with the state was when they were evicted because the landowner wanted to sell the home. Mr. Ware has never been able to work. I did secure a job for him. And it was an at-home job, but it involved him going in and doing the orientation and getting the computer, etc. So that never came to fruition. He was so concerned about keeping the bond in good status that before he took the plea in front of Judge Schwall, he called me and he said, "Would you please come with me, Ms. Rockwell, to the barber shop to get my hair cut?" Because as long as I was with him and we were attorney-client, I could have gone with him, for example, to buy a suit, if you will, in preparation for the plea, or go and look at a crime scene, or go and get him evaluated, etc. Called the prosecutor. She said, "That's fine." Called the court, and they allowed that. He was that interested in not letting any kind of issues occur while on bond. You can see his family is here with him today. I'd like to introduce the family to you and have them stand up and just tell you who they are, please.
Tamara Abercrombie, I'm his grandmother.
Grandmother,
Yes.
for your genes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Jacayla and I'm the mother of his child.
My name is Sincere. I'm just a good friend of his.
And Judge, we did have a little bit of a disturbance in the back there. That was his child.
Oh.
That was in the back corner pocket there and has been removed from the courtroom. He's 7 months old.
The judge was like, huh?
And quite the center of the universe in that family. I want the court also to know that every time we've had court, he's been surrounded, Judge, by his family, his godmother, his mother has come on past occasions, and there's a great support system. I would first ask the court to follow the recommendation. And the recommendation, Judge, I think is fair. It shakes out at 25 to do 20. And I think that the state will agree that he does not have a prior record. The case was definitely a triable case. He contacted me and he said, "I'm ready to resolve this matter." And there's never a good time to change your job, build a house, have a baby, or go start a 20-year prison sentence. But he called me and said, "I'm ready. Let's go." I asked him today, I said, "Do you want to hug your baby one more time?"
She cried, y'all.
He said, "No, I'm good." So, suffice it to say that many, many lives were changed by this event. And he is taking responsibility, Judge. I did promise him that I would ask for a turn-in date, but no matter what, I think he's ready, and he's ready to go into custody. More importantly, Judge, he does have the ability to take a first offender. And I'm not talking about right now, January of 2025. I'm talking about when his case is finished. I might not be here. I'm ready. I'm ready too, by the way. I'm not gonna be here in 20 years. But I'm talking about in 20 years from now, are we gonna have a kid that was in college making straight A's that's now a convicted felon? Or are we gonna put him in a position where he might be able to contribute to society?
She crying.
That is why I'm asking for first offender. Doesn't change anything else. I don't want yet another black kid, and he's only 20 years old. He'll be 40. I don't even remember when I was 40. He'll be 40 when he gets out. And he'll have a 20-year-old child, and he'll have his entire life ahead of him. So he gets out, and some people would say, God, I didn't even think he was going to show up today. I knew he was showing up. I don't know if I'd have showed up. Catch me when you can.
Catch me when you can.
But he's here. He's manning up. He's ready to do what the court sentences him to. But I'm talking about 20 years from now when this sentence, well, actually it's 25, right, Mr. Abate? Because even though the 5 years that follows the 20 years is suspended, he's still technically under sentence. So I'm talking about 25 years from now. I'm talking about him doing well in prison. And if to any extent that I can, I'm going to promise him or my predecessors, if he does everything he can in prison, I'm going to find somebody to go to bat for him with the parole board. I mean, but we all know what he looks at. But this is also an incentive to make him a good inmate, Judge, because you can still lose your first offender status while in prison. So my request today is based on what we have 25 years from now. He's still going to prison. He's still taking a plea, and he's still being sentenced. That is why I'm requesting first offender treatment. He is going to continue his college studies, and he's going to continue to whatever extent possible have some type of relationship with his 7-month-old child. And it might just be Zoom visitation. It might be a family day, or it might be that he gets into a facility where he's just going to be receiving pictures of his child. But he is going to prison for this, Judge, and nobody wins. If there's one thing that I can promise the family, it's that, in my experience, it's been when anyone goes to trial or takes a plea, whether they get convicted or acquitted, whether they take a plea, or whether they run and get locked up later, there's still that loss. And when they walk out the door, just like when my family walks out the door, it's still very, very sad. And you do not get the satisfaction that you think you're going to get. It's just over, thank goodness. And at some point, you pray that your heart can forgive. But this is the first step, Judge. So we tender our plea. Did you And he would like to address the court. Mr. Ware, would you like to swear him in, Judge? Okay. Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're going to give in this sentencing matter, State of Georgia versus Jaron Ware, be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God, or do you so affirm?
Yes.
Okay, you're gonna have to speak up because my hearing aid is not in. Everybody needs to hear you. You're under oath, sir. First, please state your full name for the records.
My first name is Jaron Ware, and I'm a junior.
We waived the defect, Judge, on that, and I had him sign in his correct name.
I apologize to the family, to the victim's family first. I went out there to do something that I shouldn't have been doing. I lied about it. I can't explain how it has impacted me, but I know it has affected the family as well because they got somebody who can't come back. I apologize to my family. I should just been in school, just not doing what I was doing. That's it. And he part of the family. I apologize to my child as well. I'm definitely gonna be there, but just not the way that I wanted to. But the victim's family don't have their father, just like the daughter said. I apologize.
That's it, Judge.
There you go.
This is hard, y'all.
Mr. Ware, let me just ask you a couple of questions. What have you done or will you not do to give back or to share with this family your remorse and regret and to honor your life and others? What will you do?
It's honestly, I won't say that there's nothing I can do, but at the moment, I done been everywhere, honestly. I don't think that they'll accept an apology. I don't even think that I said this to everybody because I wanted to talk to them, especially about what the situation was and stuff. But I don't, hopefully it's some type of remorse in their heart or they just accept the apology that I'm trying to give because I do mean it. I shouldn't have lied. That's why I don't want to go to trial. I shouldn't did it. It was an innocent person. I don't even know that man. I don't know him. Never seen him a day in my life. But all cause I was mad and I let just my emotions get to me. Somebody lost their life and I lost a good amount of numbers on mine. I really do hope that y'all can accept my apology, honestly. I'm definitely not the same person who I was when I went to college. And when they came and got me, not the same person. I've changed more than I could explain. Y'all can't, I mean, you all don't know me. Y'all haven't been knowing me, so y'all don't know how I've changed and stuff. I definitely, the whole situation has took a toll on everybody, me, obviously the victim's family. I feel like this, how I could, I don't know, the time is how I could pay them back at the moment. Hopefully it's something more that I could do once I get out, if they let me.
Is the lady that your child brother, is that the same person you were dating then?
Yes, ma'am.
So you did it because why?
Nah, that's what I don't want to go back and explain it.
I know it was obviously a lie.
If that's what,
Was it true?
like I said, I don't really want to go back and explain it. It's not really.
So here's how I think. May I just say this? Okay. That's a real good question. But what he was dealing with was he received the news that she had been sexually assaulted.
Mm-hmm. She lied.
There was,
she lied. He was when
it's still an overreaction.
He went crazy.
But he obviously called somebody a number of times. Call. The only thing that we'll all agree upon about this case is that this was some excellent police work. What are the chances that somebody beyond the line of fire gets struck 4 times exactly? I mean, and he's in a closet.
Yeah, he was
fixing something and had nothing. That's just so. It's so for two. Everything was the fact that he got caught. The fact that nobody else that he was shooting at got hit. All of this. You understand what I'm saying? Everything. And then, did she get raped? Did she not get raped?
She didn't get raped. She had sex with the other person.
Is something you could actually write a book about. It's sad. His life is over.
They go Adam, y'all.
Gone.
Adam came back.
The victim has grandchildren. The baby who's in the hallway. I mean, right there. I mean, it just makes you just sick.
She lied, and then the man ended up losing his life. He went crazy trying to do something about it,
so I had a talk with him where we finally went from top to bottom exactly what happened. I couldn't finish the phone call. He couldn't either. Because he was so upset about it. He said, I'm ready to get it over with. And this was a tribal case. I want you to know that, because when you look at the video and everything, all the officers that responded before said, with the messages we're getting and the reports we're getting, that there was a bunch of kids shooting guns at each other. I mean, if that's not a tribal case, Fulton County, all it takes is one. And the state will try it again and try it again and try it. But
he took accountability, y'all. He took accountability. That's all that counts.
He has never told me that he did not do it.
He took accountability.
I got him out. I got him a bond. Miraculous. I got him a bond. No violations. Another miracle. But I don't know if that answered your question, but yes, he's still with the young lady and they have that 7-month-old child now.
I wonder if that child is his.
The only way that we could change any of this, Adam, and you know, this is negotiated plea, but if the court doesn't have to take the plea because we suspended the 5 years afterwards on probation, is the court adding a condition that at some point he takes care of the funeral expenses, or at some point he does this. He knows when he goes into jail that he's going to complete his college. He knows to sign up for every single thing that he can while in jail. And he's not, thankfully, looking at a life sentence where you come back in 32 years for your first consideration for parole. And they usually vote to set you off. So, I mean, and he could have gone to trial and got life without parole. So in a sense, he's very, very grateful for the sentence. But if the court is concerned
He's
about
not even getting a sweet deal, y'all. He's getting this full time in jail.
I could not get him into anything, Judge, because we couldn't even get him to where he could go for a job. And Miss Kelsey Jones Connor did say that she would think about him having a job, but she wanted it to be an at-home job. It was just, everything was impossible. I had promises, broken promises about them going to the house, delivering computers, doing this, training him, all that. Anyway, but to that extent, Judge, he's happy to do anything that he could give back to the family, other than, I know you can sign up for anger management while in prison, college, skills, all kind of certificates.
I love this attorney.
For, and he knows to do that, Judge. So I don't know if that helps you at all, but that's what we've tendered to the court as far as the plea. The court can change it and ask the family about any expenses they've incurred.
You'll have an expense for the funeral, I do nothing. No, we don't want any. I mean, I'm sure this, I don't think you could. I mean, no, there was an expense. Right, I don't think, yes, it wasn't a free funeral, wasn't a free. Nothing, yeah, that's the thing, is I don't have an exact number, but I could come up with one, I mean, if you want me to, but I don't have an exact number right now of how much the funeral costs. I know it was probably 20 grand. I don't think you could get out of a funeral without spending 20 grand or or more.
Judge, I'm going to do two things, if I could. First of all, I am going to suggest just a brief modification of probation at the end, with the court determining at least a funeral expense. I'm also very familiar with the victim witness advocates at this office. They're incredible. And there is a fund that after the case is over, that the state can also assist the victim witnesses. And I know that they will give the family that, not only the number, but they assist them in getting some type of, it doesn't do anything, Judge, but at least it's, that was not something that's not anything extra they were planning on that month, to say the least.
It appears that all this started.
Okay, let me explain what happened. Those that are just coming in. He had a girlfriend. The girlfriend told him that this particular boy raped her. He goes to go get the boy who raped her. He sees a guy in the car so he starts shooting. The guy that he's trying to shoot at, he didn't hit. The man that he hit was a guy that was inside the maintenance closet. He was fixing something in the maintenance closet. All the bullets that he was shooting end up shooting the man 4 times. So that's what happened. He accidentally killed the man that was in the closet. But the guy who supposedly raped the girl did not get killed at all. So that's what happened. Those that are coming in. The man accidentally got killed because he was shooting at the other guy, and it just went crazy. That's what happened. But he was not intent. He didn't even know the man. He didn't even know the man that he killed. The man was inside the closet. And see, the thing is, the other guy was shooting back too. There was gunfire everywhere. So he ended up killing the man. You really don't know if his bullet is the one that killed him, man, but he's taking responsibility if that it was his gun. Okay? That's what happened, y'all. But what he did, he confessed to the girlfriend about him doing. He turned himself in to the police, and the judge even gave him bond. They gave him bond and put an ankle monitor on him. He didn't violate anything. He was a straight A student in college. And the girl told him she got raped. But we don't know if that's true. We really don't know. So that's what happened.
They possibly a lot. I didn't hear that Mr. Ware called 911. At any point in time.
He didn't call 911 because
it was hospitals, police department, so she could make a report. I didn't hear that.
he didn't call 911.
And that's what I was waiting to see. So all I can sit here and think it as well. And like you said, like Ms. Williams said, this is just a statistic. It should not have been. Did the other people that were shooting at people, were they indicted on something?
No.
Oh, okay, so it was nowhere else shooting.
No.
Well, I wasn't there, Judge. Neither was Mr. Abate. I just had to watch hours and hours and hours of the police talking about kids shooting at each other. Look, he was there shooting and he entered a plea to that. So nobody else was indicted in our case. Do we know what the sexual assault or rape allegations were looked into?
Yes. It was, and they said they.
What was determined is that Ms. Flint actually lied to Mr. Ware about who she was with and where she was.
See?
And then that's how all of these allegations unfolded up to where at that point she claimed she had been sexually assaulted.
She lied.
There was
See,
no
y'all?
report to the police as it relates to her being sexually assaulted, other than as being part of this investigation, and the reason that Mr. Ware acted the way in which he did. But no, there was no report of that.
See, y'all? She lied.
She lied to Mr. Ware. After she was caught lying, she then alleged that she was sexually assaulted. So
She lied, and they don't even arrest her for lying.
So all of this has happened because of that, because one person didn't want to have a fight about infidelities or what have you. Now, a completely innocent man lost his life, and let's say the other man who she had slept with was shot, and he had not, that would have been another innocent man. People who were getting killed were innocent, period.
Yeah. She lied.
There was no reason for these people to die.
Only one person died, Judge.
I'm gonna accept this plea at the recommendation by the state. But I'll add, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons, no replicas of weapons. So that also applies to shanks and things like that you have in prison. So if you get caught with a shank, it's not so good. And you need to take, anger management.
That's messed up.
Something they have at prison.
Officer Brown is online.
Okay.
Should not be able to.
Yeah, Officer
to
Brown.
educate us.
Sorry, okay, Officer Brown.
Yes, Sharon.
You can break things. I'm thinking of something where he listens to different families, victims' families, and somehow this sinks in.
Well, it's not anger management. You thinking of a program in prison? Right. They have something like victim impact.
Yeah, she should have been charged, but she's not charged, y'all. She's not charged.
Let them know, so they can kind of see where we can get through.
They do have MRT in prison, Judge.
That's what I was trying to think.
Moral recognition therapy.
So anything else that you want to recommend, Ms. Brown?
No, Your Honor, no.
Yeah, the man's already getting 20 years, y'all. What else y'all want? Y'all should make the girl pay for the price, too.
Because, so, to the victim's family, first and foremost. This court and the staff of this court, and I think I can speak for Mr. Abate in the state, will hold space for you. I will always hold space for you. I haven't lost family members in that tragic way. And I can't even speak like I can imagine how they. I don't know about closure. I can tell you losing your loved ones, and not necessarily in a horrific way, this is going to give you the closure. And I tell you, it doesn't get easier. I think you just become numb and kind of accept. You kind of start pushing it down and kind of accept what it is. I think that's the best way to explain it. And I'm sorry for that. I'm so very sorry for that. There's so much useless violence, and then over a girl or a boy or something like that, it's just like, what? It just doesn't make sense. I am so sorry, and I wish that I could do something to help you, although I can't. But hopefully the state can help supply you with whatever you need. Hopefully you got counseling. I'm sorry for sibling. We'll never know their dad. And I don't want to parallel it at all with your son not knowing you, because your son will have time with you. Even though for 20 years it may be speaking through glass and a phone, your son will have time. These little boys, young men, won't. When they're coming up, sister or uncles, if there's uncles or other male family members, have to sit down and have those male-on-male talks with them. She can bring your son to the prison that you're in, and you can have that father-son talk with him.
Not really. Not really, Judge.
But her family, that's never going to happen. And I don't know if there's anything that punishment or anything that makes it right. And to ask you that question, what do you think you're going to do? I don't know, besides apologize. No, there are things you can do. You can, and I'm not talking just start acting like this when you're incarcerated. You can set your life on a different trajectory right now. Non-violence, you can get out, you can speak to young men, dating them. You can do all of that. And try to help the next person. You may not be able to help these victims, but you could probably help potential victims in the future that they not become victims, because you're going to maybe talk to one person that's not going to pick up a gun because of somebody lying to them or they think something happened, as opposed to letting the police do their job. And I know that's the development of the brain and things of that nature. You're older, you'll know, call the police, let's do something. So, there we go. I will make you, I don't know how long it'll take folks, and how it won't help financially, maybe it will, maybe you can put the money, pays you folks back for the funeral expenses, and if you don't have headstones, things like that are very expensive. And, but those can be paid back, you can spend it on the boys, spend it on therapy, whatever folks want to do, but you shouldn't do it without a father, you also shouldn't be out that fund. So yeah, Mr. Ware, I'm sorry, I want you to do a ton of soul search. Because there are things that you can do to try to make it right. As right as you can. I don't know. But that's what you figure. There are things you can do besides just saying, I'm sorry. And I'll just point out one thing, okay, because when the family was up here, this is what I always kind of get to. They were making their, you just looked ahead. But when you started hearing me talk about you, when you got upset. And I get that. But I was really hoping to see a little bit of emotion for what happened with these.
Judge, you got to understand the man is hurting too.
You're at a point right now, you're like, this is just about me, this is just about me, that's all. That's fine. But I hope that you have learned a lesson. Yeah, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons, no requisite weapons, you treat it, then people expenses. Assuming y'all can get the amount in some amount of time, so you can put it on there. Just if by chance your mom or your grandma want to try to start paying that, instead of them having to wait 20 years, then you're gonna reimburse whoever pays that on your behalf. Because it's not what your grandma did, it's not what anybody, this is what you did. So if your grandma pays it or anything like that.
What about that girl paying it? What about that girl? She's the one caused it. What
Do you
about
have any further contact with the victim's family? Unless they want to initiate it, I know sometimes they do for families, victims' families want to sit down and talk with the offender, like, why? And, have a one-on-one.
No,
That's fine.
that girl
They
should be
initiate
paying the
it.
funeral and stuff. She the one lied.
Things like that, right? The work in your family, right? All I can hope is that everybody has peace. You're gonna be 40 when you get out, hopefully, because hopefully you won't recommit crimes in there. I'm hoping enough that you learned your lesson that I will allow in 20 years or 5 years when you didn't have first offender.
Yay.
And I hope that you make it. But being in a prison for 20 years,
that's a long time.
It's gonna be really hard.
It is gonna
But
be
if
hard.
you do make it, that's gonna prove to this family that you meant the apology that you gave them. That you don't get so wrapped up in yourself there that you just want to do right so you can see your son and prove to them, I changed my ways. I'm not gonna get in any trouble, anything. And give them the right to revoke the first offender.
You know what?
Because I don't
There
want
it
you
is
to do
right
that.
there. Lady Leo said, that's why I said, be careful what you say
Yes,
earlier.
ma'am.
Her lies have cost him
So
most of
we-
his life
I'll
in
accept the
prison.
recommendation
And
and
someone
this
on the
is
line,
everything
yes,
from
that
Bob
other
to
lady
David.
too. The one that lied with that
With a
boyfriend.
full understanding of everything you pledged, am I right?
Women.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and take out your watch and all that stuff.
Judge, let me ask you one thing. If you are granting the first offender, correct? And you did talk about funeral expenses, correct? If that gets on a sentence, there needs to be probation.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And secondly, could we have an amount?
Not necessarily. It could be paid directly to the ADA.
To the ADA. I think it's better if it's done through probation because in 20 years, Mr. Abate and I will be on the beach. I will be there.
I think that it has to be probation if he gets first offender. It can't be. Okay, so Judge, you do have to modify 20 plus 5.
Okay, and then the 5 on probation.
20 plus 5.
It'll be consecutive probated instead of consecutive suspended.
So 25 to serve 20 years
To serve.
to serve plus 5,
5 years.
probated instead of suspended. April?
Does that sound about right? I don't want you folks to, I mean.
No, that's the only way I think you can
No,
do it.
I'm asking, does that sound about like it was the cost? Financially, not the emotional cost. I'm sorry, what was that? Like 20,000, does that sound about? Yeah, that's fine. You know, that's it today, 20 years down the road, so, okay, there's 20,000, so much.
That's like 1,000 a year.
Is 5 years enough time for the young man to come up with $20,000?
Well, the minute he gets out of jail, if he gets granted parole, he's still under sentence and he can start with his obligation.
If he's below.
Otherwise, he's got $4,000 a year, which is about $360 a month for the restitution. Right?
If he's paroled, he'll still be under our supervision.
What was that, Ms. Brown? I'm sorry.
If he's paroled, he'll still be under our supervision.
Okay, right. So I guess if it's coming down to the wire, you don't have it, or go to the bank and get loans from them. But these folks will get paid back.
But you guys, you know, he can get parole now at one if he do 1/3. Remember we read it yesterday?
Yeah, it's like.
Moral recognition therapy. But to the extent that he can do any of that in jail or on parole, then he doesn't have to redo it while on probation.
He submits proof that he did this while he's incarcerated.
So he's gonna have to get reporting instructions, at least verbally. But if, let's say he gets paroled, the same officer that supervises him will say, okay, your sentence is over. Now you're starting your probation and you have to make sure this, and this is done. To the extent you did that when you were at Rogers CI, here's the certificate. To the extent that you start paying the minute you can pay, then he's working away at it. But if he wants the first offender, he has to be on probation.
We're doing probation, right?
And since we're doing first offender, I don't believe during the first part of the plea that was done last week that the first offender questions were
Okay, you
posed
need to
him.
ask him.
So, Mr. Ware, do you understand you're asking through your counsel to be treated as a first offender under the provisions of the First Offender Act?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever pled guilty or nolo contendere or ever been convicted of a felony in the state of Georgia or anywhere else?
No.
Okay. And as Ms. Rockwell explained to you, the benefits and pitfalls of the First Offender Act.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you understand that if you violate the terms of your first offender sentence or commit any new offenses while on first offender probation, that your first offender status could be revoked, you could be adjudicated guilty, and you could be resentenced to or up to the maximum sentence for each charge that you're pleading guilty to in the indictment.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that the additional aggravated assaults for the additional victims that didn't merge with count 1, where you received a 5-year sentence, you could be resentenced up to the maximum, which is 20 years for each one, which would be an additional 40 years.
40
Yes, sir.
years.
Okay.
Lord Jesus.
Ms. Rockwell, and you're speaking with Mr. Ware. Do you believe that he understands the First Offender Act and the benefits and consequences as it relates to first offender if he violates the sentence?
I do.
Okay. And I believe also, Mr. Ware, you need to be informed that you have 30 days from today to file a direct appeal from this guilty plea. And you have until the end of the term of this court to file a motion seeking to withdraw this guilty plea. Doesn't mean that the judge would grant the withdrawal, that you just have the right to do so. Ms. Rockwell would be the attorney who would represent you or file those motions unless she sought with the court not to do that. And then you would be appointed a lawyer to do both of those things within the time constraints I just described. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
What about the habeas corpus rights?
She read them.
I understand. Judge, just to the extent, Madam Case Manager, Litigation Specialist, if we could just put the amount of time that he served prior to making his bond.
So 2022 through March 7th,
Yeah, he gotta get the credit for the time he was in jail.
Or I can allow the Fulton County Jail to do their, they're gonna do an affidavit of custodian.
I prefer that we also put the days if the state has any objection to that on the sentence.
One or the other.
I prefer the days to be placed instead of us trying to get an affidavit.
That's right. Tell him, attorney. She is on it, y'all. She ain't playing. She want to make sure
Now,
everything is
probation, are you gonna
correct.
give him, reporting instructions?
She is not
I do
playing,
have a
y'all.
couple requests though. Due to the live streaming, I would prefer for you to gather information and provide it to me via text. Phone number of a family member. I need emergency contact. I need an address.
I like
And
her
from
tall
the,
glass. She is very thorough.
The prosecutor.
And she
I
worked
do
hard
need
for
the
her
victim's
client.
information for payment.
Yes, ma'am.
I need address, phone number, of course, name, and the exact amount so I can put it on the sentencing paperwork.
She's right, Trace.
And that the report instructions can be provided to the family member that you provide to me, Ms. Rockwell.
And you can email it to me also.
Okay.
The reporting instructions. You can email it to me.
Okay.
I want to know who that attorney is.
That's probably wrong.
So that's Vermont, and when you are paying on that before he gets out, so now keep record, let us, so that probation, whatever, okay? Alright. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge.
Get it down so you can get,
He's getting his handcuffs. He's being put in handcuffs right now. He got up.
Ms. Brown, do you have his social, etc.?
Yes, I do. I just need a family member's phone number, contact information, address, a parolable address if possible.
And Judge, thank
Can
you
y'all
for
bring
filling
his
in that
books for
excuse.
him?
You see Adam back there, y'all.
No,
Look
you
at
have
Adam.
me excused, prosecutor. I need the victim's information.
I'm gonna email it to you.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Look at Adam. Look at Keith Adams. Look at Keith Adams.
I can do it.
If she's on live.
There go Keith Adams right there, y'all. There he go. Y'all see Keith?
Thank you, Adam. Ms. Brown. Officer Brown.
Yes.
It's gonna be a
You
felony.
figured it out.
Yep,
Okay.
it's gonna be a felony plea.
Okay.
Alright.
Is that the girlfriend back there crying? Yeah, they took him already. They put him in handcuff and took him. I have seen her several times in court. That lady is the first time I've ever heard her argue for her client. We were watching a guy take a plea deal. See, the good thing is since now he's allowed to be a first time offender thing. Once he served 1/3 of his prison term, he can apply for to be out of jail. We get put on probation for the rest. And if he doesn't have any kind of infraction or anything like that in jail, he'll be able to be out on the street within what's 1/3 of 20 years? 7 years, right? 1/3 of 7. Let's see. They guaranteed. Remember what I read yesterday? They guaranteed to apply. They automatically become eligible to be able to apply as long as they don't have something that is not parolable. And he has his case is parolable because he got manslaughter. He didn't get murder. All right, y'all. I'm gonna end this live. Have a good one, y'all. Bye.
Thank you for watching the infamous Sylvia channel, where laughter and fun make up our panel. Together we build this digital spree. We appreciate you and our growing family. With mods by our side and chat flowing free in this online space. It's just you and me, we laugh until tears roll down like the rain. In this virtual world, you ease all my pains. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We cherish the moments, the highs and lows, from the latest gossip to stories untold. You're more than a viewer, you're part of the crew in this space of ours. It's all because of you. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign, enjoys global gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign, enjoys what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click